Chapter 1. Poisonous pears were lifted from countless cracks of the distorted earth, forming a black veil that hides the red sunset. Countless frightened people were dragging forward on the dirty road. Their constant sobs picked up the echoing of those who fell into the cracks. This stream of desperate guarded a group of other, once ordinary people, but 6 months after the apocalypse, which hit the earth, they received unimaginable strength. Others went from each other at a distance, along the entire stream of people, and were responsible for their assigned group. Not far behind the stream of people, Lu Yin suddenly raised his gaze into a distance of a large burning tree. The air was filled with a Chayakan sound that was shaved, followed by a long-running howl. In a moment after, a group of people jumped a 2-meter dog with shining red pupils. The crowd panicked and shouted from the sight of the bloody mouth of the monster, but Lu Yin, with an unperturbed look, calmly pulled out of the waist strange weapons. It was like a metal stick, but with a rather sharp tip. The young man jumped forward, and one heavy blow raised the head to the monster, coloring the surrounding grass in a bloody color. Only after people saw the death of the dog, their frightened hearts calmed down a little, and they continued on their way. It seems that she did not have long left. Lu Yin tried under his nose, looking at the cracked stick. The last rays of the setting sun have disappeared beyond the horizon, which prompted others to make a halt. Each ignited a fire for those who were under their supervision, in order to somehow scare away creatures wandering around. At the present time, walking at night was deadly. Suddenly, a hoarse electronic voice was heard from the radio on the belt of Lu Yin. Other with a 3 at the end, you can look for food, but don't go any further than a kilometer. Our hero, like one of the other, had his own code number 103. The young man looked at the naked dog lying nearby, then siphoned at his group. Aishate. Several men rushed forward as soon as they got his team. They began to cut the beast with special grace to pieces in order to fry it. They were not at all embarrassed by the remains of human skin stuck in his teeth. A 2-meter dog will last a maximum of 20 people. Lu Yin understood this, so he picked up a stick and went in search of food. The sliding sounds of dirt under his shoes did not subside. Soon he noticed a group of green eyes shining in the dark. They were mutant mice, although they looked, to put it mildly, not very, but you can eat. The young man killed about a dozen mice, which was enough for his group, and with the prey went back. Suddenly, a heartbreaking cry was heard from the side. He told him that his comrade had fallen into trouble somewhere nearby, but our hero did not even think to try to save him. No one knew what was waiting in this darkness. Perhaps poisonous snakes and mosquitoes, or maybe heavy rats whose front teeth could break a thick steel beam, as if it were a corn stick. Lu Yin returned to a silent group that he had squeezed near the fire, as if he could really protect them from the horror lurking in the neighborhood. The young man's eyes slid on the stars shining in the clear sky, which no longer hid the light and smoke of human existence. For some 6 months, the world has changed dramatically. Here and there appeared mutated animals and even people. No one knew what had affected the changes and how they swallowed the world in just one night. The earth was filled with a variety of mutants and people who look like zombies, and those who managed to survive felt an increase in strength, albeit insignificant. After a while, a way was found to continue to improve yourself. To do this, a person had to absorb special crystals from the bodies of mutated beings, thereby passing something like evolution. These people began to call themselves different. The earth quickly returned to the way in ancient times, where the law of natural selection reigned. Lu Yin saw with his own eyes how an ammunition depot exploded in his city for no reason. It seemed that the New World did not want to accept anything on its land that was about high technology and advanced weapons. A soft gust of wind blew, and a bloody newspaper stuck between 2 stones became clearing with its sheets. She caught the attention of the young man. He took it and looked at the headline, 3rd February 2200th years. That day was brought into the annals of history as the day when the 5th Division of the Chinese Air Forces landed on Neptune. The first person to take a step on the gaseous giant was Bai Qian. Lu Yin threw the newspaper with a slight irritation. At this time, a little girl came to him carefully and handed him a fried leg of the beast. Our hero smiled at her and said, "Thank you." Then he started eating hot meat. The little girl was happy that he was satisfied, and with a smile on her face, ran back to a group of people. He tried not to show it, but the meat was terrible, although it was the best source of energy available at the moment. Suddenly, the young man sharply pulled out his weapon and threw him towards the fire, where at this point the Godmill mutant was quietly creeping up. If he got to a group of people who are fully focused on food, then his sharp paws would suit a real mess. Over the whole night, Lu Yu managed to rest only 2 hours. All the rest of the time he killed mutants who wanted to eat people. Although there were no casualties in his group, the same could not be said about others. One of the detachments was attacked by a mutant wild boar that killed 10 people. It was possible to stop only the other strong team who came to the rescue. At dawn, the survivors continued to the south to the city of Jinling. This city was the largest in the district. There was an army and many others, as well as Zhou Shan, one of the 7 sages, at the moment the strongest among others. 6 months after the apocalypse, people collected the available information and came up with a different system of spheres. Those who swallowed their first crystal of the beast did not have a special name. The people called the Bezrans. Then there was an area whose owners could defeat any Bezranoeva, and it was called Superman. Then there was the sphere of the Lord of the Earth. Possessing it, a man was able to razz-me entire cities to the earth. The last sphere was called the Lord of Heaven. This name it received due to the fact that the person who reached it received the ability to fly. Perhaps because of their incredible power, and perhaps because of the importance in the present turbulent time, ordinary people began to call the sages of the owners of the sphere of the Lord of Heaven. A large group of people were only 100 kilometers from Jinlin. Such a distance in the past could be overcome by car in just a couple of hours, but now it took a few days. Once safe roads were ate with wandering zombies, which were attracted by the aura of living beings. Others who stood at the protection of ordinary people remained vigilant, but even they were very afraid of zombies. Although the walking dead were slow and could be handled with their force, their blood contained caustic toxins. They very quickly ate the skin and infected the human brain, turning it into a new zombie. Lu Yin was wary and squeezed his weapon tightly. It was not so difficult to deal with zombies, because they always attacked the same way. Also, unlike others, they could not develop, otherwise, most likely, all the living would have long ago died from their invasion. Therefore, the greatest threat was the mutant animals. When the young man was going to deal with several walking dead, whom he noticed near his group, they suddenly turned around and began to leave, as if they were afraid of something. In the heart of our hero, an unpleasant foreboding was born, and after a couple of moments it happened. The earth suddenly began to tremble, and a thick vine broke out from under it, which rushed into the crowd. Sharp spikes of the vines ruptured the bodies of people, as if a meat grinder. The district was overwhelmed by the cries of despair, fear, and smell of blood. Not to mention ordinary people, even some others rushed to run without an eye. Lu Yin was frightened as much as the others. This vine belonged to a carnivorous mutant plant that reached the sphere of the Lord of the Earth. Although there were several other spheres of superhuman in their group, it was almost impossible for them to defeat this monster. Everyone knew about it, so no one tried to do anything. Those who were able to escape were just standing on the sidelines and waiting for the monster to be saturated. Soon from the radio on the belt of the young man, there was a hoarse voice. "Hold on, soon the sage of the mistress will arrive here and personally take us." The sage of the disaster. Lu Yin smiled bitterly, grasping with his left hand behind the opposite side of the body, which was sometimes torn by pain piercing to the bones, diligently reminding him of that fateful night. That day, the whole city was absorbed by chaos, shouting agony and explosions. Then he saw a giant creature with golden eyes. It was Liu Shaog, the Sage of Light. He will never forget the man who caused him unbearable pain. The pain he swore to bring back 10 times more. After a time when the group overcame the danger, it began to fade. Others decided to make a halt for the night. Lu Yin ignited a fire and was going to rest when he suddenly heard a woman's cry behind him. His eyebrows frowned. He turned around and saw a dozen others around a couple of girls in torn clothes. The girls had no choice but to weep while men had an indecent job of having fun with them. Such a scene was frequent at the present time. After the onset of the disaster, humanity faded into the background, and it was replaced by the cruelty and other base sides of man. The young man has watched this many times and was increasingly convinced that sooner or later he will not be able to protect himself even without strength. After some time, a loud cry of the girl was heard aside when she was knocked to the ground. The man stepped on his foot right on her chest and said in an evil tone, "Damn, risking my life, protecting you, and how did you want to have fun with you, then you refuse me? You have to thank me. A couple of days ago I was having fun with Zio Minson, but now, even if she's begged for me, I'll give it to her. Get up alive, otherwise you won't get the bones." The girl's cheeks turned red when she stared at the rapist, but others only laughed at her. Such ones fit well into the current world, where you could do everything that pleased, as long as there was enough strength. Shutilda. Suddenly a strong gust of wind rose, and a figure appeared next to a group of men, putting an acute end to an iron stick in his hand to the throat of an eloquent man. Diverge. The group was immediately swallowed by dead silence, which was interrupted by the crying of women. The man, being in difficulty, was frightened and through the gritted teeth grumbled, "Brother Liu, it does not concern you. They are in my group." "You're too noisy," said Lu Yin, slightly hopsicking the sharpening of the man's throat. The skin of the other was immediately, the dispersion and fresh blood was painted by the tip of the young man's cold weapons. The man turned past and terribly clutched. "All right, well, they are yours, I will not touch them." Lu Yin immediately removed the iron rod and calmly went back to himself. Everyone who found this scene was perplexed. No one would help girls, even if they wanted to kill them, but the actions of the young man for everyone became a mystery. A dozen others stared at the back of Lu Yinya with evil views, but no one did anything. They all knew firsthand that our hero was very strong. The rescued girls hurriedly stood up and ran after the young men, but when they wanted to turn to him, he sat down on the ground and closed his eyes. Realizing that he did not want to say, they only had to look at him with gratitude. After a while, a smiling young girl approached Lu Yin with bright eyes and half-naked clothes. She glanced at a group of girls next to him. They were frightened by a clear threat from the arrival, so they left. After that, the stranger sat down from the young man and gently blowed him in his ear. However, in response to this, Lu Yin abruptly grabbed her by the neck and whispered, "Another such antics and you are dead." "You're all so heartless," the girl grumbled and made herself smile, but the brilliance in her eyes was clearly extene. "What do you want?" the young man asked in a cold tone. The beauty rubbed her neck and threw a perceptive look at him. "Do you know that you have already turned them against yourself?" Lu Yin was silent, forcing the girl to explain his words. "Zhang Thong and his group are thinking about something against you. There are more than 10 of them and you're alone. Be careful." Chapter 2. "In fact, if you ask, I can help you. I have good friends." The girl looked helplessly at Lu Yin. "There is no need for that," replied the young man indifferently. "Don't be embarrassed to see me." The girl succumbed. After that, she smiled at our hero and then turned around and left, leaving behind a lightning proxy. Lu Yin closed his eyes again. The appearance of this person did not affect him in any way. "My congratulations, the problem is exhausted." Having disappeared for a while, the beauty returned the same night with a slight smile on her face. When the young man threw a pausing look at her, she explained, I asked my older brother to help, and he grabbed Zhang Tun. He's calling you to discuss the fate of the captives. The eyes of Lu Yinyi caught fire. He got up and said, "Then they went." The girl laughed and headed forward, kneeling the bonfires until they were about 300 meters from the group of our hero. This place was just as unsafe, but then the young man saw a group of Zhang Tuna standing on his knees, who had previously tried to rape the girls. In front of them stood a tall, strong man with hands folded behind their back, to which the beauty turned in a sweet voice. "Brother, Lu Yin is here." "So you're Lu Yin." The man turned around, hearing it, and smiled a little. The boy nodded back. "My name is Liu Sheng. I'm one of the captains of this squad." "I know who you are," Lu Yin responded sharply to the man's arrogant tone. "Are you interested in these people? They are in your hands." A man lifted his eyebrows. He did not like how the young man behaved. Lu Yin looked into his eyes. "Then I'll go straight to the point. I heard about you and I watched you. However, strangely, no one has seen you swallow a mutant crystal, but at the same time your power is amazing." The corners of Liu Sheng's mouth were pulled when he stared at the young man. The beauty, standing aside, stared at Lu Yinyi, waiting for his answer. Even the group of Zhang Tuna, who was on his knees, held her breath and listened. However, in response, they only got a mocking smile. "Did you bring me here for this?" Liu Sheng smiled weakly and looked at the girl that he took a few steps closer to our hero. Then she sighed a little and said in a soft voice, "Mr. Liu, could you reveal the secret to us? Is there another way of evolution? Tell us is like telling all of humanity. Everyone will be grateful to you, especially I. I warned you that another such antics and you will die." The young man looked at her, and as soon as his voice verse, the iron rod sparkled in his hand in the direction of her throat. The girl in shockly grabbed the neck, and the blood flowed on her fingers, staining clothes in red. A second after, she collapsed to the ground. The beauty completely ignored his previous warning, because she believed that he would not dare to kill her in front of her brother. After all, Liu Sheng was a captain, a powerful figure in the superhuman sphere. However, now even the brother mentioned by her was stunned by the act of Lu Yin. "You've been so annoying, watching me since you formed the band. Looks like I need to deal with everything tonight." The young man turned to Liu Sheng and swung his head with an iron stick. "You're looking for death," shouted an angry man, pulling out a terrifying sword because of his belt and blocking the Lu Yin attack. He hoped that he was repairing the boy's stick and then hurting him, but the reality was not going to reckon with his desires. From the blow of his sword split in two, and the edge of the steel rod plunged into his right shoulder. Liu Sheng couldn't believe what had just happened. He, another in the sphere of the Superman, he was able to fight several Bezranks at the same time. He never thought he'd lose so easily. Lu Yin overtook the enemy, but it was not enough for him. The man barely dodged the next horizontal blow, as immediately threw the handle of the sword with a cutting of the edge towards the young man. But our hero deftly knocked off the handle with such force that she plunged into the ground, leaving a small network of cracks. "What are you all looking at? Let's kill him," exclaimed Liu Sheng, casting a ferocious look at the group of Zhang Tuna. None of them hesitated. Everyone grabbed their weapons, but Lu Yin was ready for their attack. He gave his enemies a chilling face and threw himself at the forehead. Its speed was so fast that even with an unarmed look could see a light ripple of the wind. In one jerk, he swept through more than 10 meters before the tip of his iron rod turned red. In a moment, Zhang Thong and the others looked down on their chest, where the huge stream flowed blood. They stayed so long and almost immediately fell to the ground. Over the past 6 months, the young man's heart has stacked and became solid as iron. The time he lived was the worst and best at the same time. Here he could do what his heart told him. How is it possible? No one in the sphere of the superhuman is capable of this. Liu Sheng stared at him with a completely empty look, trembling with horror, and immediately fell his knees to the ground. "Lu Yin, no, Master Lu, please let me go. I am ready to serve you. I can kill anyone you want to get any woman you want. I'll do whatever you ask." The young man did not answer, but just looked at the starry sky. Immediately, an ominous brilliance broke out in the eyes of the man. He pulled out a hidden dagger and struck in the direction of our hero, but the figure he wanted to pierce slowly disappeared. Liu Sheng's eyes blurred. He stared incredulously at the point in front of him, wondering what it was. I call it the wandering step. This is a kind of combat-type skill that originates from the starry sky. Liu Yin replied to the unspoken question of a man with his unperturbed tone. Then the young man, sharply, pointed the rod into the head of Liu Sheng. Having sighed, our hero removed his weapon and again looked at the starry sky. I'm just a noisy guest, mastering in someone else's house. Afterwards, he took all the crystals of the mutants of the man and the rest, removing them in a ring that sucked objects into himself, as if they never existed. It was a spatial ring, a special object capable of holding billions of objects. He got it from somewhere from the depths of the huge starry sky, but where exactly? No one will worry about the disappearance of Zhang Tong and his group, but Liu Sheng is another matter, because he was captain. His sudden disappearance will definitely attract the attention of other captains, but since he secretly nurtured his plan to get the secret of the evolution of Lu Yingin, no one else knew where he went. In other words, he himself made sure that no one would disturb the young man. After noon the next day, people looked at the horizon. Just came to them a message that the sage Zhou Shan is approaching them. Soon a black figure appeared high in the sky, looking at them from top to bottom. Zhou Shan was more than 2 meters tall, short-haired, and had a muscular physique. In his hands, he held a huge 3-meter axe, which seemed to be able to split the mountains. People watched his impressive figure. Before them was a man who reached the sphere of the Lord of the Heavens. The man silently waved his hand down, lifting a strong gust of wind. The dust raised by the wind blinded thousands of people, but others did not pay attention to the tearful eyes. They wanted to capture the power of the sage. The next moment, a huge bloodthirsty vine awakened and flew out of the ground, all its raffling pouncing Zhou Shan. Storm shot. The man in response lifted the axe over his head and cut them down. With a loud roar, the sage, together with his axe, fell to the ground. From the impact on the ground appeared huge cracks, growing tens of meters from the epicenter of the fall. Strong gusts of wind and stones that rose to the sky began to fall in different directions. Fortunately, others were ready for this, so they protected innocent people from the stones approaching. Liu Yin closely followed what was happening. Everyone assumed that these vines belonged to the bloodthirsty plant of the Lord of the Earth, but he felt that the plant was actually in the sphere of the Lord of the Heavens. Zhou Shan had to make every effort to win this fight. When the clubs of dust and sand settled, everyone saw in front of him a man with his cumbersome axe. The terrible vines were completely destroyed, and where the sage landed, a huge hole was filled with green liquid. When thousands of people broke out with applause, he lifted his axe and soared up again into the sky. Let's go to Jinlin, there is much safer. Thank you to the sage of the mistress. A long life for the wise man. The sage of the mistress. Thousands of votes enthusiastically shouted his title. In these dark times, everyone dreamed of a hero. Like the other 7 sages, Zhou Shan corresponded to his title, the Sage of the Mile. Soon, Liu Yin squeezed his iron rod tightly. He himself has not yet entered the sphere of the Lord of the Heavens. As Liu Sheng said, he didn't use mutant crystals. He had to look for another way to increase his power because he wanted to find the true path of evolution in the starry sky. The group was steadily moving forward under the protection of Zhou Shan. At present, there are definitely creatures much stronger than the Sage of the Might, but the chance of encountering one of them was close to 0. Tens of thousands of people later reached Jinlin. Only then did they throw their things and burst into tears. The city was completely surrounded by huge walls, on each of which there were other rows, watching the remaining survivors. Many of the sobs were saddened. During their hard journey, they lost 1/10 of the total number of people. Lu Yin remembered what Jinlin County looked like when he came here in the past. Then there were picturesque landscapes and beautiful trees along the streets. Now the suburbs was destroyed by hordes of zombies, and the city itself became smaller. Survivors began to be organized into groups, while others were sent to another place. The total number of others who survived was about 500 people. Each of them was responsible for 100 ordinary people. People could start evolution only after they swallow a special crystal, but unfortunately, zombies did not have them, and the mutants whose bodies contained crystals were extremely difficult to kill. Returning to the camp, Zhou Shan gathered a detachment to take control of the arrivals of others. Everyone who was in Jinlin had to defend the city regardless of their desire. Also, all arrivals other took place special registration and medical examination. Our hero and others later brought to the camp other. This camp was by no means small and occupied a huge square of the city. According to rumors, when the camp was just founded, a hordes of walking dead and mutants roamed around him. Zhou Shan, leading a group of others, for a month cleared the once tourist city. As a result, after the region was cleared, people began to gather here in search of refuge. Thus, the city of Jinlin in a couple of months became the center of the survivors of all China. In the group of the other who had just arrived, there was silence. Many looked envy at the others here who walked in the same uniform. They were looking forward to joining their ranks. I am surprised at the success of the might have been for some 6 months. This camp is very fortified and seems reliable, commented on one of the other. Most were hiding when the apocalypse came, but the sage of the disaster immediately founded this camp. In the near future, I think this place will definitely be the largest in China. As soon as these words were said, many agreed. Lu Yin walked among others and examined the soldiers who passed by from time to time. These people were strong and looked like real warriors. If you think logically, then with the onset of the end of the world, there is hardly someone with enough force to create such a camp. Even Zhou Shan wasn't special then, but the camp still showed up. This could only be explained by the fact that all the local people in the past were soldiers of the Chinese army. The apocalypse did not destroy China at its root. People managed to stabilize the situation. Most likely, Zhou Shan served in the army before the disaster, as did the other 7 sages. Otherwise, they would not be able to reach the sphere of the Lord of the Heavens in just 6 months. Another ray of happiness among the horror that occurred during the disaster was that not all means of communication were out of order. Otherwise, it would be impossible to stabilize the situation in the country so quickly. Chapter 3. Once in a huge area, the new ones were in amazement from the modern amenities seen. Passengers continued to pass by soldiers dressed in a rather strange combination of modern and ancient equipment, with the same blades behind their backs. As others became stronger, ordinary gunshot came into need, which could not be said about cold weapons. In addition, most of the national warehouses with weapons were destroyed due to the apocalypse. Today, arming their soldiers with such steel blades was proof of strength. Lu Yin and others were brought into a building with an open, large space, where they were surrounded by soldiers, including both men and women. About 10 meters above them was a layer of transparent glass separating another room of the same size. There was a group of people who giggled over newcomers and soldiers down. I wonder if any of them will be useful. It would be nice to get someone with good makings, or even immediately a master of the sphere of the Superman. A middle-aged man grinned. Don't be seduced. The spheres of the Superman are not so easy to achieve. In addition, the Sage of the Mildness has long ago taken to the hands of all the masters of this sphere. We will not get them, annoyedly answered the beautiful woman next to a man. It was very difficult to bring tens of thousands of survivors to Jinlin. I hope that there are a couple of special in the group that arrived, and if you don't mind, I'll take them all to myself, said the young man with a slight smile on his face. I dreamed. It all depends on how Feng Hong decides. This time he's an instructor, so he's sure to pick up the best, the middle-aged man said. All these people in the room at the top were the captains of the camp and others. In the camp itself, there were 80,000 other, but only those who reached the sphere of the Lord of the Earth could become captains. Each of them had almost absolute power in Jinlin, second only to the Sage of the Might. The opportunity to see the Sage was extremely rare for many living here, so it was the captains who were representatives of the highest power. Apparently, a pupil of the Sage of Water goes to Jinlin to fight one of us. Suddenly asked the beauty when everyone was silent, and with a sonorous laugh added, rumors that the Sage of Water declared his student invincible in the field of Lord of the Earth. Guys, don't you want to see her? No one said a word in response, and she once again gitted and only then fell silent. The ordinary man might think that the 7 sages were equal, but some knew that they were divided into 3 higher and 4 ordinary. The wise water wizard Baizu substantiated the Camp Lannan on Mount Chanbai, and was the highest sage while Zhou Shan was the usual, rank below her. At this time, a medical examination was arranged in the square at the bottom of the other, and all because after the apocalypse there were new diseases. The disease that could be infected with zombies was almost incurable, so for general safety, it was necessary to make sure that everyone was clean and not threatened by the city. Soon it was Lu and I. The nurse began to enter his data, while a special device was collecting a blood test. His eyes froze, and his body lost a clear contour for a moment when he concentrated strength in his legs. The result of all this was a slight change in the color of his blood sample. For a moment, the blood in the test tube became a purple tint, but almost immediately returned the normal color. Lu Yin, isn't it? The analysis will only take a minute, so please wait a little, the nurse smiled at him. The young man nodded, thanked the nurse and went to the other side, waiting for him to be called. It took quite a bit of time, until everyone, almost 500 others, passed the check without complications. Then, after a while, a middle-aged man appeared in a dark military uniform. It was a strong wave of pressure that causes people to have awe. He's in the Lord of the Earth, exclaimed someone, causing envy and fear in the ranks of the recruits. A middle-aged man stopped about 10 meters from the newcomers and spoke in a clear voice. My name is Feng Hong, and I am the captain of this camp. I will speak once and without repetition. Those who do not want to join our disaster camp, go away now. Hundreds of others looked around. Someone began to leave the system one after another. Left the camp and were powerful, but all who were here had to obey certain rules. Many of them were never soldiers and did not want to become. Lu Yin was also among these people. About 200 people did not want to join the ranks of the military, which was almost half of the new arrivals. Feng Hong looked at a group of released and said, joining us, you will get protection not only from you, but also your loved ones. They will be taken to the residential area of Jinlin. In addition, you will be provided with energy crystals, and you will get a military technique from the Sage of the Sage itself. And what is military equipment? Someone asked out of curiosity. The man coldly replied, technique, which will double your maximum combat potential. The fighting technique of the Sage of the Wrongness is a storm strike. I'm sure you've seen him before, and I don't need to describe the power of skill. These words aroused all others. They saw with their own eyes the blow that destroyed the mutant plant and left a huge hole in the ground. The only shock wave from this skill, all the district plunged into chaos. Can we learn this? One of the other asked with trembling in his voice. Everything is in your hands as long as you are loyal to the mighty manor. Feng Hong replied coldly, then stopped many who decided to leave. However, our hero, in the end, was among the less than 50 people who were determined to leave. Create them out, the captain brushed off, sending several soldiers to let them out of the battle camp. Looking back, Lu Yin knew that the camp would soon sink into chaos. Outside the camp, there were a lot of survivors, among whom were different. When the young man and the rest came out, the crowd immediately attacked them. Do you want to buy a property? If you want, come to me. I guarantee that I will give you a good discount. You don't know what's here or how. Outside the city, Too many zombies and monsters, and without a guide you will surely disappear. Do you need weapons? I have sharp blades, hard spears, and more. If you want to buy explosives or firearms, I have them too. What about the armor? Who has a map? Asked Lu Yin from the crowd, which attracted the attention of something else with small eyes, who immediately came forward and intimidated all the pillars of the crowds. Then he carefully pulled out the card from his pocket. Its price is only 10 crystals. 10. You know that 1 crystal is enough for a normal person to go through the first evolution. The man whispered in response, Brother, it's not just a map. It marks the places of accumulation of monsters and zombie outside Jinlin. You don't want to be around you as soon as you get out of here, right? You're risking your life. You're saying your own life isn't worth 10 crystals. The young man laughed. The maximum price of 3 crystals. I don't have any more. On hand, take the map, my new friend. Lu Yin suspected that the card was not clean because the man agreed too quickly, but he was silent. He took 3 grain-sized crystals and handed over to the seller, who quickly grabbed them. Then the man leaned towards him closer and whispered, Here you have a small gift as a sign of a successful transaction. Don't thank me. With these words, the merchant put a round pill in the palm of the young man and left. Lu Yin immediately became embarrassed because he found out what the pill was. It was a very strong aphrodisiac. The disaster affected all living nature, in particular numerous medical plants, which completely deprived people of the opportunity to create familiar medicines. However, they were replaced by drugs from mutated plants, whose effect was even better than the old ones. Our hero saw how people used a new type of medicine, but only a couple of times, because in themselves they were incredibly rare and expensive. One such pill cost more than 3 crystals, which he gave for the card. Who was this man? Lu Yin, without looking to through the pill, deciding not to score his head and headed out of town. After studying the map on the way, he decided to go to the barren hills in the south. I hope I'll find some evidence there. At the highest point in the city of Jinlin was a conference hall, in which the captains gathered. The main place was empty. To his left sat a middle-aged man in military uniform with a scar on his face, and on the right, a beautiful young woman with glasses. People waited a long time before Zhou Shan entered the room and sat casually at the head of the table. His close look walked through everything in the room and stopped at a young woman with glasses. How is the plan going? The girl corrected the glasses and replied, The plan to expand the base will take at least 2 months. According to my calculations, we could lose about 2,000 or 3,000 people. If you want to expand Jinlin to its original borders, the number of victims is likely to triple. Zhou Shan frowned. We need to expand the base. The Northern Company is going well, and in a few months we will reach the capital. Then we will have a connection with all parts of the country, and reunite the land will be easier. In such it is better not to show weakness. The wiseness of the mile. We have just received the news that a master of the sphere of the Lord of the Heavens appeared in India. As I understood, he is a monk of the temple. A man with a scar on his face reported. Discussions about this news broke out in the hall. In all of China, there were only 7 of the Heavens Lord's sphere, one thing that all of which was about the incredible complexity of achieving this level. The fact that a master of this sphere appeared in India was a big surprise. Zhou Shan squeezed his eyes. Monk! Find out about him. All the evildoers of the heavens who have reached the sphere of the Lord over the past time. Did you know anything else? Asked the man with a scar. At this time, another captain stood up, going to talk, but suddenly froze, staring out the window. Everyone followed his example, and froze with stunned faces. Zhou Shan turned around, bewildered about what was happening, but immediately frowned. Dozens of meteorites swept through the sky, leaving behind fireprints. One of them flew directly to them and collapsed to the south of the collection point of Jinlin, shaking all the surrounding land. These meteorites were brighter than fireworks and attracted the attention of countless survivors. Lu Yin also watched them, being much closer than any other observer. Following his new map to the hills to the south, it was very close to where the meteorite collapsed. He was sharply thrown back by the shock wave, after which the district was swallowed by smoke and rain of debris. The young man had to hurriedly hide from the wreckage scattered in all directions, one of which almost flew right in the head. Only after everything subsided a little, he rushed straight towards the fall of the celestial body. Meanwhile, in the city of Jinlin, Zhou Shan took off into the sky, intending to go south, but he was stopped. "Sir, the horde of zombie attacked the city wall." The sage turned his gaze to the east and saw the sea of walking dead. There, near the city gate, there were a lot of people who shouted from the terrifying impending on them. The man grabbed his axe and rushed directly into the ranks of countless zombies, cutting them apart. "Open the gates and let the survivors in. I'm gonna protect the city." To the south of the place of the fall of the meteorite, smoke rose into the sky. The crater spread over 1,000 meters, in the center of which was a white ball with a diameter of only about 2 meters. The same white smoke rose from it, mixing with the air nearby. Lu Yin approached the crater and hid in an abandoned factory nearby, watching the white ball through the slit of wooden beams. The spaceship, damn, where before I expected. Let the young man be ready for such a thing, but what happened caught him by surprise. With a quiet sound, the door of the white spacecraft opened, then the hand appeared and a pause came. Soon a young man with short hair came out of the ship, dressed in light white armor. He raised his eyes into the sky and reached out. "That's why we were given a test in such a backwater. So they made the atmosphere pass on their own. Damn, I almost blew me up." Having oved, the young guy took a knife from the ship, and then got something like a watch and put them on his left wrist, after which his eyes narrowed sharply and he looked towards Lu and I. "Who is there?" However, he obviously did not need an answer, because he immediately struck a horizontal blow with his short knife towards the young man. At the same second, a strange fluctuation of energy broke out of the knife, and the factory building cut it in half. Chapter 4. Lu Yin ducked to avoid an attack by a stranger, and hurriedly ran away from the building for more than 10 meters. Meanwhile, the factory has become ruins. The guy in the white armor took off high into the sky and stared at our hero with an icy look. "Are you a native of this planet?" "He's in the Lord of the Heavens," said Lu Yin. "I'm talking to you, don't you hear?" the guy asked with annoyance, again sloping a dagger in the air. The boy saw how as a result of this wave formed a huge crater, and a dense pillar of dust rose. "Are you from another planet?" Finally, Lu Yin decided to ask an open question. The young guy grinned and went down to the ground, then pressed on the ring on the index finger, and his armor immediately disappeared. After that, he looked at the wristwatch, exclaiming with surprise, "Your combat level is only 8. Nonsense, you wouldn't have evaded my attack then. Wait, do you specialize in body hardening?" The young man did not know what to say. "You really from another planet?" "Well, in fact, yes," the guy replied Fruge. "But we prefer that you, the natives, call us masters." "The owners." Now Lu Yin began to frown. The guy looked down on it and said, "Dao's great empire has been watching your planet for a long time. We control it, so it's pretty logical. So you, I see, focused solely on training your body. Have you reached the sphere of the tracker, or have you approached the guard?" "I don't know what you're talking about." Our hero's answer puzzled the guy. He thought for a moment before he realized that the natives on this planet do not understand the existing hierarchy of development of the past evolution. The young guy stared at Lu Yin and ordered, "Attack! I want to see what you are capable of." The young man squeezed his fists. "Are you sure?" The guy grinned. "Do you know who I am? I'm Astra. People like you can't hurt me. Even if you were in the sphere of the Guardian, your strength would not be enough against me. Come on, I'll show you how big the gap is between us." "Then I attack." Lu Yin pulled out his iron rod and rushed forward. Without taking out his hands out of his pockets, the guy easily dodged from the blow. Natural selection and really generates abnormal. Your attack was swift and decisive. You immediately tried to strike a fatal blow. Well, that's not bad, so you can be a real soldier. The boy was continuously attacked. His rod released powerful bursts of energy that were broken down by the ground. However, Astra continued to easily defend himself without using his hands. He managed to block the blows with his feet and comment. The actual combat level is 302, not bad. It is not easy to develop a physical body. In my academy, few reach the sphere of the Guardian by training the body. I like you. I give you a chance to follow me. Be my slave, and then I will show you the expanses of the starry sky. The expiration of the starry sky? Asked Lu Yin, pressing the iron rod to the shoes of the guy. Yeah. I am an elite student of the first military academy of the Great Dewey Empire. I was sent to pass a test on this planet. As soon as I finish the mission, I will be transferred to the highest class. Following me is the best solution to your life. Of course, it depends on whether someone on this planet is more worthy of you. Pray that this would not happen, said Astra, and threw the iron rod from his foot. Our hero was overwhelmed by the arrogance of the guy. His right palm began to vibrate, and the air around her moved. At first, Astra did not pay any attention to it, but then it caused him surprise. Trembling palm, how you? A wave of power that broke out of the young man's palm fell on a foreign guy. Astra spitted a coma of blood, 5 times back because of the pulse of the impact, and hurriedly pulled out a knife for a counterattack. However, the attack of Lu Inia did not end there. He resolutely rushed forward. You're not here, the guy barked, trying to strike back, but in a moment our hero disappeared and the blow fell into the void. Technique of movement. It was difficult to squeeze Astra and activated the ring, enveloping himself with white armor. Buck. The front of Lu Yinya again fell on the guy in the same place as before, after which there was a weak crackling. Although the armor managed to envelop it, but this was still not enough. The inner organs of Astra were destroyed, and the body from the impact flew into a crater near the spaceship, which was now tainted by his blood. Our hero fell to his knees, breathing heavily and wrinkling with pain. The blood vessels in his right hand burst due to the use of the hand's skill. He was afraid of losing his hand, but he had no choice. He had to kill the guy. Fortunately, he managed to defeat a talkative stranger. However, 2 energy attacks and a spatial leap completely depleted his forces. He had to collect all the remaining forces to approach the corpse of Astra and take the ring into which the armor had developed. This armor was part of the student's standard protective equipment, and although Astra was quite mediocre, she could still protect against the attack of another sphere of the Lord of the Heavens. In addition to the armor, the strange watch on the wrist of the guy could determine the combat level, and also contained all the information about him, including his location. Lu Yin removed the device, turned off the tracking mechanism, and hid it into its spatial ring before looking at the corpse itself. His gaze stopped on the middle finger of the dead man. He cut it off, and a chip fell off from the open wound. It's him, the young man rejoiced when he picked up the chip. It was because of him that he attacked Astra, and therefore did not use ordinary crystals of mutants for development. In his hands was an artificially created model of a crystal that could develop the evolution of man to an immense limit. It was simply called the chip of evolution. With the help of a chip, it was possible to absorb the energy of the surrounding world, thereby cleaning and strengthening your body. This method of development was recognized as the best in the universe. In comparison, the use of crystals entailed many difficulties, one of which was to obtain the crystals themselves. First, it was necessary to find the beast of the mutant and defeat it, and then absorb the crystal and cleanse the body of impurities that fell into the orchestration, along with useful energy. In short, there were only problems with crystals. People who were absorbed by them were called suicide bombers, or, if we take the generally accepted name, our military slaves. Our hero was really from another planet. However, in order not to arouse suspicion, he did not use the chip of evolution before arriving at Earth. In the universe, anyone who used the chip of evolution had to be registered in the Diu Empire, but in the process of planetary evolution, it was not necessary to do so. This rule was established by the Youth Council of the Empire, and no one could break it. This guy was guard, which means that the chip was used twice. There's another chance. I will have to continue the search, muttered Lu Yin, then threw Astra into the spacecraft and turned around, intending to leave. However, suddenly he noticed a flashing shadow that warned him about a sudden attack. He turned sideways and blocked the attack with a powerful blow, and then immediately retreated. The attacker was in the sphere of the Lord of the Earth, and after the collision back. Only after restoring balance, the figure looked at our hero, opening his dear face. "Why did you attack me?" the young man asked. Even though he felt no murderous intention from a stranger, a sudden attack was her deliberate decision. The girl looked at the spacecraft before turning to him. "I saw you throw a foreigner into a spaceship. Why did you kill him, and who are you? Do you know anything?" "Why should I answer you?" Lu Yin grinned. "I'll make you tell," said the stranger and rushed to him, at the same time pulling a dagger out of his back. Cold weapons emitted waves of cold, dissecting the air. The young man tried to dodge, but there was almost no escape from her dagger. She aptly struck at the vital organs. However, our hero found the right moment and grabbed her by the wrist with one hand, and the other hit him in the stomach, but the girl managed to lower the dagger and block his palm. The surrounding temperature fell sharply when both froze, looking at each other in the face. Lu Yin frowned, feeling the cold growing from his palm. "You're not my opponent. Answer now," grinned the stranger, increasing the growing cold. Chapter 5. On the face of Lu Yin, there was a serious shade. He has not yet recovered from the previous contraction and could not use the jealous palm. The frost was getting stronger, and the chances of winning were rapidly melting. He was forced to use the walking step to push the girl away. Sudden movement caused her an attack of nausea, so strong that she barely kept her consciousness. Using the opportunity to escape, the young man noticed how several leaves fell from the sleeves of the beauty, which, when in contact with the ground, turned into icicles. "So this is not your power, but only an auxiliary object. That's what I thought," Lu Yin said mockingly. "What have you done to me?" The stranger gritted his teeth. "Were it a military technique?" The young man was silent, wondering whether to kill her, but all thoughts about it were thrown away when a gust of wind flew through the hilly terrain. The sage of the slap, who hung in the sky, did not give him the opportunity to move, but strangely, the girl did not look satisfied with such a development of events. "Isn't she out of the camp?" thought our hero. The air trembled around Zhou Shan when he slowly came down, looking around first Lu Inya and the girl, and after a white spacecraft. "Can anyone explain to me what happened here?" The young man feverishly tried to get out of this situation. "I studied the area and caught the landing of the ship, and also saw how a man came out of it. He tried to kill me, but apparently he was wounded in landing, so I managed to beat him." The man stared at Lu Inya before turning his eyes to the girl and with a slight smile said, "We haven't seen a long time, a snow maiden." The girl bowed herself in response. Zhao Yu greets the sage of the mistress. The identity of the girl shocked our hero. He has already heard of the snow maidens. They were pupils of the sage of the water from the camp of Lannan on Mount Chanbei. Why was one of them here in Jinlin? "We haven't seen each other since the apocalypse. I didn't think that much would happen," Zhou Shan sighed. Zhao Yu collected her hands in the gesture of greeting and bowed. "The wisdom of water sends his congratulations on the restoration of control over the Su district." The man smiled bitterly. "What about congratulations? I know how powerful the three masters are. I can't compare with your teacher. Even you're stronger than all my captains." The girl smiled. "You overestimate me, especially I was just defeated by your warrior. He is quite strong." Zhou Shan was surprised to point out our hero. "I don't even know him." "Is he not one of the commanders of the detachment under your command?" asked Zhao Yu with the same surprise, which caused the man's curiosity. He did not feel the strength from Lu Yin. How did the young man defeat the snow maiden? Lu Yin looked down, pondering their little conversation. These two clearly knew each other before the apocalypse, but they haven't met since. This meant that Zhou Shan saw the power of the three highest sages before the disaster had occurred. It turns out that 7 sages began to develop before the apocalypse. The young man heard that the study of Neptune was quite fruitful. They found a body and a blade handle. Because of these 2 finds, the World War almost began. China, under pressure from other countries, compromised, and what gave them to stop interested in treasures received from Neptune. The young man concluded that 7 sages began to evolve before the apocalypse, having received something from the found corpse. And this also confirmed his guess that 7 sages did not know about the chip of evolution, which means that he was still in that corpse. This chip was his target from the beginning. Soon the soldiers from the camp, led by a pretty woman with glasses, arrived. Zhou Shan ordered his troops to cordon off the perimeter, allowing a group of researchers to study the spacecraft, and turned to Lu Yin. "Genema, brother, what can you tell me about the alien?" Zhao Yu also focused her view on the young man. Our hero, thinking a little, replied. I partially remembered his words. He mentioned some kind of mission of the academy as well as a test of evolution. The eyes of the sage of the muffle broke out. And that's all. Lu Yin nodded. He said little. He called us the natives and said he wanted to enslave me. The natives? Zhou Shan grinned and looked up at the sky. It seems that life on Earth will no longer be so calm. Dozens of spacecraft arrived on Earth, which means that there are as many similar aliens, but I don't think we'll meet them soon. The young man stared at a man who seemed not at all surprised, but soon they were interrupted by a woman who decided to report. We plan to deliver the spacecraft to Jinlinin for analysis. Unfortunately, the heart of the alien was destroyed. Judging by the footsteps, he had to have a weapon, but we didn't find anything. Our hero took everything that was from Astra. Obviously, they did not find anything. Brother, could you tell us something you took from the body of the alien? It would greatly help us with the research, and we will get everything back as soon as the investigation is completed. I have his weapon, and I didn't take anything else, said Lu Yin, pulled out the dagger and opened his shirt to show the sage and the rest that he had nothing else. No one knew about the existence of spatial rings, so they didn't even think about it. Zhou Shan took a knife and waved, carelessly dissecting the ground in front of him. Acute, this material is really not from here. Then the man gave the dagger to the woman with his glasses and focused on the young man to make sure that he did not hide anything. Then he stepped forward and patted Lu Yin on the shoulder, praising him. You killed an alien and defeated the Snow Maiden, a brother, and you are not bad. What's your name? Would you like to join my camp as captain? The young man agreed without hesitation, but in fact he had no other choice. The Sage of the Wish seemed kind and trusting, but our hero knew that at the moment he was under suspicion. Almost anyone would suspect that he hid the most valuable things, so he could not leave now. It was better to just agree and avoid conflict. At present, he did not have the strength to cope with anyone in the sphere of the Lord of the Heavens, at least in a fair fight. Astra died only of his own stupidity, and Zhou Shan will not repeat such a mistake. There were also many others around. Even with one Zhao Yu, it was difficult for him to cope, which, by the way, frowned and turned to a man. I cannot contact the Sage of Water. Zhou Shan nodded in a tense. The momentum of the meteorite has disabled the communication line. I'll be right out for emergency repair crews. Don't worry, Lanning's camp is all right. The Sage of Water is very strong. The girl nodded silently, agreeing with him. All the secrets of the alien ship cannot be revealed in one day, but fortunately it was quite small, so it could be easily moved back to the city. Zhou Shan stood at the highest point of Jinlin, looking south. At this time, a woman approached him with glasses. We finished inspecting the area around the crater. It's all clear, he didn't lie. The man sighed. Obviously, you can go. There is something else I have to report. We found traces of the battle around the pit that were spotted. This Lu Yin may not be as simple as it seems. He can be extremely strong. Zhou Shan smiled. I know that. He defeated the Snow Maiden even with a damaged palm and leg. Its true power is at the top of the Lord of the Earth. It also seems to me that it did not absorb energy crystals. An enthusiastic person. Do we continue to follow him? That's not necessary. At such a time, we should be as cohesive as possible. Besides, because he hides his power, he is only in the sphere of the Lord of the Earth, and the next breakthrough does not shine until it shines. It's clear. Meanwhile, our hero was in his captain's tent, in the center of the disaster camp. Although none of the 80,000 soldiers actually recognized him as the 14th captain, he himself was determined only to absorb the chip of evolution as soon as possible and become real something else. Lu Yin sat down in the lotus position on the bed and spent 10 minutes to calm his breath before opening his eyes and calmly extracting chip evolution from his spatial ring. Cheer from excitement, he bit his finger with force and applied the chip to the bleeding wound. The evolution chip slowly disappeared under the skin, and immediately after that the young man was covered by the expected wave of pain. His gaze lost his focus while he was groaning his teeth, tried to cope with the agony. It seemed that each cell of his body disintegrates and is rebuilt along a new one, and organs and blood vessels are in motion, deforming in his body. The feeling was like his whole nature burned down. After a moment, which seemed like an eternity, Lu Yin finally recovered. Having spitted blood from the mouth, the young man felt a powerful surge of strength in his body. The energy generated as a result of his breakthrough to a new level cleared his body and almost immediately burned all the impurities. Chapter 6. After some time, Lu Yin again coughed blood, and the shock wave, breaking out of his body, overturned the tent. The wave was much stronger. She knocked down all the trees within a radius of hundreds of meters and disabled the tracking chambers. 2 captains arrived on the sounds of riots caused by this wave. "Are you Lu Yin, the new captain?" said Feng Hun's voice. The man came closer, puzzled by inspecting what was left of the tent. The young man quickly came out of the wreckage, stepping back with unstirred steps. He was pale as a ghost, but still noticed a woman near Feng Hun, as well as soldiers who looked at him with caution. "Yes, I'm Lu Yin. Sorry to bother you." "Why are you in such a state?" Both captains stared at him. Our hero smiled bitterly. "I recently saw the Sage of the Milestone showcasing his military technique, so I decided to try to repeat. As you can see, nothing came of me, and even hurt." Feng Hong immediately relaxed and grinned. "Brother Lu, slow down. Combat techniques are difficult to learn, so it is worth being patient. We captains can sometimes practice with the Sage of the Mistress, so I suggest you just wait." The young man nodded understandingly. "I see. Thanks for the advice, Brother Feng." The man just brushed off. "Always please. After all, we are all one family and must rely on each other to confront future disasters. I'll ask someone to put another tent for you, so rest. Do I call a doctor?" "None need, it's trivial. I'm just tired." "Okay, then we'll go." "Rest, Lu's brother," kicked Feng Hun and looked at the woman. She threw him an ambiguous look, then looked at Lu Yin and left again. The young man followed several soldiers to the nearest tent, where one of them bowed to him. "Commander Lu, with your permission, we will go. Just let us know if you need anything else." Lu Yin nodded and entered his tent, and when the soldiers left, his eyes shone with excitement and anticipation. The acquisition of the chip of evolution ended in success and even gave him a huge surprise. When he raised his hand covered with stellar energy, a cube appeared on it. He was like those that were used in board games and did not stand out, but the young man knew that it was a gift of the heavens themselves. Few could get this in the first use of the chip evolution. Such a gift was a very strange phenomenon. Many scientists throughout the universe considered it the largest mystery. No one knew where it came from, but there were many different rumors, most of which were false. However, the young man did not particularly care about these moments. What he was interested in, these are the properties of the gift itself. Before getting to Earth, Lu Yin heard of different versions of the gift. Each other with a unique gift was considered a prodigy, which was willingly called to himself by different forces throughout the universe. Perhaps the most famous detail about them was the fact that any similar other instantly received membership in the Youth Council. Although this was a huge advantage in itself, however, the usefulness of the gift was more important. The young man impatiently poked the cube that he gently floated in the air, making it spin, until he finally stopped. The figures on 5 sides went out, leaving visible only one on which the unit fell. He instantly realized that his ability was theft. The details of the ability uncomplicably appeared in his head. The use of the gift led to the theft of any object that was in space. The next moment, before our hero managed to spread information on the shelves, the cube shone with a bright light and a crystal fragment fell out of it, after which the cube itself dissolved, as if it never existed. What is this crystal? The cube has already stole something for me? Lu Yin, first in the stupor, stared at the shrapnel, but then took it and began to inspect it. In the hopelessness of ignorance, the young man took the hours of Astra from his spatial ring and applied a crystal to them. Soon on the clock there were 2 big words: the technique of the star. The dazzling images that followed stunned him. Silhouettes of images of the universe, galaxies and handprints flashed before his eyes for half an hour before the crystal with cotton exploded, taking it out of the trance. After a couple of minutes of awareness, it came to our hero that he had received something incredibly powerful. The technique of the star had a special property with which it was possible to absorb the energy of stars. It simulated the movements of celestial bodies, and theoretically, the more celestial bodies were involved, the higher the rate of absorption of energy was. Even though he received only an introductory part of the Zvezdnost technique, with its help he could use up to 8 celestial bodies. In other words, this technique at its peak could increase its energy absorption rate by 8 times. In addition, the technique included a combat skill called the Star Palm. With it, you could use the power of the stars, which was truly incredible. Lu Yin removed the clock back into the ring, and with excitement began to study the technique of the star. He never heard of this, but he felt that she was incredibly powerful. Perhaps it came from somewhere in the center of the universe. The young man was delighted with his luck. To get the ability to stealthy, it could already be considered an incredible luck, so he did not hope for something else. But now, with the technique of the star, he will be able to secure the future. However, it is a pity that this was just its introductory part. He shook his head and laughed at his greed. The technique obtained was certainly a treasure of the Supreme. She was definitely well protected. No one would put it entirely in one fragment of the crystal. What he received was part of a large technique that would be a titanic task. Lu Yin threw away his thoughts and left the tent. After going into the forest nearby, he leaned towards a comfortable tree, looked into the sky, and began to reflect on how the celestial bodies rotate and what happens to them in the vast universe. Somewhere in the universe, there was a huge mountain surrounded by a dozen stars. Its blazing top was like a cigarette that pulsated brightly every few seconds. The smoke bursting out of this peak was spinning in a spiral, as if he wanted to cover the whole world. "What did you do? You, a dumb fence, how did you manage to lose the technique?" Rotated a voice inside a massive mountain. "You gave it to some slut. Come over here." In the dark, you could see a young man with a miserable look. He ran away, covering his buttocks, and shouted, "Teacher, please. It's an unfair charge. It wasn't me. She just disappeared." "Do you take your teacher for a fool? Who could have stolen something right from me from under my nose? Don't lie to me." "Teacher, please." Over the past night, Lu Yin has achieved a slight success in the technique of the star. When the sun began to rise, he, tired, eventually returned to the city. At the highest point of Jinlin, a lot of people sat in the conference room, where the place of the chapter was empty again. However, when our hero entered the room, he became the center of attention. Someone looked at him with curiosity, and someone with friendliness, but most stared at him with obvious suspicion. "Brother Lu, come here, sit down," said Feng Hong. The boy immediately agreed. Eventually, he sat down between Feng Hun and a beautiful girl who had previously exchanged a couple of blows, and a woman sat on the other side with glasses that came after the sage of the disaster. Although most of the people here were captains, there were several scientists. When Zhou Shan finally entered the conference room, he examined him and suspiciously stopped his gaze at the young man before taking his place. "Let me introduce all to you our new captain, Lu Yin." The young man rose from his place, nodded as a sign of greeting to other people in the room, and sat down again. The meeting quickly moved on to the current problems that stood in front of the camp, forcing our hero to listen to for more than half an hour. But even after the meeting, he did not manage to wash off, as Zhou Shan asked him to stay for a personal conversation. "I thought you never absorbed the crystals. I wanted to ask you about it, but it looks like you were completely exhausted." Lu Yin with a serious look confirmed. "This alien was very strong. Even seriously wounded, fighting him, I used all my energy." "That's understandable. He was in the field of Lord of the Heavens, so it was obviously not easy to kill him," the man laughed. The young man smiled, but did not say anything, so the sage continued. "I heard that you left the camp yesterday. What is the reason?" "I like freedom, and the atmosphere of the military camp clearly does not contribute to it," said Lu Yin. Zhou Shan nodded and sighed. "Many people feel the same, but in the present time it is necessary to make certain sacrifices." "I understand, the sage of the distress," replied the young man. The man grinned satisfactorily. "How are your wounds?" "It's okay, I'll get better." "We others are lucky in this regard. We have amazing abilities of recovery when compared to ordinary people." "True, we take a risk of much more, but as soon as you feel the strength, you will never want to become weak again. This makes us work even harder to become even stronger and more powerful. Many people died in pursuit of strength, and I don't know how long I have left to go along this difficult path." Chapter 7. Lu Yin knew Zhou Shan was telling the truth. 7 of the sages of China were like ants of the universe. Their so-called sphere of the Lord of the Heavens was owned by every man in great empires. This sphere was known as the Guardian. It was the second elementary sphere of the universe. The first was the field of the track experience. Its name came from what man did at this level, namely, looking for his way, like a weak chicken. A man who knew the power of his body became a guardian. The third was the sphere of the merger. It is the sphere that have reached the limits of the human body. The fourth was known as the granium, which overcame the boundaries of the human body's abilities. She was followed by the sphere of knowledge. Masters of this sphere could independently travel in space and even split the mountains with one stroke of hand. However, even such powerful masters could not create chips of evolution. There was no end to improvement, but the people who trained using mutant crystals like Zhou Shan had little chance of reaching the sphere of knowledge. The more a person became, the more he realized his insignificance. Tilda, why am I philosophizing with you? Let's go look at the fun." "Zhao Yu now has to fight one of our captains." Zhou Shan smiled and led the young man out of the meeting room. They went up to the square without further talk, watching the glass as the captain lost the battle of the Snow Maiden. The girl's clothes were quite neat, which was surprising, because every attack of her was incredibly ferocious. Lu Yin has already experienced all this before, and now it is the turn of Feng Hun. The sageman looked down and shook his head. In each sphere there are strong and weak masters, and the gap between them can be huge. Zhao Yu can easily defeat my captains without even using any combat techniques. Her technology is based on some kind of plant, our hero remarked, looking at the arena. Zhou Shan laughed. No matter who the Snow Maiden or the Sage of Water, they all rely on external objects to use the ice palm. The human body is not able to create something similar in itself. The eyes of Lu Yinyi narrowed from the stupidity of this statement, but he was silent. Powerful combat skills could even change the surrounding space. Just people on Earth have never seen this before. His own technique of the star could simulate the movements of celestial bodies, although no one would believe him, even if he told them about it. The defeat of Feng Hun was inevitable. It was followed by 2 more captains, who were also defeated. In the end, no one else wanted to challenge the Snow Maiden that she looked at everyone around her. "I was told that all the captains here are strong. Why don't any of you want to fight me?" Feng Hong and the other captains wrinkled, but Zhou Shan laughed. "They say that the 3 pupils of the Sage of Water are invincible in the sphere of the Lord of the Earth. Apparently, it is." Zhao Yu raised her head and looked directly at Lu Yin, threatening him with her finger. Feng Hong and others were surprised, but our hero raised his eyebrow to this open provocation. The Sage of the Mile grinned. "It seems that she is not sure that you beat her yesterday." "Yesterday there was no clear winner," the young man replied. The man agreed. "Then just go and fight her, we cannot be disgraced." Lu Yin nodded and left the room. Hundreds of others in the square discussed the battles. Most of them were amazed by the power of the girl. Having defeated several captains in a row, she quickly became the goddess for these soldiers. However, the mentioned goddess took a deep breath, seeing an approaching young man who took the upcoming battle seriously. She still couldn't accept what happened the day before. Despite the fact that initially the girl won, she was defeated by just one technique. She wanted to see this ability again. Feng Hong did his best to get closer to Lu Yin and warn him. "Be careful, Lu's brother. This woman uses a martial skill called Ice Palm. He's very strong." The young man nodded and went to Zhao Yu. "Well, let's get started." The girl jumped up with her hand, using the dagger in the same way as before. The gust of cold cut through the air, but this time Lu Yin easily evaded it. The young man was completely different. Yesterday, he was just a man with a strong body, but today, he was a master who had already entered the sphere of the Lord of the Earth. Despite his agility, Feng Hong was alarmed, as Zhao Yu attacks continued to accelerate. From her dagger came the icy energy, which quickly lowered the temperature of the arena. The pressure of the Snow Maiden even suppressed the breath of people nearby. However, Lu Yin just looked at her before he raised his hand and rushed forward, leaving the stunned Zhao Yu behind. The next moment, she looked at her empty hands. The dagger was now with the young man. Feng Hong was shocked at first, but it quickly changed its excitement. "It was great, bro, Lu." "Brother Lu, you're good," echoed from the crowd and others. Our hero turned to the Snow Maiden and casually threw her a dagger. "Do you want to try again?" Zhao Yu stared at Lu Yin. "How did you do it?" My son shrugged his shoulders. "I'm fast and I have a good eye." "Blessed or dog," everyone thought instantly. "Obvious," the girl shook her head. "You won. You disarmed me before I touched you. I don't know anyone who could compare to you." Lu Yin laughed, because these people were blind. Masters of the Pathfinder sphere without normal combat skills was Darkness Dark among the worst academies of the universe. However, in a sense, Zhao Yu was right. There was no man on Earth who could defeat him in the Pathfinder. The girl dully put her dagger in the footwear and only then noticed that something had changed significantly in the young man. "Tu, so your energy was spent yesterday." Lu Yin did not bother with explanations and just turned around, planning to go in search of what he was looking for. The Snow Maiden desperately wanted to ask him about the skills, but she couldn't bring herself to call him. She understood that the combat skills and techniques were personal, and she had no right to question it. Feng Hong and the other captains were still stunned by the power of our hero. They never doubted that he had killed an alien, but they all forgot that, even wounded, Astra was in the sphere of the Lord of the Heavens. Although Lu Yin was officially appointed captain yesterday, only now the camp has given him some power. He will now serve 100 soldiers. After leaving the camp, the young man called a young man with a wave of his hand. "Do you have any orders, sir?" the soldier asked. "Do you know where the old weapons depot is in Jinlin?" "He's in the northwest." Lu Yin pulled out a map. "Mark it to me." The soldier pulled out a pen and set aside the map. The young man looked at him. "You can come back, and I'll take a look around a little." The guy with a hesitation said, "Yes, sir, the weapons depot was destroyed before the apocalypse. Several remaining ballistic shells were removed. If you need them, you may ask the Sage of the Might." "I got it. Now you can go back." Lu Yin nodded, but still went northwest. It is true that the soldiers obeyed him, but they also followed him. Fortunately, he was still not going to hide his actions. What he was looking for was very well hidden, and it was pointless to look for him at random. In addition, he has already shown his strength and not many will be able to prevent him. In fact, someone could even offer him help to find the right thing faster. His assumption proved correct. Shortly after he left, Zhou Shan looked at the report he received. "The weapons depot. Why is he going there?" The girl corrected the glasses. "He knows that the warehouse was destroyed. I don't even know what he's looking for." "Leave him alone. We have nothing special hidden there." The man smiled. The disaster camp was Jinlin's center, and the farther away from the camp, the more dangerous. Remote areas were in chaos. People lived on the streets, cringing from the fear of zombies wandering here from time to time. Nevertheless, there were some people who were actually happy about this anarchy. They were no longer restrained by public morality, and they followed the lead of every whim that came into their bad heads. Lu Yin saw how many others mocked the survivors, because the soldiers had no way of keeping everyone in check. The whole world was in a limbo, but he understood that it was, albeit high, but the price that had to be paid whenever the planet had to pass evolution. The gloomy sky soon changed torrential rain. Water flowed through the streets interspersed with blood. Our hero quickly found a restaurant that seemed clean and sat down. Even the entrance was crowded, but not by those who wanted to enter. In those rare cases, when the residues of food were carried out to the garbage dump, people had fights for these crumbs. "Stay away from me, and wash the bucket before you return it, or next time you get nothing." The waiter, obviously another, yelled on the crowd, throwing them a bucket of waste. Chapter 8. Watching what was happening, Lu Yin ordered himself the first 2 dishes. This restaurant definitely had someone's support from above, because a patrol from a group of armed soldiers passed by the entrance almost every 2 minutes, so the crowd of onlookers were afraid to create problems. The fact that this restaurant worked in these troubled times said that its owner was an unusual person. "Here's your food, a pleasant appetite." The waiter very quickly gave the young man the ordered dishes. Lu Yin bit off the hot and frowned himself immediately. Although what was brought to him was much better than mutated rats and other animals, the food was still terrible. During the meal, the young man began to slowly inspect the previously purchased card. After a while, a dozen people entered the restaurant. The eyes of the restaurant owner immediately caught fire as soon as he saw the incoming. "Young Master Khan, please come in. Outside, it's so terrible rain, you'd better let us know what you need, and we'd get you food ourselves." The young guy who led the group nodded the owner and sat down at the table, throwing a fleeting look at Lu Yin, who was sitting nearby. Then the guy looked up and knocked on the table. "Bring him back." Following the order, a figure flew into the restaurant, sweeping away a couple of chairs on her way. The man looked at the young Master Khan in horror. "Sorry, young Master Khan, I did not know that something belonged to you, otherwise I would not dare to take that thing for nothing. I'm making my deepest apologies, please give me a chance." The guy frowned. "Forgive. If I do that, I'll lose my reputation. Did you know I was going to give that thing to my uncle? Now we've lost it. I give you 2 options. Give me 30 crystals or die." Young Master Kang, but..." The man began to stutter in despair. "I really didn't know that the object was yours. Please, I'm sorry. Spare me, I promise to be your devotee to the service for the rest of my life." However, even these words did not convince the guy. He again punched the table and pulled out a gun, targeting a man's head. "If you don't have crystals, then die." The man began to 5 half-back, being terrified, but suddenly noticed Lu Yin, who was sitting nearby, and immediately pointed to him. "It's him! I gave that thing to him." Everyone immediately looked at the young man, who silently put his glass of water. Our hero has already understood who this unfortunate man was. He was the one who sold him the card before. She cost him 3 crystals, and in a bonus to her, he received an aphrodisiac. Even then, Lu Yin considered it strange that he was given such a valuable pill. As it turned out, it was stolen from this young Master Khan. The guy stared at Lu Yin and after a couple of moments shouted at the man, "Susan, how dare you lie to me? You pointed to the first meeting. You're not at all, dear." The man protested, "But it's true, it's him. He bought my card. Look, she's on his desk. It's even my mark on the lower right corner." Young Master Khan and his people decided to check this, as is our hero. There really was a mark. A group of people immediately turned to Lu Yin. "Brother, it is better to give what does not belong to you." "Fail," snorted the young man. A young guy frowned and one of the other next to him shouted, "How dare you talk like that? Do you know who's behind the Master Khan? You must have a gut if you're so daring." Someone who stood the closest to Lu Yin after the words said tried to grab him. But our hero took a chopstick for food and threw them into the approaching hand. Thin bamboo sticks pierced the other hand and plunged into the wall, leaving a network of small cracks. Blood poured on the floor. At the same time, the restaurant was pouring screaming. The young Master Kang turned pale and retreated in the alarm until the rest, including the owner of the restaurant, were in shock. Then the guy pointed the gun at the young man. "My uncle is the captain from the disaster camp. Give me that thing back and break up with the world." "I threw away that garbage," said Lu Yin. The young Master Khan, of course, did not believe him. "I will repeat for the last time. Give me that thing, otherwise you will regret it. You do not have the strength to withstand the anger of the master of the sphere of the Lord of the Earth." The young man, puzzled, asked, "If your uncle is the Lord of the Earth, why does he need an aphrodisiac?" "How dare you denigrate the name of my uncle? Are you tired of living? The old man, contact my uncle." The guy immediately gave the order to one of his subordinates. He was not a fool and knew that the gun would not stop Lu Yin. Our hero looked at the half-living body of Susanya on the floor. Looks like he was wrong. This arrogant guy needed not that pill, but something else. Susan transferred the arrow to him and put it in a difficult position. The man noticed the young man's eyes and immediately lowered his face to the floor. Lu Yin was not worried about what situation he was in. He was more interested in the thing that, in theory, was to belong to one of the captains of the Icon camp. He knew that in the process of evolution of the planet, there were many rare and exotic treasures that could interest even those like Astra. The captain may have found something very valuable. Sometime later, a middle-aged man appeared at the entrance to the restaurant. The guy raised his gun up and excitedly exclaimed, "Uncle, you are here." Our hero looked at the incoming and remembered that it was Kang Daifeng, one of the losers of Zhao Yu. A man nodded to his nephew. "Have you found it?" "Yes, this guy took him." The young man answered angrily and pointed to Lu Yin. Kang Daifeng looked at the suspect with a similar malice, but immediately changed in the face when he saw who he was. The scene where the Snow Virgin was defeated by their new captain still flashed in his eyes. A man with a slight smile hurriedly approached the young man. "Brother Lu." Lu Yin said hello back. "That's the coincidence, Brother Kang. Have you come to eat?" Khan Daifeng replied, "This restaurant belongs to my brother, so we're often going to just talk here. I owe you an apology for this ridiculous situation. I hope you're not offended by my nephew. He's just too young and stupid." Everyone stared at the scene. What's going on? Is this young man an important man? Lu Yin shook his head. "It's okay, nothing serious has happened." The man immediately looked at his nephew. "Well, quickly come here and apologize to Brother Lu." The guy did not ask unnecessary questions. With a smile on his face, he approached Lu Yin and apologized with a bow. "Excuse me, Captain Lu, I did not recognize you. I hope you don't be mad at me." "I said it's all right." The young man shrugged his hand. After that, he and Kang Daifeng talked a little, and the man left with his nephew and the rest of the people. It was not appropriate to talk about a lot of people with a new friend, but Lu Yin asked him to leave him Susanya. After a group of people left, the owner of the restaurant personally served our hero a few, according to him, the best dishes he had, and also added that they were at the expense of the institution. After leaving the restaurant, the young master Kang puzzledly asked, "Uncle, why did you behave with him so respectfully? He's the same captain as you, right?" Khan Daifeng quietly replied, "Remember him and cut him down on your nose. If you meet him again, be patient. He's terribly strong." "But uncle, you're also a master of the sphere of the Lord of the Earth. How can he be stronger?" "Quiet. Captain Lu is several times stronger than me. Except for the Muffin Sage, no one else in Jinlin will be able to defeat him. Even Li Hunliang is probably weaker than him." The guy broke his mouth and escalated at a restaurant feeling terrifying him. Only now, he realized that he was walking on the edge of the knife. Meanwhile, in the restaurant, Lu Yin looked at Susanya. "And you are brave that you decided to openly transfer the arrows to me like this." The man finally realized that this time luck turned away from him. First, he stole something, then found out that this thing belonged to the young Master Khan. In a desperate situation, he tried to throw off his guilt, but fell into another, deeper hole. Even Captain Kang treated him with respect. Susan thought that God had betrayed him and might have desired his death. "What was this thing that Kang Daifeng wanted so much?" the young man asked. "The red crystal, but I've already sold it," the man answered bitterly. He wasn't hot, he's been hot." "How do you know?" Susan was surprised. Lu Yin almost immediately realized that that thing was a fire crystal. Many military equipment required such a crystal because it could be used flames. It was something like the ground palm of Zhao Yu. To use the techniques with an element, such weak masters required aids. The fiery crystal was one of the most common currencies in the universe, but on Earth it was very rare. No wonder Kang Daifeng wanted him so much. "Do you know where he came from?" the young man asked. The man shook his head. "No." "Ha ha. So you tried to slander me and put an enemy for Captain Khan, but in the end I wouldn't get any compensation." Susan gone bed. "Excuse me, sorry." Lu Yin began to spin new sticks for food in his hands. "Do you think the wands can break your throat? I wanted to check something." The man was frightened, because earlier he saw with his own eyes how the young man wands punched his hand with one of the other. Susan hurriedly bowed and begged for pardon, which Lu Yin shook his head. He just wanted to scare him, not to marvel his hands. After finishing the water from the glass, our hero decided to leave. Chapter 9. Susan nervously watched the Luan incinerated from the table, feeling approaching danger. Life has lost its former value with the arrival of the apocalypse. The murders at the present time were quite commonplace. With confidence in the intention of the young man to kill him, he hurriedly exclaimed, "Sir, I can work for you. Please don't kill me." Lu Yin simply ignored him and headed towards the exit. But when he passed the man, the fear that shrouded Susanya, he rolled on him with a new force. A man has seen many times how the strong killed the weak, so he gathered with the spirit and blurred in one breath, "Sir, I have a special ability, she can help you." He finally interested our hero. The young man stopped, turned around and asked with surprise, "What did you say? A special ability?" Funny and frightened Susan, stuttering, replied, I can see very far, much further than an ordinary person. That's why I became a successful thief." Lu Yin sat next to him squats and looked him in his eyes, noticing a couple of fuzzy pupils with a strange arc-shaped line of light. The boy was amazed, because the man had the gift of heaven. What was impossible to get, just wishing? Lu Yin frowned and asked, "So you have increased visual acuity. Does anyone else know about this?" The man shook his head. "I didn't say anything to anyone because I didn't want others to think I was crazy. You're the first to know about it." On the face of the young man played a slight smile. "Call." "Susan, yeah." "Okay then, Susan, from that day on you will follow me. Now you're a member of the disaster camp." A man shuddered. "Do you want to dissect me?" Lu Yin laughed. I'm not, but others can. You can't tell you about your special ability, you understand. The words of the young man confused Susanya, but in the end he agreed. Others who were on this planet could not know about all the charms of possessing the gift of heaven. The Youth Council of the Universe allowed any holder of the gift to join them immediately. For such an opportunity, many were ready to kill. For Liu Yin, a man has become an invaluable treasure, which will bring him a lot of benefits in the future. At the very least, he will be able to sell it for a huge price. Susanya had surprisingly good connections in Jinlin. Our hero went to all the places he wanted in just a couple of days, including a destroyed weapons depot, but could not find a trace of what he was looking for. Soon he and the man came to the mountain nearby. Boss, this is Mount Zhongshan, the second highest mountain in the district. It's less than Jinlin. Liu Yin nodded. Ignore the disaster camp. Inspect all the places where the highest concentration of troops is located. Susan nodded and began to look around. His eyes seemed to be scattered, but at the same time shone. After a while, the man smiled bitterly. Boss, I can see far away, but the city of Jinlin is too big. Keep practicing, you'll soon be better off. Susan calmed down and continued to look into the distance, but when suddenly pointed to the sky and exclaimed, Boss, what does it fly there? The young man immediately looked in this direction, seeing there a figure heading to a military camp. It was obvious to him at first sight that this man was not from Earth. He was probably the same as Astra. Hanging over the disaster camp, the stranger sighed and issued a loud roar, releasing strong guns of energy, which swept like a storm throughout Jinlin. His roar attracted everyone's attention. People in horror looked into the sky at a powerful figure. The sphere of the Lord of Heaven. Who were in the camp Feng Hong and other captains with dumb faces looked at the figure. Many of them stared in the heavens. The ability to fly had only masters of the sphere of the Lord of Heaven. When did they have another one in China? Orton looked down at the wrong camp with undisguised arrogance, which reminded Astra. Probably, everyone who came to Earth from the vast of the universe treated Earthlings like savages. Suddenly, somewhere from the center of the impoverishment camp, the voice of Zhou Shan sounded. I welcome the master of the sphere of the Lord of the Heavens. I can find out why you attacked us. This territory is under the protection of the Sage of the Distance, although the man asked the question, but in his voice there were notes of respect. Orton sang his eyes down. Wiseness of the Milestone. Did he give himself such a stupid title? Call yourself a wise man as courageous. Tell him, let it come out. Millions of people gathered in Jinlin were frightened by a hostile stranger, but Feng Hong and the other captains thought of something completely different, and they didn't like it. They knew it was another alien, exactly the same one who was killed a couple of days ago. It didn't bode well for Jinlin. I'm a sage of the mile. Zhou Shan roared and soared into the sky, not forgetting to take a 3-meter massive axe. Many people have begun to support their most important defender. The guy mocked. You should know who I am. I give you one chance, serve me, then in the future you can leave this planet and rush to the stars. A man squinted his eyes. I'm sorry, but I don't care who you are. Orton frowned. A simple native trying dares to dare me. Astra landed in this area, so don't tell me you didn't see him. Let you know that I'm much taller in the ranking of our academy. You'll get more if you follow me. Zhou Shan squeezed tighter to the arm of his axe. I am a countryman, not an aborigine. I guess in words can't solve anything. Then I will show you the difference between the aborigines and their masters. A smile appeared on the guy's face, after which he immediately struck a sword towards a man. The sage of the mistress was caught off guard, but the reflexes did not fail him. He deftly countered the attack of a long sword with his axe. After that, the man twisted an axe over his head, and using the power of inertia, struck the alien. Orton's long sword blocked the enemy's heavy weapons, but even so his figure pushed back 100 meters, and his hands were numb from the collision. The shock waves of the two fighters hit the ground, swollening it and leaving cracks hundreds of meters long. Many people were injured, but someone managed to escape. Not bad power, the guy was astonished, but immediately frowning when Zhou Shan brought another blow to him. This time, Orton stably blocked the attack of the Sage of the Difference, but the man did not stop there. Are you trying to push me out of town? Okay, I can show you anywhere where your place is. The guy calmly beat off the attacks, but the heavy axe still continued to push him aside. Using a small pause between the attacks, Orton flew away from Jinlin. Although the battle between them was short, many were amazed at what they saw in the sky. For all, both masters were like gods capable of destroying the earth. Only Feng Hong and the other captains were worried about Zhou Shan. They realized that the aliens who arrived on Earth were prepared and very strong. Su San, standing on the mountain nearby, shuddered with the view of the battle. He saw the fight between two of the sphere of the Lord of the Heavens, and this opened his eyes to many things. Lu Yin, standing next to him on the contrary, frostbitely frowned. The young man found that each of the students of the academy who arrived on Earth had its own armor, which could protect them from the attacks of the Master of the Sphere, of the Lord of the Heavens. It was this that gave Orton a sense of confidence in his victory, but it was impossible to underestimate the Sage of the Mist. The corpse found on Neptune definitely had its legacy. The man must have gotten something. Lu Yina was not concerned about the Earth except the 7 wise men. They most likely started their training before the beginning of the apocalypse, because Zhou Shan was not surprised by the corpse and spaceship of Astra. All this said that the stranger had a chance to lose. Another roar, shaking the earth, was heard far from the city. But soon everything subsided, and suddenly in the sky appeared the figure of the Sage of the Mile, who flew back to the city. Although he looked a little pale, he had no visible wounds. When he shook his axe, the people watching him from the city exploded with ovations. "Wait here," said our hero Su Sanya, and rushed to the side where the battle took place. Having reached the right place in 20 kilometers from the city, everything that appeared before it is the burned and twisted land. This species extended far beyond his field of vision. All zombies and mutated animals in the area were torn to shreds. Lu Yin squatted and touched the ground, feeling the presence of cold energy in it. It was the residual force of Zhou Shan's technique, which in turn told him that the man, fighting the mutated vine, did not use all his power. The young man walked around and noticed a couple of white fragments. He picked them up and, having considered, understood what they were. It was a piece of armor. The Orton was defeated so cruelly that even his armor was scattered in wraps. Unfortunately, he was still able to survive, otherwise the man would have taken his corpse for research. The situation helped him to reassure the strength of the 7 sages. Lu Yin did not know how strong the 3 higher sages were, but Zhou Shan was already approximately at the peak of the sphere of the Guardian. Soon the young man heard a distant noise pointing to the approach of other captains. Without wanting to meet them, he immediately left this place. Chapter 10. At night, Lu Yin sent Su Sanya to rest, and he went to a large tree near his tent and looked at the starry sky. He tried to understand the technique of the star for several recent days, but it was quite difficult for him to mimic the movements of celestial bodies in its orbit. He had no idea how to do it until today, however. Once on the battlefield Zhou Shan and Orton, he felt a special residual energy that helped him find a lead. The surrounding noise around it is slowly verse, and with it the starry sky disappeared, leaving only a shining moon. The moonshine engulfed the night sky and himself, because of which he could only see it. The young man unconsciously raised his hand and made her a couple of strange movements. The mysterious energy began to enter his body, and at the same time, a shining ball appeared in his hand. It was the moon, under the control of Star Palm technique. The body of Lu Yin shuddered. He opened his eyes and looked at his palm with trembling. He felt a terrifying force that he could not compare with anything. This power, of course, could surprise even Zhou Shan. Having dispelled the moon in his hand, The young man felt the energy that he had just absorbed from the environment. It did not come from energy crystals. He could have absorbed it anywhere, whenever he could. His energy absorption rate was even 2 times faster than Astra. He finally mastered and realized the power of the star technique. When Lu Yin dispelled the star in his hand, Zhou Shan, who was in his house, suddenly opened his eyes. He felt a rapid heartbeat, but it almost immediately disappeared. It seems that today's battle has become tiring for me. The next morning, our hero received an order from the Sage of the Wrong. He sent him to the Northern Front line. The Northern Front was important for Zhou Shan. Through him, he wanted to connect Jinlin and the capital, because then the other 6 sages will help him reunite all of China. The idea was great, but was accompanied with many difficulties. For a small advance to the capital, its people took a couple of months, but it was not even 1/10 of the whole way. Also, the situation was complicated by the arrival of aliens, which destroyed their communication lines. The northern line of the front was the most important for the Sage of the Distance. It was on her that he always paid most of his attention. In fact, almost all of the 14 captains were sent to the northern front, and all for the sake of achieving the capital. This time he sent 10,000 soldiers there, who were to be led by 3 captains, namely Lu Yin, Kang Daifeng, and Lo Ye. Lo Ye was a local beauty that our hero saw several times with Feng Hong. She was particularly interested in him. It would be better instead of supporting the front line, they began to restore the roads. The girl began to grumble almost immediately, as soon as they left the city to the north. The army moved forward, almost without making halts. However, they had to often pause to restore the destroyed road, which further reduced their speed of progress. Sitting in his armored car, Lu Yin closed his eyes, only occasionally looking into the sky. He was agitated trying to simulate the movements of the bright sun, because as soon as it succeeds, his rate of absorption of external energy will double again. The young man also began to feel the approach to the sphere of the guard, but it was by no means easy to mimic the movements of the sun. Maybe he should start with the Earth. He did not need to look directly at the star body to master its movement in orbit. It was enough to imagine only the image. However, the imitation of the movement of the star required a special perception and understanding. Our hero needed to continue trying until there was a clear success. They soon found themselves in a ruined city. From time to time, soldiers were attacked by zombies who were shot with a firearm. "Don't waste ammunition. We have it in limited quantities." Kang Daifeng shouted at the soldiers that mindlessly was wasted cartridges. In the armored car of Lu Yin, Su San laughed. "The firearm from the beginning of the apocalypse is becoming more and more useful. Who is he really useful against now? Soon from firearms will be as much as possible from scrap metal." Looking out the window, the young man sang his eyes at a group of zombies gathered. "Tell them to accelerate. We don't have to waste time or we're surrounded by zombies from this town." "Yes, boss." Susan dived and left the car. The army soon accelerated. As the captain who defeated Zhao Yu, Lu Yin took one of the highest positions among the captains, neither Kang Daifeng nor Lo Ai. Speaking of Zhao Yu, our hero actually admired her. Not everyone will dare to cross a long way through the zombies, and alone. After a while, the army was stopped by the destroyed road. The soldiers began to clean the rubble and restore the passage, wanting to continue the path as soon as possible. Lu Yin closed his eyes and began to circle his finger through the air, mimicking the movements of the star. But suddenly, he heard the voice of Kang Daifeng, who apparently collided with the group of zombies. Having thrown a fleeting gaze at the raging captain, the young man again returned to his training. "He's a real captain. Even zombies are afraid of him," commented Susan, watching from the window over what is happening. However, Lu Yin was not surprised. "Tell him to keep our way as soon as possible. There's too many zombies here, you can't kill everyone." The man nodded and was ready to leave the car, but suddenly stopped and shouted, "Boss!" Captain Khan ran into an abandoned building. The young man threw away his training, opened his eyes and looked around the window, and then came out of the car with a serious expression. "Boss, what is it?" asked Susan. Lu Yin sang his eyes out. "I don't hear anything from there." But you're right. The building should be heard the sounds of battle." "Brother Lu, where is Khan Daifeng?" Lo Yi approached them at that time and asked. "Stay here, I will go and check," the young man replied and pulled out his iron rod, heading for the building. Astra's dagger remained in Jinlin, and when he was given it, our hero was unknown. Zhou Shan offered Lu a sword, but he refused to continue using his usual iron stick. Surrounded by a flame, the abandoned building looked frightening even during the day. The young man slowly walked in and looked around. He very quickly found the blade of Khan Daifeng, but the man himself was nowhere. Lu Yin continued to move forward before that, took the Astra wristwatch from the spatial ring, through which it was possible to check whether someone was fighting nearby. Almost immediately on the clock, there was a hand indicating back, and under it the number of 900. Our hero immediately rushed to the side, evading the white web, which broke through the wall in front. The young man turned around and saw a huge mutant spider with 6 frightening red eyes, as well as bloody mouth. Lu Yin immediately realized that he was late. Kang Daifeng was eaten. The strength level of the spider was 900 units. In simple words, the monster was at the peak of the sphere of the Lord of the Earth. For a like Khan Daifeng, who had just reached this sphere, it was impossible to survive against the spider. The young man squeezed a metal stick in his hand and rushed forward, swinging her at a spider. The monster decided to retreat, but Lu Yin suddenly disappeared and appeared right under it. The stick fell on the belly of the beast, cutting it in half, from where parts of the body of Kang Daifeng immediately fell. Having overthrown the enemy, and not wanting to watch this terrible scene, the young man left the building. Returning to the army, he ordered Su Sanya to notify everyone that no one would be self-ordered. Anyone who violates this order will be executed. "Kang Daifeng's dead," asked shocked Lo Yi. "You can go there and look at the remnants of his undigested body," Lu Yin replied. The girl's face pale. "One of the captains died like this. They didn't even hear anything. If it weren't for Lu Yin, they wouldn't even know what Kang Daifeng had been eaten." That was the horror of the apocalypse. Even the strongest could not have defended themselves. Susan was even paler than Loi Wai. He hurriedly climbed into the armored car and decided that he would no longer withdraw from the young man by a meter. Lo Wai did the same thing. Lu Yin was taken aback by a frightened tyrant. "As long as you stay with the army, nothing will happen to you." The girl threw her eyes on him. "It's easy for you to say. Who knows what other mutants are wandering? It's safer to be near you." The young man, in despair, decided to ignore her and gave the order to continue moving forward. "Boss, should we send a message to Jinlin? The death of the captain is not a trifle," asked Susan. "There's no point in rushing. We will decide this as soon as we get to the front line. Really, if we get there." Because of the words of Lu Yin, the man turned pale even more, and low and unconsciously moved closer to our hero. "It's not so bad. We will be able to get to the front line safely," Sui San reassured himself. The young man looked out the window, and the army slowly wandered ahead. "If you think about it, Kang Daifeng was terribly unlucky. He could have survived if he hadn't followed the zombies into the building," Susan tried. He felt a little calmer when he thought about it. The man's words interested in Lu Yin. "What have you just said?" Susan paused his words. "I said that Khan Daifeng was unlucky. He could have survived if he hadn't followed the zombies to that building." Chapter 11. "He was deliberately lured there." Lu Yin narrowed his eyes, feeling some kind of concern. After what happened to Kang Daifeng, everyone became more tense and nervous. A day later, the group stopped near the abandoned toll road payroll, where their mission finally began. This part of the way was destroyed and demanded restoration, but not yet starting to work. The soldiers ran up to the young man with a report. "Captain, 5 kilometers from us there is a battle. Near them, a small group of others was attacked by mutants. Lu Yin sent a detachment to help something else, and 30 minutes later the soldiers returned with 5 ruffled people. The whole 5 looked exhausted and hungry, but he did not order them to be fed. Everyone should be prepared for the dangers when they are going to hunt mutants. His army, of course, had enough food, but it was designed only for his people. He was not a saint to just give food. If they are hungry, let them look for rats running around. Thus, 5 strangers had only to look with envy at how the soldiers flew their food for both cheeks. After a while, one of them finally turned to Lu and Yu, who continued to look away from the payroll point of the toll road. "Mister, could you give us some food? We can pay information." "What kind of information?" The young man looked at the man. "If you give us food, I'll tell you," the man replied with notes of hope in his voice. Lu Yin immediately slowly retaliated. "You are trying to bargain with me." "No, sir, I wouldn't dare. Actually, yesterday we had enough food, but we were robbed by a master in silver armor." The eyes of the young man were bleaked. "Go on." He swallowed a saliva to moisten the dried throat. "Only the Sage of the Mighty is in the sphere of the Lord of the Heavens, but whoever attacked us has also been able to fly. I think it's all because of his armor. He was going to kill us after stole the food, but then began to talk to himself, as if he was crazy, and suddenly rushed to the east." Lu Yin quickly determined that they met with Orton, but why did he talk to himself? He probably contacted one of his wristwatches. If so, it's a problem. Zhou Shan had to sweat to defeat one, but if there are 2 of them, the end of the battle will be completely different. The young man ordered to give the group a little food, after which she sat down in a convenient place and looked at the sky. What's bothering him? Jinlin? Or survivors? He did not belong to this place because he was the same as Astra, but during the time spent on Earth, he felt attached to her. To the truth, he woke up 2.5 years ago and remembers nothing about his life before. His memories of the past were only a lot of little information about cultivation, and that he was sent to Earth. We can say that the Earth has become a new home for him. Lu Yin sighed heavily. It's a pity, but he's not all-powerful yet. It was in his power to save a couple of lives, but definitely not the entire planet. However, he still contacted Zhou Chang and informed him. I get it," said Zhou Shan. "Finish the restoration of the road as soon as possible, and I will try to find out what others are doing." Others, he means the sages. Lu Yin was surprised when the call ended. But after the young man sighed and punched, "I hope Liu Shea is still alive, otherwise I will not be able to take revenge." The clouds covered the night sky, hiding bright stars. The frustrated young man walked up to sleep in his armored car, but somewhere in the middle of the night was awakened by the cry of Susanya. "Boss, there is a rod." Shaking his head, trying to awaken himself, Lu Yin got out of the car and jumped to the top of the paid payment point, looking at the countless crowd of zombies approaching them from all sides. Lo Wai yelled to the soldiers, "To establish barricades, throw grenades at them and everything that burns." In less than a decade, a couple of minutes passed, as a wave of zombies flooded on them, attacking the strengthening of the army from all sides. The soldiers followed the order of the girl, but they were in the trap because of the flaring of flame, thereby frightening Lo Ye, who gave this order. The girl hastily warned people, "Careful, stay away from the fire, otherwise burn down." On this dark night, in all directions, the queue of shots was crumpled. 10,000 soldiers tried to do everything in their power, killing the zombies coming to them. Here and there were screams of soldiers who were torn or dragged to themselves walking dead. 5 of the rescued others were frightened by what was happening. It was the worst thing they saw in their lives. Loya constantly waved his sword, the energy waves of each of her swings to tear zombies apart. Although the girl looked quite timid, but the prisoner in it, the power of the Lord of the Earth, showed all her ruthlessness. Lu Yin was right in the middle of the horde of zombies, cutting them with packs of his metal stick. Although it was possible to deal with a gunfire with zombies, there were almost no supplies left in Jinlin. Most of the ammunition was destroyed or spent on the onset of the apocalypse. Concentrated on the murder of enemies, the young man suddenly heard a panic on the radio on his waist. "Boss," the southwestern line almost collapsed. Stunned Lu Yin abruptly jumped towards the southwest, running through the heads of zombies in the direction he needs and wondering, what could destroy the defense so quickly? "Boss, there's a very strange and strong zombie. Officers of the Sphere Superman cannot even scratch him." Lu Yin collapsed to the ground, bringing down its metal stick right down at the place where zombies and soldiers collided. The blow of the young man turned into a visible flow of wind, outlined the exact line on the ground, while taking with the lives of several dozen zombies. Soldiers with undisguised horror in their eyes hurriedly retreated back. They lost more than 50 people in an instant. Unable to withstand the power of our hero, in the end, the iron rod split into 2 parts. "Captain, be careful," someone exclaimed. The horde seemed endless. They were surrounded by at least 100,000 zombies. Lu Yin activated the Zveshka technique, pushing the zombies standing next to him, but one long-haired one remained in place. "Boss, it's him. He killed most of the soldiers." Susan witched on the radio, but the young man noticed this zombie even before his comment. Our hero was shocked by something impossible. He clearly saw the brilliance of the intellect in the bloody red pupils. Lu Yin came to his senses only when the zombie attacked him abruptly. Sharp claws were heading straight into his chest, but the young man deftly evaded this attack. This strange zombie was in the sphere of the Lord of the Earth and surpassed Khan Dafin. It could be put on a par with Zhao Yu. Lu Yin was extremely attentive to the attacks of the enemy, not just sloppy swings and strikes, but a certain technique. If he wasn't sure he was zombie in front of him, he would have thought he was fighting a man. Several consecutive attacks of long-haired zombie were unsuccessful, so he roared and escaped. The eyes of the young man shuddered when he saw the white threads on the back of the zombie, which confirmed his guess. This long-haired zombie was the one who lured to the Kang Dafeng building. There was no time to think about where such a reasonable zombie came from, Lu Yinya. He lifted one of the parts of the broken stick and threw it in the direction of the fleeing, successfully piercing his stomach. A long-haired zombie roared and threw an evil gaze at the young man, and then continued to flee to the south. Our hero wanted to chase him, but the horde of zombie began to block his promotion. "Shu San, where is he?" shouted Lu Yin. "Boss, after 100 meters to the south, he turned to the west. He went to where we came from." The young man strained his legs and immediately disappeared, leaving behind his residual image, confused the zombies. The man was astonished, wondering what the technique was. Lu Yin ran out of the zombie hid at maximum speed, rushing in the same direction where his mysterious enemy left, but pretty soon he lost his trail. When Su San reported to him that he had also lost a long-haired zombie, the young man returned to the army and pulled Astra's watch. The screen of the device flashed, showing many mutated animals in a certain radius. Finding a dot with the number 990, Lu Yin rushed to her, knowing that it was there that his goal was. Probably that zombie was the leader of the horde, and if he kills him, the others will not be able to act so close. The young man wanted to defend his soldiers and avenge Khan Dafeng. Chapter 12. Lu Yin did not know what square the Astra scanner was covered, but by approximate estimates, it was about 10 miles. He rushed to where the horde leader was supposed to be, moving further and further away from the point of the toll road. The horde of zombie behind him began to behave much calmer. Most of the walking dead began to wander around aimlessly. Susan and others, watching this, were able to take a breath. In the stinking ditch, leaving in the distance, from time to time there were green eyes that then rose up, then disappeared again. The young man checked his wristwatch every now and then, continuing to run forward. If he does not deal with this leader of the horde, then any group passing here will definitely get into great danger because of him. Such a creature could calmly plunge into horror all Jinlin. Soon he heard from the side of the crunch and decided to follow his source, stumbled upon a ditch shining with a dark red light. Bloody fog rose to the moonlight, illuminating the space with an evaporating tint. A moment later, Lu Yin noticed scarlet eyes and was struck by what he saw. The fire crystal. The leader ate a fire crystal. A long-haired zombie jumped into the sky, pouncing at a young man with a shining red hand. The radiance of the radiance by the hand was very bright, forcing the Moon Yin to dodge. The excess energy of a furious attack left on the ground a large scorched trace, and after the head of the horde, several fire crystals fell on the ground. The flames immediately began to grow throughout the area. Our hero, using the wandering step, appeared behind the zombies, and in a matter of seconds pulled out another part of his iron rod sticking out into his body, piercing his head. The leader froze sharply, his body trembled and eventually fell to the ground dead. The next moment, the purple flame escaped from the body of the zombie and very quickly incinerated him. Lu Yin would never have thought that zombies could get the ability to absorb energy crystals. Even among people, not everyone could get special abilities, but this leader, swallowing a fiery crystal, received and quite powerful, who can be considered the highest being of evolution. Then the young man went a little further forward, where the zombies swallowed crystals, finding a hole in the ground. He was shocked by the red tint that appeared before him, but the shock was very quickly replaced by delight. The mine of fire crystals. Energy crystals have always been in demand in the universe. Star crystals, fire, and water, all of them were valuable. Lu Yin never intended to find the deposits of such a resource in this place. He was glad that he received such an award for the murder of the leader of the horde. After a little thought, he took enough crystals before sealing the mine. Then he looked around, at the same time destroying the traces of his presence so that no one would find his mine. Now this place will be its main source of resources for cultivation for some time. When the young man decided to leave this place, he caught the eye of a red shine under his feet. He sat on squats, digging a source of auroras, and very quickly found a couple of scarlet eyes, but they were not real, but made of some material. Our hero felt a lot of chills while continuing to dig. Soon he realized that his eyes were part of a human head with a terrifying smile that seemed to be smiling at his soul. The body of Lu Yin ran gers. He almost threw away this skull, but managed to calm down and remove the find in his spatial ring. It took him some more time to finally recover. What the hell is that, and why is he here? This thing was clearly created by someone was here before. The skull was definitely not just some kind of jewelry. He had a purpose. Having exhaled loudly, the young man quickly left. Most of the horde of zombies disappeared by the time he returned, and his soldiers had consistently held their positions. An hour later, the zombie problem was finally solved. The corpses lay here and there along the entire point of the toll road, filling the space with a terrible bloody smell attracting different animals. It was hard to look at. "Brother Lu, where did you go?" asked Lo Yi with a touch of irritation. Lu Yin replied in a serious tone, "I've dealt with the leader of the horde. He was the one who set these zombies on us." "What? Yeah, you're serious." The girl was shocked. "Report the sage of the sages that zombies are no longer just a bunch of walking meat. Among them can be strong enough. Even this leader managed to take about 50 of our soldiers overnight." Realizing the seriousness of the situation, Lo Yi hastily sent the report. "Boss, are you okay?" asked Susan. Although he was not very worried about the young man, but if he does not become, then he will not have any status in the camp of the defeat. "Make care of the others, I need to rest," said Lu Yin. "All right, boss." The horde of zombie claimed the lives of a couple of hundred soldiers, but everyone is already accustomed to such cruelty of the new world. Countless people died at the onset of the apocalypse, and most of the soldiers carried out so many of their comrades that they were hardly worried about it. Lying on the roof of the Patago, the young man touched his spatial ring. This skull didn't let him relax. The material was clearly unearthly. Maybe he was brought here by one of those students, but only why would any of them carry this with them? Lo and jumped on the roof. On her beautiful face was an undisguised shade of fatigue. She sat next to him and said, "The Sage of the Mildness wants us to deliver this news to the front line, and also, if you are lucky, send a message to the capital." "To the capital," Lu Yin snorted. "They already have to know about it." "Why do you think so?" "I'm not sure, it's my guess. If we meet the leader of the horde here, I think the same wanderer somewhere else, right?" Lo and hugged her legs, stunned watching the horizon. The huge night sky was covered with clouds. The only glimpse of light was the moon. "What do you think? When will the world be in the world?" the girl tried. The boy did not answer. The night often made people feel lonely. Now Loya felt defenseless, but with the onset of the day it had to pass. You won't help tears and fears at the present time. Planetary evolution takes a long period of time, and they have only just begun. Perhaps that the arriving students will decide the fate of this planet knew not only him, but also 7 sages. Astra and Orton were only students of the ordinary academy of the Diwu Empire. Maybe in their academy they were considered an elite, but they could not go to comparison with the students of the higher academies. The elite of those academies had much more powerful techniques and was on the head above the rest. They were the main faces in the so-called planetary evolution. When he thought about it, he touched the spatial ring again and looked at the girl. "Long rest. I look at the district last night." Lu smiled at, "You know, if you said something nice right now, something could have happened between us." Lu Yin smiled, ignoring the girl who almost immediately left. He was just not interested in her. When Loya left, the soldiers around under the command of Su, Sanya began to clean up. Convinced that no one is around, our hero took out Astra's watch and turned them on. Previously, he was afraid to enter the network of the universe, but now, being outside Jinlin, he could have done it without fear. The watch was a personal terminal, and it in turn was an identity card. In the hours of Astra, there was all information about him, including his friends and relatives. But unfortunately for Lu and I, the gadget could not connect to the network of the universe. He was expecting it, but he was still upset. The watch had the function of identifying the person. Without it, most of the functionality of the device was blocked. It also meant that the news of Astra's death was already known to everyone. The boy sighed and looked up at the sky. He didn't worry about the fact that the guy's death would be revealed. Planetary evolution was a very important aspect of the life of the universe and was under the vigilant supervision of the Youth Council of the Diwu Empire. No one dared to interfere with her at will. Moreover, their battle with Astra was fair. No one will be able to challenge his result. For the Youth Council, his actions could be regarded as an attempt to attract the interest of the highest forces. It was one of the reasons why Lu Yin didn't hesitate to kill the guy. Any student on Earth cannot come into contact with the outside world. Those outside could only watch what was happening. Such was planetary evolution, bloody and cruel. Death in her time was commonplace. The young man didn't find any news on the Astra's terminal screen, but he saw a couple of messages. "Astra, if you can't complete your mission within 3 months, the Council will send the second batch of students. Please try for your future." The Youth Council of the Universe announced the abolition of the next meeting of the Council. The date of the new meeting has not yet been announced. The Youth Council ruled that the 10th school of the Starry Sky Academy entered the Blue Wave sector. "We wish you all good luck." There were only 3 messages. One was sent specifically to Astra, and the other 2 about the latest news. Lu Yin was amazed that the meeting of the Youth Council was cancelled. But when he saw the news of the appearance of the 10th school of the Starry Sky Academy within the Blue Wave sector, his eyes almost fell out of the eye sockets. Chapter 13. The Starry Sky Academy is the strongest educational institution in the universe. There are 10 schools. 9 out of 10 are located in the inner part of the universe, and the 10th in the outer. The 10th school of the academy appeared in the Blue Wave sector, in which the Dewo Empire is located, was amazing news. The eyes of Liu Yin, almost shining, looked at the shimmering clock screen. The information he received was very important. The 10th school, of course, will attract many young talents of the universe, and if earlier it did not concern it, now he will have to change his plans. To join the academy, you need to have the power, as well as have a lot of combat experience. And he just had the opportunity to hone these two indicators right now, during the planetary evolution. Most likely, it was the academy that caused the arrival of people from the universe on Earth. Astra must have been one of those who rushed here as soon as he heard the news. However, this did not please our hero. He still did not understand the main purpose of Astra's mission. Was this practice on a planet that is going through evolution, or something else? But the worst thing was that in 3 months another group will arrive. If she doesn't do the mission, wait for trouble. Many will want to take advantage of the opportunity to come to the planet, and among them will be powerful races and influential families. All this will absorb the Earth into unbridled cruelty. Liu Yin felt a little alarm. If even the first group of students was in the sphere of the guard, then the second group will definitely be even stronger. With his current strength, he may not be able to defend even his own life. He is obliged to reach the sphere of the guard within the next 3 months, otherwise, to turn into simple cannon fodder. The night passed, and the next day the army of the young man moved to the north again. Liu Yin became more silent, and instead of staying in the armored car, lay on its roof. On the territory of Hubei province was the city of Wuchang, which in fact was the current center of China. In that city lived about 10 million survivors, but despite such a small number, people continued to arrive in this territory. The reason for this was that in this territory lived one of the 7 sages, the Sage of Light, who was called Liu Shaojit. His title came because of the strange, luminous ore that appeared around the city. It was on this ore that Liu Shaojit relied to save millions of lives of his city. The rays of bright light shone directly into the sky, illuminating the entire city of Wuchang. Among the survivors, this city was nicknamed the City of Light, and someone even called it a luminous city. One of the parts of Wuchang was raised upside down by the rays of light. It was the residence of the Sage of Light. People called it the Heavenly Fortress. Below was the Camp of Light, where about 100,000 others were engaged in the protection of the city. In the Heavenly Fortress, there was no luxurious palace, only a beautiful open courtyard. From the height of the fortress, it was possible to freely observe the starry sky, which was done at this moment by an elegant man, whose lips twisted in a strange smile as soon as he killed the cup of wine. He was a famous Sage of Light. There was another man next to him. Although outwardly he gave up to the sage, but the pride in his gaze completely ignored the beauty of an elegant man. A proud man with a dissatisfied tone said, "All the resources here belong to you, especially the crystals of light. These crystals can allow you to boost cultivation and outperform your peers by 10 years, but you just spend it in the empty one." Liu Shaojit turned and smiled at the man. "Don't put it this way, Pug. All these crystals belong to us, not me alone." Pu's facial expression softened. "Then remove these pillars of light, you spend them in the void." Liu Shaojit nodded. "Okay, I'll listen to you. By the way, you were talking about the territorial division. Can you explain?" The test has an unspoken rule. Once one of us starts controlling one of the areas, we mark it with a blue dot on the network. After that, no one will usually fight for the marked area. Most likely, only the enemy will attack. So, and my city has already been marked with a blue mark. Of course, you think I'm the only one who's in this area in a few days. The test is quite brutal, but no one wants to fight now, as this is only the beginning. We must also reckon with each other's origins. Fortunately, my good enough is good enough. No one will disturb us. Liu Shaojit smiled and nodded. Obviously. Well, how about what I asked you to study? You learned something. Pugh asked, and immediately looked at the pillars of light snorting in an irritated manner, and turned them off after all. Liu Xiaoj smiled and poured himself into a cup of wine. The plan begins to take shape. I shamed his eyes. Really, tell me. Liu Xiaoj lifted the cup of wine and said, "Look at the cup." I look at the cup in bewilderment. There was nothing special in it, only swaying wine. "Give me your personal terminal," Liu Xiaoj said. Drink calmly gave him the watch. A few seconds later, Liu Xiaoj returned the clock back to his master and shook his head. "It's a pity that I can't use the network of the universe." "Come on," the man smiled and looked at the starry sky again. 2 days later, the army of Lu Inia finally reached the front. If they hadn't had to survive so much on the way here, they would have got to get much earlier. All the past 2 days, our hero remained on the roof of the car and looked at the sky for hours, which is why Lo Ye thought that he was crazy. The convoy suddenly stopped, and Susan looked at the young man. "Boss, something is wrong. There should be people here, but there's nobody here." "Thou shalt give people a rest." Lu Yin got up and looked into the distance, after which he decided to move away from the army and took the clock out. By turning on the scanner on them, he began to expect results. 1 kilometer, 2, 10. He continued to scan the area until he found someone 38 kilometers ahead. He looked at the combat level of the creature found with a serious look. 2200. Then the young man looked at the map, and having checked, realized that the creature was in an abandoned city, which is less than 20 kilometers from the front line. This unknown is right where they are going. Leaving the troops behind, he went north on his own. He needed to know if it was a man in the Guardian or a monster. But without walking 10 kilometers, Lu Yin found the answer to his question. A group of others passed by him, which means that the city was not abandoned. This, in turn, told him that the enemy he found was a man in the Guardian. Most likely, this is one of the students who arrived on Earth. The young man thought for a moment, then again took Astra's watch and turned on the lighthouse. At the moment when the lighthouse began to act, a dozen kilometers from Lu Yin, a girl in white armor with long hair on the waist has changed in the face. She looked at her right hand, where her personal terminal was, squirted coldly and rushed south. After a couple of minutes, she hung in the sky and looked at the young man with an ice gaze. "This region is marked with a blue mark. Please go away." Lu Yin looked at a rather attractive girl. "Hi, my name is Yater. I am a student of the First Academy of the planet Tata." "I'm not interested. Go away now." The girl repeated her old words. At the same time, she began to release her power, as if she had tried to scare the young man. "Wait, don't be in a hurry." Lu Yin threw his hands. "I'm wounded and now I'm not an opponent, but I can give you resources, a lot of resources." The girl remained vigilant. "Are you only in the field of the Pathfinder? How dare you take part in planetary evolution? No, how did you get to her?" "My grandfather is the head of the academy," the young man replied, trying to look convincing. "Go out of here," the girl exclaimed, becoming more annoyed. Lu Yin hurriedly pulled out a pair of fiery crystals from his spatial ring and raised them up. "Help me to survive the test, then I will give you such a whole pile." The girl was surprised, feeling the warmth coming from the crystals, and landed in front of the young man. After that, she asked the question, "Where did you get them from?" "Grandpa gave it. He is in the field of knowledge and can give me as much as I want." The beauty narrowed her eyes and squeezed her fists, exuding the intention of the murder. The young man hurriedly went back and frowned. "Don't even dare. Let no one interfere with the test and can, but people can watch the one who is alive and who is dead, and from whom. If you dare kill me, my grandfather will surely come for you." The girl understood the danger, so I changed her mind to attack our hero. "I will help you get out of the planet, but I don't care what place you will take in the test." Lu Yin exhaled him. "It doesn't matter. My grandfather will still be able to send me to the 10th school of the Starry Sky Academy. On the contrary, I am ready to give you all my awards." Chapter 14. The girl was annoyed by the conviction of Lu Yin that his grandfather would be able to send him to the 10th school of Starry Heaven. Even influential families who have supported the master of the sphere of knowledge are not able to influence the Academy of Starry Heaven, and understanding it made her think, wait, and where are the guarantees that you do not deceive me? Maybe you're actually a local. The young man raised his right hand, and his palm began to tremble, thereby collecting the surrounding air, which almost immediately hit the ground. The girl reacted only when a big pit from the blow appeared in front of her. Trembling palm. Will it come down for proof? Lu Yin asked with a smug smile. The eyes of the beauty squeezed when she carefully pondered what she saw. She knew that the trembling palm was a simple military technique, but not even everyone could study it. To use this technique, the master needed a strong body, even more than its own. Of course, she was surprised that such a small pathfinder so cleverly used the skill of the palm. Feeling a small threat from a stranger, she slowly replied, "All right, so you will at least be a little useful. Help me to capture Jinlin and I will share my fame with you." The young man was shocked. "Do you want to take Jinlin? I heard that there lives a master who called himself a sage of the mile. He is in the sphere of the guard." "I know. I heard that even Orton was disgraced by that sage, but I'm not as pathetic as he is. If we work together, we can defeat the locals," the girl answered coldly. Why are you so sure?" "Because we're from the same academy. Even before we arrived here, we agreed to work together if we landed nearby. I think the others did too, but no one seems to have to mess with you because you're weak." Lu Yin felt relief, as he did not impersonate Astra. If this girl knew Orton, she probably knew Astra. Perhaps it also led to the reason why Orton ran away from Zhou Shan to the north. But why did he change direction so dramatically and went east? He wanted to know the truth, but he held back. The more ignorant he may seem, the sooner he will be exposed. Since the girl decided to unite with him, he will sooner or later begin to receive answers. In any case, she obviously had something against Orton, or he exchanged it for another ally. However, now it was not important. Its current problem was the safety of Jinlin. "All right, I will help you, but first make me stronger." The young man finally gave her an answer. The evolution he received from Astra could only be used 3 times. The guy used it twice before our hero used the chip and reached the sphere of the Pathfinder. That's why he went to the girl, but she was too strong, until she was defeated. "No need," the beauty frowned. "Of course, help me heal my wounds," Lu Yin protested. The girl threw a close eye on him, then grabbed him and flew back to her camp. Soon the young man saw a small settlement, the number of which did not exceed 200,000. Most of the people here were different. The soldiers wore the uniform of the Zhou Shan camp. Apparently, they served on the front line, and the girl took control of them. That sage of the misfortune is quite capable. Under his control, 80,000 others, 20,000 of which he sent to the front to try to restore communication with another region. There were 6 trackers in that group, but I had already killed 2, and 1 died of a mutated beast, which means that there were still 3 more. The girls slowly shared with our hero information, while simultaneously directing him inside his camp. "Oh, that's right, I don't know your name yet," Lu Yin suddenly recalled. "Grain," said the girl as soon as they landed. Suddenly, a soldier ran up to them. "Master, a new detachment from the camp of the Sage of the Mightiness set up a camp 30 kilometers away." The young man turned abruptly and stared at the approach. The man who reported was somewhat surprised by the presence of Lu Yin, but the young man suddenly rushed at him, bringing down the trembling pad in his chest, not giving a drop of chance to even react. The man was vomited with blood due to a strong pulse of impact. He flew back and collapsed dead to the ground. "What the hell?" the girl roared. "That bastard attacked me as soon as I landed. It was he who caused my current state," replied in an equally furious manner the young man. "When was it?" asked Gran coldly. "I'm saying right on the day I landed," Lu Yin replied without delay. "Where?" "About 100 kilometers to the south." Answering, the young man looked at her with indignation. And you doubt me? Or are you concerned about this man? Be careful with the words, the girls snorted. The locals don't care about me, but you killed my man. PFF, just a local one. Lu Yin pretended that he didn't care. He was my subordinate, Green repeated angrily. Okay, I'm not going to touch your people anymore. By the way, the detachment 30 kilometers from here is mine. I bring it here. The girl ignored him and turned right towards Jinlin, at the same time looking at the clock. Lu Yin was finally able to exhale about himself. The man he killed was Lu Honglin, whom he saw after Astra's death. This one else knew that he killed Astra. The young man could not leave him alive, otherwise the situation would have become more complicated. And since the attack of the Sura IGH Ted Gran will not work, he had no other option. The appearance of the girl in this place has already caused rustle. All Zhou Shan's soldiers are either dead or went over to her side. Since Lu Yin could not contact Jinlin, he decided to take some kind of protective measures. He brought Lo Yi, Su Sanya, and all his soldiers to the grain camp and warned people to keep their mouths shut, and then went closer tonight looking for a girl. What, I'm sorry, do you need it? Do you want stellar crystals? Gran was surprised by what he asked her. Lu Yin nodded. Don't worry, I'll bring them back to you 10 times as many. Grain was in doubt. Do you have fire crystals but no stellar ones? I used them all, the young man replied. The girl thought about it. Crystals of energy could be taken from mutant animals right here on Earth, but the starry crystals were different. Each planet had its own energy, as well as different ways of training, but no matter where a person was and who he was, energy in stellar crystals could be used for any kind of practice. Such crystals could only be obtained on planets closest to the center of the universe. On Earth, it was now possible to get a maximum of fiery or icy crystals. However, even the most common energy crystals were needed by academine students. You don't believe me? All right. Then let's exchange, suggested Lu Yin. Grain sang his eyes down. What? The young man took a handful of fiery crystals out of his spatial ring. On them. The girl's eyes caught fire, and she began to count how much she would have to pay for them. The exchange rate depended on the terrain, and since here the stellar crystals were not found, it to some extent had an advantage. Of course, to miss the opportunity of Gradney did not. I will give you 5. Lu Yin bulged his eyes. Yes, it's outrageous. These fiery crystals can be exchanged for at least 20 stellar crystals, and even then you will remain in a huge plus. You choose, the girl answered arrogantly. Oh, okay, but I have one other condition. Help me train my military equipment. Of course, at any time. Having exchanged crystals, our hero decided to start training. Gran agitatedly took a bunch of fire crystals and left. For her, these crystals were more important than the others. She used fire-type techniques, so, in fact, she circled the young man around her finger. But suddenly, the girl thought about the planet Tata. Why has she never heard of her? Did he take the fiery crystals from there? Lu Yin had no idea what she was thinking. Although the exchange with an arrogant special turned out to be terrible, he received fire crystals for free, and there was nowhere to take stellar crystals, only from the arriving students. Astra, however, did not have them, but Grain turned out to be a rich lady, so maybe she has more. The young man found an abandoned house, after which he found a relatively clean room inside and began to absorb star crystals. Others could directly absorb the surrounding stellar energy, but only after using the evolution chip. However, how fast the absorption process will be depended solely on a person's abilities. For this reason, many collected star crystals and placed them around them, and then at the same time absorbed them and the surrounding energy, thereby significantly accelerating the growth of their strength. Chapter 15. Lu Yin did not even imagine that in his training on Earth will be able to use stellar crystals. With the technique of the star, which doubled his energy absorption rate, he surpassed students such as Grain, and also believed that he was one of the best in the Diu Empire. The young man did not have to wait long for one of the crystals to be completely absorbed by him, thereby filling his body with impressive energy. He quickly grabbed another crystal and repeated the same thing. Possession with a large number of star crystals did not mean that it would be easy to reach the peak of the current sphere. Even if there was a minimum amount of impurities in your body, the breakthrough was still required by the evolution chip, which cleared it from them. If you did not have a chip, then only to achieve the sphere of the merger could you independently dissipate all the impurities. Therefore, those who relied only on crystals had low energy strength and unstable combat power. They also could not change the process of training. They only needed stellar crystals, which were very difficult to get. Because of this, a vicious circle turned out, which led to the appearance of a large number of low-level soldiers or military slaves. Having absorbed all 5 stellar crystals, Lu Yin felt as if something inside it was lifting. He reached the peak of the sphere of the Lord of the Earth, therefore the peak of the spectacular sphere. Our hero has only to take a step to become a guardian, but he needs the chip of evolution. The young man climbed on the roof of the old house and slept there all night, and as soon as he woke up, he went to Gran early in the morning. "Let's fight." The girl was stunned by his sharpness. "Do you know what time is now? Maybe I'm a cultivator, but I'm still a woman you didn't notice. Don't you think it's weird when a guy comes to the girl early in the morning with such a requirement?" Our hero realized that he behaved impulsively, but he passionately wanted to know the difference between himself and the elite in the sphere of the guard. Lu Yin sighed. "Then I will come in the afternoon." "Okay, if I come, let's fight." Grain stopped him. She didn't think he deserved too much attention. If he hadn't owned the jealous palm, she probably wouldn't even think of joining him together. The couple found an open and comfortable place, standing at a distance of 10 meters from each other. They had a weak, murderous intention. "Get down, I'm not going to hit in response," the girl said indifferently. Lu Yin squeezed his right palm into his fist and hit him forward, as if he tried to tear up the space to pieces, at the same time directing his body towards the enemy. A strong gust of winds lifted the ground on the entire route of his blow. The true power of the trembling palm struck Gran. She planned to repel the attack of the young man with one hand, but changed her mind and put the block with both hands. At the time of their collision, a clear explosion was heard, and then the whistle of the wind. The blow of our hero drove the girl a couple of meters into the ground. Grain exclaimed with surprise. "Pretty powerfully. Even some of the guardians of my academy do not know how to do this. I think if you attack the guard with a level of power below 2,000, then he will definitely die." Lu Yin grinned back. She was right, because he killed Astra with a trembling palm. Consequently, the level of strength of the guy at that time was below 2,000. "I'm not finished, we're going to go." As soon as the young man said it, he struck another blow, immersing Gran even deeper into the ground. Feeling numbness at hand, the girl frowned. "Enough, your attacks will not harm me anyway, because I have already crossed the threshold of a couple of thousand. You have to understand well that my strength is on a different level." The last blow, Lu Yin barked, and at the same moment his right fist flashed with a bright light. Around his palm, the moon swirled. The surrounding air began to shrink again, but this time he did not use the trembling palm, but Star, which was many times more powerful. The heart of Grain trembled when this blow was almost close to her. The girl hurriedly disappeared, and at about the same time everything was in the range of 100 meters. There was a loud explosion, and pieces of land soared into the sky. The figure of Grain appeared on the sidelines. In her wide-open eyes shined undisguised shock. What was it? The young man smiled. "This blow my grandfather taught me, called the limit of the trembling palm." The eyes of the beauty narrowed. She did not recognize the star hand, but the attack of Lu Yin was far from the usual tremor-rating palm, which she saw. The girl felt a strong threat, which prompted her to ask the question. "I heard that trembling palm can be populated," it was. The young man shrugged his shoulders. "Perhaps. I think it's something close, but with a different name." Grain did not wear a gull of arrogance after such a fight. on the contrary, spoke calmly. The enhanced trembling palma requires incredibly high physical training. Not many guardians are capable of this, at least in my academy. You're really strong enough, I'd put you on the level of the elite once you reach the guardian. Most likely, in the future you will have a chance to join the highest academy of the Empire, the Celestial Academy. The higher academy of Empire. Lu Yin was shocked. Well, I guess. The progress of your physical body gives high hopes. All right, I'm tired, I'm gonna go on vacation. The young man looked at the disappearing figure of Grain, and then looked at his right hand. The friendly battle was only a pretext for checking whether he could defeat it in a real battle. She reacted very quickly. She clearly has a movement technique, which helped her to get out of the affected area in time. It has no choice of power, but it was not bad either. At the time of the last attack, when she evaded, he restrained part of his strength. He did it on purpose, so that she did not recognize the limit of his strength. Unable to contact Jinlin, Lu Yin ordered Lo Yi and others join the Grain's subordinates. No one asked me more questions, but 2 days later Lo Yi came to him. "Brother Lu, how long will we be here?" the girl asked, staring at him. She heard from 2 captains from the front line that they were at the supply point, but still felt that something was wrong, because the people here continued to mention the master of the sphere of the Lord of the Heavens. That's just where did it come from? "Stop asking so many questions," the young man replied. "You will find out in the next few days." Lo Yid wanted to ask something else, but suddenly her face froze, as a figure came down in front of them from the sky. Lu Yin looked at the arrival of Gran in question. "Come on," Orton's group headed to Jinlin. A shocked young man immediately grabbed her hand, going with her. The remaining on Earth shocked Lo Yi noticed that the girl in front of her was dressed in armor, identical to those in which an alien was dressed, not so long ago attacked Jinlin. Nearby was Susan, frozen with a similar expression. Grain flew as fast as she could, towards Jinlin, but since she was with Lu and Yi, it was still an order of magnitude slower. "How did you know that Orton is heading to Jinlin?" shouted the young man through the ringing wind. "It's none of your business. Remember, our goal is to capture Jinlin, so do everything in your power. Orton himself definitely went there not alone. His assistant should not be weak, so the most important thing is to be careful." Lu Yin's view was hard. If Orton decided to leave Gran, then his new partner was much stronger than her. According to his assumptions, the combat level of Astra was about 1,500. Orton was close to 2,000, and Grain was slightly higher. Consequently, the new partner of Orton was also above 2,000, and not the fact that he is there so won. Looking at the horizon, the young man only hoped that Zhou Shan would be able to hold out until they arrived. Half an hour later, Grain and Lu Yin were in the suburbs of Jinlin. At this time, 2 figures hung over the city. The first was Orton with a large hole in the armor, and the second was a young guy with his hands laid behind his back. The inhabitants of Jinlin looked at them in confusion. 2 masters of the sphere of the Lord of the Heavens. In the illness camp, the siren howled, and at the same second Zhou Shan soared into the sky, stopping at 200 meters from the pair of Orton. "Oh, again you." The guy snorted. "Do you regret not killing me last time?" The sage of the mistress squinted. "Indeed, it's a pity." "HMP, but you won't have that chance. Let me introduce you, this is my undergraduate Tiriages." Feeling the pulses of energy coming from Turds, Zhou Shan immediately noticed that he was quite strong. Terrors stared at the man. Who would have thought that among the Aborigines there is such a master? "Follow me, I can give you a bright future." "Big brother, you don't have to hang out with him like that. These Aborigines are too stubborn." "Don't interrupt me when I say," Terry's threatened the younger man. Orton immediately closed his mouth, and then stared at Zhou Shan, grinding his teeth. His eyes were filled with indignation. "I can't follow you. If you want to capture Jinlin, then first defeat me." The man tightly pressed the handle of his giant axe and headed north, away from the city, but, unfortunately, stopped it. Orton brought down an energy sword on the city, causing a storm of pitiful screams. "So that you're dead," the sage of the mistresses muttered, rushing towards the guy. A couple of minutes later, Grain and Lu Yin finally reached the city. Jinlin was engulfed in a symphony of screams. Countless people were fleeing from the ruins. The earth was strewn with many crevices that continued to exudate the residual energy, affecting others. The battle was so explosive that even in the sky there was not a single cloud left. In the middle of Jinling, Zhou Shan spit out the blood that came to the throat, leaning on his axe and looked into the sky. Teres and Orton looked at him from top to bottom, and the first said, "Not badly. You could take 15th place among the best students of my academy, but unfortunately for you, you met me." Chapter 16. Suddenly, from the side of the western wall of Jinlin, a ray of light struck the sky heading into Orton. The guy reflexively repelled the blow with his sword, but the consequences remained inevitable. The energy of the beam exploded in the air near it. "Technological weapons," grinned Orton. The reason they didn't fight outside the city was that they were afraid of something like that. Even on such a backward planet, technologies were developed that could alert them, the inhabitants of the universe. Grain and Lu Yin landed in the city, and the girl exclaimed, "He really came with Teres." "Who is he?" The young man was puzzled. "One of the top 3 in the first military academy. Its combat level is above 2,500. The heart of Lu Yinny squeezed. "Can you hold him down while I'm dealing with Orton?" "I can, but not for long." The boy nodded and rushed straight to Zhou Shan, watching how many rays were fired from the walls of the city towards the aliens. "I'll come back to you when I kill this native," said Orton, throwing himself towards a man with a sword placed forward. The Sage of the Sorrow squeezed his teeth and prepared to fend off his impact with his axe. He could even fight Turds, but if they attacked together, he would quickly lose the advantage. The sacker quickly overtook it on the ground, leveling the effectiveness of Jinlin's air defense. Lu Yin grabbed a fiery crystal from its space ring as soon as he was near the fighting, and threw it into the sky. His actions were quite open, but Orton and Zhou Shan did not notice it in the heat of the battle. Turds, on the contrary, noticed this and looked at what was happening, but he did not have time to see the situation, as he felt a sharp back pain. The guy quickly turned around, leaning towards, like a sheet falling in the wind, thereby dodging the second blow. "Gran." The girl did not answer, just pulled out a fire crystal from the ring and crushed. "Flamed Pomery," roared the beauty, and the space near her flashed with a bright red light that began to contract in her hand to attack. "You're a dead body," cried Teres, spitting out a blood clot, and then cued the air with his right hand to release the trembling palm. An outburst of flames and a raging wind absorbed the surrounding space. At the moment when the palms of both met in the air, destroying all the buildings within a radius of hundreds of meters, the giant tongue of the flame soared directly into the sky, like a fiery snake dancing. Glain turned back. Tiriaz's trembling palm was much stronger than the palm of Lu Yin. It was difficult for her to withstand this power, even though she herself used the combat skill. However, its enemy also had a hard time, because the fire techniques were among the strongest. With the support of the fire crystal, her attack had to put the guy well. When the fiery tongue of the flames dissipated, Tiriaz appeared in front of her. "Grain, this is my territory." The girl again ignored it, activating portable armor in the ring. Teres cried with his teeth. If he did not feel any danger from her before, now he felt not only pressure, but also was badly wounded. "Grain." Orton turned back and was shocked, but almost immediately focused on his battle because of the Zhou Shan's attack. He quickly blocked the impact of his axe, the shock wave of which stirred the surrounding land. However, suddenly Lu Yin appeared right near Orton, using the skill of the wandering step. His palm hit the enemy, on which the reflection of the moon appeared. No one could have expected this. Even the Sage of the Milestone was stunned, and the face of Orton turned pale. The starry palm fell on the chest of the alien, leaving him exhausted to meet his death due to a rupture of the heart. The incomparable flow of energy left a hole in the guy's chest and then hit the building behind, destroying it to the ground. Even on the land over which energy was rushed, there were distinct dents, testifying to the power of the blow. Zhou Shan is dumbfounded. Our hero turned around and hit the man with his foot, thereby turning his back on Grain and Terrors, and then whispered, "Attack me." The Sage of the Sorrow frowned, but attacked without pity, using Storm Strike. Lu Yin again used the Wandering Step, evading the attack, but did so that the residual impact energy tore his outerwear, and at the same time added, "Push me aside." Zhou Shan roared, throwing the axe forward. The explosion attack that struck the ground threw the young man in the direction of the battlefield. Grain was already deadly pale at the time, and her right hand was involuntarily shaking due to overload and damage. At the same time, Terry's armor was half charred, but at least it looked better than the girl. The figure of Lu Inia crashed into the wall, near Turge's position, and he slowly rolled to the ground. These actions finally forced the guy to pay attention to what is happening. He looked quickly to the side and saw the dead body of Orton. His face uglily wandered. He wanted to say something, but suddenly Zhou Shan appeared on the side. "You can't go." Terry's rushed to the man, thereby turning his back on our hero. The young man planned this when he asked the wise man to push him aside. He rose from the ground and directed his palm to the enemy, forming the power of the star palm. The next moment, the moon flashed in front of his palm and was right on the back of Nothing, foreshadowing an alien. Terry's felt the danger only at the time of the shot. Of course, it was too late to avoid. The attack was successful. Turges mosquitoed into the ground, forming a huge crater. Lu Yin again crashed into the wall from a sharp attack by a guy who managed to make before a collision with his attack. Grain, supporting the damaged hand, approached the edge of the crater, where she saw the pale and coughing of the blood of Terry's. Surprised, she turned to the operant on the wall of the young man. She could not imagine that one of his attacks would leave such wounds. However, her thoughts quickly interrupted the movements of Teresa, who opened his eyes wide, snatched a strange gun because of the sinews and shot her at her. A clump of energy made a hole in the girl's shoulder, and she instinctively responded, hitting the flame palm at the place where Lu Yin was hit earlier. This broke the insides of the guy, finally putting an end to his life. Gran sat on the ground and looked at the corpse of the enemy, while at the same time feeling a strange chill enveloping her body. Although during the planetary evolution, victims have always been, but an abundance of deaths could cause a lot of negative emotions. This was especially characteristic of Terry's, who was one of the 3 best of her academies. He had high hopes, which is why she was now a little nervous. Our hero pulled his seriously injured body to the girl, weakly speaking, "Don't worry. At worst, I'll ask your grandfather to transfer you to our academy on Tata." Grain threw an icy look at him. What did you attack him? Even the twice-down power of the trembling palm could not leave him such a wound. The young man shrugged his shoulders. "You think too much. He was already injured, and I hit the same point." That's just the girl did not believe such an answer. The war level of Turges was more than 2,500. Even several attacks in one point could not leave such damage on the master of the spectacle's sphere. However, at the next moment, her thoughts again interrupted the loud roar behind them. Zhou Shan wanted to put an end to this battle. His axe fell to the ground once again, but the girl quickly reacted, drawing Lu Yin, using him as a human shield. But the young man quickly turned around and hit it with another palm of his hand. Let his well-being and left much to be desired, but Gran was badly wounded. The pale girl hurriedly pushed him with her foot, and herself hit the crater behind her. The man rushed to her, but she immediately grabbed a Tiriaza pistol and pulled down the trigger. A new shot broke out, which left a hole in the apex of the Sage of the Mighty and his shoulder, and also threw the man a dozen meters to the side. Finally, there was a dead silence, which was occasionally disturbed by cracking sounds of fire. 4 Guardians and Pathfinders destroyed almost half of Jinlin in the heat of battle. Grain took the drug out of her ring and swallowed, thereby bringing herself to his senses a little. A minute later, voices were heard from all sides, her facial expression changed, and she began to crawl out of the crater through force. Bringing her wounded body on a disbanded ground, she quickly found Zhou Shan, lying unconscious. The people of the Wrongness surrounded the girl and were ready to strike at the wounded stranger. Feng Hong and Qin Xuan, the girl in the glasses, came forward. "Give it, then we'll let you live." "Did you, the Aborigines, decide to dispose of me?" Gran asked the question in astonishment and put a gun to the head of Zhou Shan. "Are you not afraid to lose his life?" "Let go of the sage of the distance," exclaimed Feng Hong. "Step aside 100 meters back, or I'll kill him." Feng Hun and the other captains looked around, but did not move. Ice shines sparkled in the eyes of Grain. She quickly raised a stone lying at his feet and hit them on the head of a hostage. Seeing the blood oozing from the man's head, Feng Hun cried out, "Stop! We'll back down, but let the doctor help him first, or he'll die." Grain agreed, allowing the doctor to come up and give first aid. To stop the bleeding, the doctor took as much as 20 minutes, after which he said, "He has 2 serious injuries. You need to perform an operation as soon as possible." "Get out of here. I need 3 hours and then I'll leave. Faster fulfilling my conditions or I will kill him right now." The girl ignored the doctor's conclusion. Chapter 17. "Will the sage person last 3 more hours?" asked Qin Xuan at the attending physician nearby. And when he nodded in response, the army of soldiers surrounding Grain instantly retreated. When no one was left around, the girl sighed with relief. She took 3 hours to protect herself as much as possible. In fact, she needed to recover only 2 hours, and since there was not a single guardian around, no one can stop her. With these thoughts, she glanced at Turges and then turned towards Orton. "Where is he?" The girl's eyes widened. She tried to get up and look around, but the aching pain pierced her body, forcing her to flop on the ground. She consoled herself with the thought that you don't have to hurry. Even if Orton survived, she can deal with him later. After all, his wounds were more serious than her. As for Yadira, who dared to put her hands on her, she will definitely arrange a retribution to him. At this time, the corpse of Orton appeared in the ruins of the building thousands of meters from here. Next to him, suffocating, was Lu Yin. He also had terrible wounds, but now nothing was as important as the chip of evolution. With him, his body will be able to recover quickly. After searching the body, the young man eventually had to cut off 5 fingers of Orton to find the long-awaited chip. After receiving it, he began to connect the device to his body. A sharp pain suddenly pierced the whole body of our hero, but at the same time, he felt inside himself raging energy. This agile energy was like a divine hand that grabbed him, a small mole, and pulled from the ground to the surface. He was soon torn a blood clot. The cell modification was painful, but such pain was even pleasant. He felt the progress of his body, which brought him closer and closer to the heavens. An hour later, a healthy pinkish hue appeared on the face of Gran. Her condition has improved, but the recovery process has not yet ended. "Another hour," the girl muttered to herself, going to successfully complete the plan. Her only goal right now was to take control of Jinlin, which will allow her to gain another advantage over the students, which will arrive later. Even if there was an unspoken rule among them that the blue zones on the map cannot be touched, not everyone will follow it. This would not be a big problem in the usual time, but now the 10th School of Starry Sky appeared in the region. Everyone wanted to prove themselves. She was excited about the next student batch. Her group was determined even before the news spread about the appearance of the 10th school. But now there are undoubtedly a lot of talents that will wish to join the second wave to express themselves. Realizing the whole situation, the girl wanted to get Jinlin to earn more points before they arrived. The same goal was held by Turges. It was another half an hour, and when Gran felt that her current state was enough to start searching for Orton, from the side, somewhere a kilometer from it, a spike of terrifying energy appeared. She was stunned, What is it? In the dilapidated building, Lu Yin finally felt that the pain was going away. Squeezing his fist, he felt a surge of energy inside himself. Only now he could truly be considered a beginner on the way of the stars. Meanwhile, Gran pressed her watches and activated the scanner. The gadget sawed several times and showed on the screen a value equal to 1,000. Has anyone just broken into the Guardian? Is that a tater? As soon as she thought about it, a brick wall collapsed in the side, which was pushed by the appearance of Lu Yin, who looked directly at her. Her heart shuddered and her eyes froze. Have you become a Guardian? The young man kept going forward and smiling. Did you notice? Grain frowned and tried to move on to a peaceful conversation. Yater, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have used you as a shield. I'm not on purpose, my body acted on reflexes. You have to believe me. Lu Yin continued to go and stopped only when the distance between them was about 10 meters. Of course, I believe you. An elite student who has gone through many dangers. Sooner or later, had to have such reflexes. Gran smiled. That's great. Terry's and Orton are dead, and this local is badly wounded. Jinlin is ours now. If we continue to work together, no one can take it. The boy kept smiling. Yes, but before that, can I borrow something? The girl's face froze. Borrow? What to borrow? Nothing special, just energy crystals. What have you said? Gran turned her eyes on him. Lu Yin indifferently explained. Give your spatial ring. Do you want to rob me? The young man shrugged his shoulders at her cry. Don't have the scenes, I just want to see him. Grain got up and stuttered. Yater, just because the chip of evolution healed you doesn't mean you can intimidate me. You haven't fully recovered, I'm in the best condition. You have no guarantee of victory, and do not forget, your combat level is only 1,300. Maybe you'll have enough to carry nonsense. Do you seriously believe in this level of determination of strength? Snorted Lu Yin. Seeing the brilliance in her eyes and confusion, he continued. The combat level is just a measure of the master's stellar energy. It has nothing to do with the real fighting force. It is written in the first lines of any textbook. PFFF, these lines were written by losers, for losers. The higher the combat level, the more stellar energy can be used. How then will you explain to me why Terry's is twice as strong than me? I can't make a difference in stellar energy with combat techniques. The young man came closer. Then attack, since you are so sure of your words. Grain looked at it coldly and pulled out a fiery crystal from the ring. Then she squeezed the flame palm, which could slam our hero. The return on the equipment will again open her wounds, but she had no other choice. Lu Yin looked at the approaching girl with a fiery palm. The next moment, a ghostly moon appeared over him, when he immediately used Star Palma. At the time of their collision, the raging flame was swept away. The blow of the young man broke Grain's hand, and it flew 10 meters back. The girl, who fell to the ground, overwhelmed with pain, stared at him with a shock. She could not admit the fact that she was wounded by only one blow. What is this military equipment? The trembling palm was below the level than the flame. Besides, its combat level was twice as high as it was. Lu Yin, on the contrary, was not surprised, but looked with curiosity at his palm. His strength has grown significantly with the achievement of the sphere of the guard. The girl's attack was absorbed in just one celestial body. What will happen when he masters 2 or more bodies? How strong will he be? It was hard for the young man to imagine it, but he clearly understood that he could not yet reveal all the power of his technique. The explosion attracted the attention of Qin Xuan and the rest. They quickly hurried to the sound, where they saw only Lu Yin, standing near Zhou Shan. Brother Lu, Feng Hong was shocked. They were all far from here, so they didn't know he was here. Tie this woman and help the Sage of the Might, the young man ordered. A group of soldiers quickly captured Gran, but when people began to take Zhou Shan, he regained consciousness and said in a weak voice, Wait. Everyone came closer to him, but the man looked at Lu Yin. I need your help. Defend Jinlin while I'm recovering. Don't worry, nodded the young man. Thank you, after which Zhou Shan fell asleep again. Jinlin suffered serious losses in today's battle. Lu Yin ordered people to start restoration work and reassured the survivors before ordering Loi and the troops to rush back into the city. While people were engaged in their own affairs, he went to prisons to the lowest level. All 4 limbs of Grain were shackled. In addition to this, many weapons were installed around, ready to feed it with lead. Having reached the girl's cell, the young man ordered the guards to go to rest. Having taken her spatial ring, he used a drop of Grain blood to get all the things that were inside. The number of values was impressive. Not many could afford this, certainly not Astra and Orton. He already examined the Ring of Terry's before coming here, and now it's the girl's turn. Who are you? Asked Grain, watching her things take it. Lu Yin grinned. What do you think? You don't belong to this primitive planet. Apparently, you came here from somewhere else. The girl answered through the greasy teeth. The boy nodded, taking all her stellar crystals, and then removed the rest of the junk, such as underwear, back into the Ring of Grain and returned it to her. Spatial rings tied to the DNA of their owner, so it was pointless to collect the others. Chapter 18. Lu Yin spoke to Grain only when he took over all of its crystals. My real name is Lu Yin. You can forget about the lie that I told you. Lu Yin, yeah, are you a countryman? He did not answer this question, but gave the order. I go to the network of the universe and put your blue mark on Jinlin. Grain laughed at him, but didn't even move. The young man sighed. You know, I really do not like to torture people, but we are in a military camp, and there are professionals of this business. These damn aborigines will pay for it, the girl snorted. Her rage collided with a sharp, icy look of Lu and I have no doubt, but your fee will be much earlier and much more terrifying. Grain looked him straight in the eye, delayed her stupid look, but eventually gave up. After all, she was just a student. Although she behaved against the Earthlings coldly, cruelly, and arrogantly, the reason for everything was the difference in their statuses. But if it is removed, then she will be an ordinary girl, let and have a special power. Lu Yin watched as she obediently put a blue mark on the city, while noting that most of the planet was captured by the intrusors. If we calculate the situation with the Grain exception, then most of China, Europe, Africa, and America was painted in blue. However, he ceased to care when he saw Hubei province under the blue mark. Did Liu Xiaj lose? He's killed. He looked at Grain. Who is the strongest in your company? She shook her head. I don't know. The Empire began the evolution of this planet, so students from different academies can come here. Terry's was one of the strongest of my educational institution, but I don't know anything about the others. Lu Yin did not try to make her even more information about this issue. He was sure that he would cope with the first group of students, but at the same time, he was aware that the real test would begin in 2 months. While everyone was busy, the young man did not sit idly by. He decided to clean the surrounding area of the mutated animals of the level of the Lord of the Heavens, whom he tracked with the help of a scanner. He managed to complete the task 5 days later. Then he gathered all the remaining captains and also returned from the Northern Front Lo and Susanya. The subordinate of the young man, upon his return, was surprised that his master replaced the Sage of the Mist and now has full control over Jinlin. He felt he had expected a bright future. Lu Yin has already supported him, helping to achieve the sphere of the tracker experience. But the man himself understood that he would be valuable only with the achievement of the sphere of the Guardian. He was very motivated, which prompted him to try harder for the sake of speedy results. With the help of Force, he will be able to help the young man more, and this is an unconditional way to achieve previously inaccessible horizons for himself. At the meeting, no one questioned the current status of Lu Yin. All of them knew perfectly well that the young man dared to intervene in the battle of the 2 Lords of Heaven, at the same time proving that he himself was at this level. And since this sphere was possessed by the Sage of the Milestone, no captain simply had a reason to object. As for the 2 captains who had previously surrendered to Grain, their Lu Yin was deprived of ranks as punishment for betrayal. I have gathered you all to announce one very important order. We forget about the expansion of the territories and focus on the protection of Jinlin. Lu Yin, in a pure voice, addressed the 8 remaining captains. Someone indecisively said, "But the expansion to the north was the main goal of the Sage of the Mile. It will not be very good to give up his intentions." "I agree with Lu Yin," Qin Xuan objected. "We cannot hold one city and expand the territories will only deplete our resources. First, we need to stabilize Jinlin so that we can at least protect this place at any time." Feng Hong with most of the captains expressed their consent, so Lu Yin stood up and said, "So, it is decided. All soldiers will be recalled to the base, then we will begin to move west. It is necessary to return the lost part of the region." Having agreed, the young man reached the exit of the hall, but before you get out, added, "Find me a map of the solar system. The more details, the better." Qin Xuan thought about something, watching the disappearing Lu Yin. She felt that the young man was more powerful than Zhou Chan. Although he was asked only to look around the city, he seemed to decide to take over all the power. She agreed with the young man's decision, but at the same time she was interested in how the sage would react to the fact that his most important order was cancelled. "Feng Hong, be there next to the wise man at this time," the girl whispered. The man asked, "Why?" "For the sake of safety, just protect him." She was afraid of the unexpected actions of Lu Yin, because the young man could calmly kill the sage of the Mistone in order to finally seize control of the city. On the other side of the table, Loya closely watched their conversation. A few days later, Zhao Yu alone went to the northeast. The girl's courage admired, but Lu Yin considered this decision to be stupid. Initially, in the disaster camp there were 80,000 other, but in the last battles at the front, the losses amounted to about 30,000. Only after everyone returned to the city, the Jinlin garrison increased to 50,000, the defense became strong enough. Now the city could be considered a real impregnable fortress, but at the same time, this meant that the protection of the nearest territories became very fragile. In the light of the setting sun, the sky near Jinlin illuminated bright flashes that destroy a huge number of flying mutants. After the destruction of the attacking animals, Lu Yin announced, "Use all available weapons, do not be afraid to spend ammunition." "That's right," the 2 captains replied. Suddenly, a loud roar was a big deal. It belonged to a massive beast flying very low above the ground, adamantly approaching the city. His sharp claws on their paws almost touched the ground and tore apart the decrepit bodies of zombies that came across the way. "Attack him, faster," someone shouted while the others were panicking. At this time, Lu Yin, sniffing his eyes, jumped from the city wall towards the mutant. In his hand was the sword of Orton, in which he directed the energy of the sphere of the guard. Since the beast flew very low, Lu Yin speculated from top to down to his head and pointed the sword into the mutant's brain. The blow of the young man was deadly to the creature. His huge carcass collapsed to the ground, shuddered a couple of times, and calmed down. Lu Yin then pulled out his sword and waved it, shaking the scrapings of the brain and blood, and then headed back to the city. Only at this time, the soldiers on the wall came to their senses and erupted with applause. "The mysterious sage," someone cried out among the crowd, and soon the rest picked it up. The face of Lu Yin blurted. He did not want to be another sage, but it was already impossible to calm the crowd, and his new nickname began to spread quickly. There are not many zombies and mutated animals around Jinlin. Mostly others destroyed most of it. Soon, on the orders of our hero, most of the people were focused on the return of the Western lands. About 10,000 soldiers were transferred to the Western lands to clear roads. This attracted the attention of both ordinary people who sought refuge and others looking for a place where they could prove themselves. This is how it took half a month and remained only less than 70 days before the arrival of a new group of students. During this time, Lu Yin used about half of the star crystals for its cultivation, raising his combat level to 1,500. Typically, stellar crystals were not used to accelerate development and increase strength. People used them to strengthen combat skills or supply energy to high-tech equipment. They were also kept in extreme cases where it was necessary to quickly restore their energy. In combat, for any strong master, the power was most important. Even the same skill could have different power if you use crystals. This principle was clearly seen in the Battle of Tiriez and Grain. Although the guy saved a couple of star crystals for his fighting skills, but regretted using them, which was a fatal mistake. If he used them in battle, the results of the battle could be completely different. Lu Yin had his own plans, but part of the crystals also left to improve his star palm as well as try something. 2 weeks later, Granin surrendered and asked for a meeting with the young man. Although on his orders no one tortured the girl, she was in a dark single chamber all this time and was given disgusting food. For her, a pampered student of the fighting academy, where she was like a queen, such treatment was worse than torture. I'll help you if you let me go. Gran's voice was weak, pale face, and a distracted look. From the girl there was an unpleasant smell, while she, standing on her knees, staring at Lu Ini. But the young man remained indifferent to this. What can you help me? I can help with Jinlin's protection or something else. Just let me go. I can't be here anymore. Lu Yin stared in her eyes. What is the purpose of your trial? Are you not really a student? So how did you get to Earth? This place has long been under the supervision of the Diu Empire, and it is simply impossible to get here. Gran's gaze became clear, but when the girl saw that the young man began to leave, she shouted, "Wait. All right, I'll tell you. I'm just puzzled by you, but I won't ask anything else. Our task is to find an escaped criminal." Lu Yin turned to a girl with a clear interest. The Grain nodded. The day before the planetary evolution, we were given the task. The criminal managed to escape from prison and get to Earth. It was he who launched evolution. The Empire did not plan to touch this planet at all, but in the current circumstances, there was no other way out. We, in theory, were not supposed to be sent here so early, but on the contrary, we were heeded and we arrived a few months earlier. The evolution of the Earth did not begin because of you. Lu Yin was surprised. Chapter 19. Grain shook her head. Lu, the planet on which the evolution was to take place, and we would have trained on it, is quite far from here. This information shocked Lu Yin. If the evolution of the Earth has not begun the Diu Empire, but someone else, then perhaps they could be that dead. Do you know the identity of the escaped criminal? Asked the young man. Grain, coughing, replied, There really is no. His personality is classified, so none of us know who he is and what he looks like. Then how were you going to find it? That's our test. It in theory should not be simple. Well, let's say you were able to find him. Will you have the strength to catch the criminal? He escaped from the inner part of the universe to the outer, and during this time he suffered a lot of injuries. Let him at that time be in the sphere of the merger, but now, of course, lost all this force. Moreover, all his ammunition was broken during the escape. 10 minutes later, they finished the conversation. Lu Yin asked people to take the girl to the infirmary, where she can wash and recover. As a result, the girl left everything about everything all day, and she met with him only at noon the next day. Although she had to live for several months with a number of serious wounds, resorting to special medicines developed by the scientific centers of the universe, with the exception of a wound on the shoulder, only memories remained from the rest. A new meeting between Lu Yin and Hrain took place outside Jinlin in the vacant lot. You have fully recovered if you do not take up the shoulder. How about trying to attack me and avenge my humiliation? Grain spelled on a young man, thundering with metal chains, shackling its limbs. The young man, seeing her gaze, only laughed. Oh, stop pretending. With your power, some irons won't stop you. Zintilda. Grain immediately broke the chains, but in response felt a strong pain in her right hand. Slightly pale, she kept her groan and said on exhalation, I said that I will help you. And if I clean this thing, how do you sing? Lu Yin pulled out a Tiriez gun from behind the belt and threw to the ground in front of him and the girl. Gran stared in shock at weapons that could hurt even masters of the guard. It was because of him that she was so afraid of the young man. But why did he get him out so easily? Now you can beat me. If you win, you think you will get control of Jinlin and at the same time take revenge. Isn't it wonderful? Lu Yin provoked it. The eyes of Grain flared up with determination, and she rushed with all her strength to his side. Let her have almost no confidence in the victory. She had no doubt that she would be able to stand against him in battle. In the end, he only recently reached the sphere of the Guardian. Under her feet sparkled when she fell off her seat and appeared before Lu Yin, directing the ardent left hand in his direction. The young man, with the help of the wandering step, easily dodged from the flame palm of the girl, after which he threw a pair of fiery crystals in her direction. It's not enough to the light, try again. Grain was surprised, but she didn't back down. Since she has already begun this battle, she will try to do everything to win. Fire crystals burst in her left palm, releasing the long tongues of the flame, which she almost immediately sent to her fist, going to inflict a powerful attack. Lu Yin took a step back and put forward the palm, around which there was a veil, similar to the starry sky. Ba-tilda. The power of the explosion split the earth, and the flames soared into the sky, where it sparkled as fireworks. The blast pushed the Gran away. At the time of the fall, the girl was ripped out with blood, and the same thing happened again when she collapsed to the ground with a deaf sound. On the other hand, Lu Yin remained completely unharmed at the same place where it was before the strike. His star palm took the life of Therese when he was still a pathfinder, and now he is the Guardian. The only reason why Granin survived is his mercy. How? The girl cried, unable to even get out of the ground. Although she initially knew about the power of Lu Yin, she believed that she suffered a past defeat due to serious wounds and fatigue, not because of lack of strength. This time, her flame palm hasn't even moved it. The soldiers in the city, hearing the roar, rushed here, but they were stopped by Lu Yin. Then the young man came to Gran. You will not be able to rest. What kind of combat skill was it? She asked, not paying attention to the blood flowing from her mouth. Her once beautiful face was now pale as a toadstool. Lu Yin grinned, reinforced 3 times the trembling palm. What does that mean? It is simply impossible that the trembling palm was so powerful. The girl objected with a weak voice. Lu Yin laughed, lifting a gun from the ground. Have you ever heard legends? It is rumored that there was a master who strengthened the trembling palm in 100 times. He carried a whole star with 1 blow. It was enough for me to strengthen it 3 times against you. Grain was still difficult to accept the words of the young man and defeat from him, especially given the fact that not so long ago she could very easily defeat him. Come back to today. You are my bodyguard. Lu Yin smiled, leaving a girl expectorating with blood. Now it finally came to her, why this jerk allowed her to challenge him. He wanted to completely subjugate her. Lu Yin barely restrained his excitement upon his return to the city. Although its combat level was only 1,500, but the star palm reached the level that even Therese's will not be able to cope at the peak of his strength. Finally, he has a decent combat power to protect himself. Asking Su Sanya to watch him, the young man went to the closed training field of Jinlin, where he pulled out the starry crystal and crushed it. This time, he did not absorb the energy, but instead called his cube. Since the last use of the cube, he blew up and no more numbers were on it. But from time to time, Lu Yin checked it and noticed that the cube was gradually regaining its original appearance. Because of this, the young man suggested that he needed star energy. His guess was correct. The cube began to greedily absorb the energy derived from the crystal. Lu Yin continued to pull out the crystals one by one, slowly restoring the cube. Eventually, when he had 1 crystal left, the cube was full, restoring its former radiance, similar to the light of the stars. The young man erased the sweat on his forehead, wondering how much of the star energy this small thing has swallowed. He needed to spend all the remaining stellar crystals received from Therese and Grain, as well as use his recent energy. If you try to put all the energy absorbed by the cube, it will be easy to get 1 cubic meter of stellar crystals. There was not even a lot of such rich students as terriers. This moment was for Lu Yin a premonition that in the future he was destined to walk beggars. He needs to find a way to make a lot of money. Otherwise, he simply will not be able to use his gift of heaven, which he will never give up. The first use of the cube gave it an incredible technique of the star, and without any consequences. Regardless of how much stellar crystals are required for the cube, it will continue to charge it and use it. In the worst case, he'll just start robbing people. Lu Yin held his breath in anticipation, rubbed his hands, and shined along the cube floating before him. His breathing almost immediately became more frequent when the cube began to spin. Come on, give me something good. 5 sides of the cube slowly faded, leaving only one of the sides with a clearly visible figure of 4. Before he had time to think about something, the space around him changed. The whole arena disappeared, and even Jinlin. Everything he saw was the vast space of gray and white. Above him was just as endless darkness, and the earth under his feet was made of hard material that he did not meet. The only thing that was in all this space is the strange numbers leading the reverse count. 259.2, 259.199, 259.198. In the mind of Lu Yin, an inexplicably described this space, the main advantage of which was a complete freezing of time. Could time really be stopped? He heard about this except in legends. Soon, he realized that the numbers behind him were counting the time in seconds, indicating how much he could be here. 259,200 seconds were equivalent to 3 days. At the same time, time in the outside world will not change until the timer stops. Lu Yin took a deep breath, not getting the gaze from the large scoreboard, where the 6-digit number gradually approached 0. Wasn't his gift of heaven too powerful? He shook his head, driving away unnecessary thoughts, then stretched out his hand, calling a cube, which again became completely dull. Finally, he understood why his gift needed so much stellar energy. All in order to open this space. Then the young man decided to check something that made him numb. He threw a crystal in the scoreboard and he increased. However, only for 5 seconds. It was cool, but isn't that too little? Chapter 20. Lu Yu was only available for 3 days in the time-space, but the price for such pleasure was too high. 1 crystal the size of a fist increased time in this space by only 5 seconds. If you make a small calculation, assuming that it will have a crystal in size with a cubic meter, then only about 80 minutes will be added to the timer. This information once again convinced him that he needed to find a way to extract the crystals. They were necessary for the young man for everything: studying technicians, buying equipment, cultivation, and other trifles. He began to believe that in his situation you can resort even to steal, yet with such prices and not this can be done. And to become a star pirate is not such a bad idea. But after thinking a little about it, he hurriedly threw all the extra thoughts out of his head and focused on his immediate goal. 3 days in this space, on the one hand, it would seem a pretty good opportunity to practice, but he did not have stellar crystals at all, so, having shrouded his brain, he decided to start practicing his new combat skill, the Palm of the Void. This skill was an improved version of the cheap hand, and it was also common for everyone in the universe. However, this skill had even higher requirements for physical fitness than the trembling palm. It was so insane that not many of the masters of the merger could use it. However, for the young man, the skill was ideal, and since the crystals ran out, the answer to what he would do for the next 3 days was obvious. The Pride of the Void was much more powerful than the trembling palm, and more importantly, it was long range, which just compensated Lu Yin with a lack of skills to fight at a distance. Although he has not practiced his combat skills for a long time, he has not postponed physical training for a day. Moreover, the advantage of such skills was almost 0 cost of stellar energy. It is for this reason that Lu Yu, with the help of the Jealous Palm, managed to kill Astra. Although, as you know, the universe was filled with stellar energy, but each planet had its own ecosystem, and some of them were completely unsuitable for the accumulation of energy. In this case, techniques similar to the trembling palm, based on physical strength, were extremely undervalued by most masters. Many, in the process of chasing more powerful techniques, completely forgot the fact that such skills were difficult to implement in real combat. From the moment the timer began the countdown, the young man began to train his new technique. For 3 days, the young man trained in the sweat of his face, and at the end of the time on the time, he was sharply thrown out of the gray space. He returned to the training field in the Jinlina military camp, and then immediately became convinced that from the moment of his movement into the space and back, only a second had passed. Taking a shower, the young man decided to give rest. The next morning he met Gran. Nodding in her gaze some strange shade, the young man asked, "Do you remember your role?" "I'm your bodyguard," the girl replied softly. Lu Yin grinned in response. "Come, the sage of the distress should soon wake up." Zhou Shan suffered far more serious wounds than Grain. He collided with all the power of Teres and almost died at the hands of Orton. The good of him was saved by Lu Yin. Over the past half a month, being under the scrutiny of doctors, the man significantly lost weight and weakened. When Lu Yin, along with Grain, went to the man's room, Feng Hong met them first. Brother Lu, but not mysterious sage, the sage of the mighty, woke up. Lu Yin was embarrassed every time he was called. He did not want this at all, especially when the second wave of students was about to arrive, because it will attract unnecessary attention to him. However, now there was nothing to do. All Jinlin used this title, and everyone knew that the young man had reached the sphere of the Lord of Heaven. To refute or change it somehow, it was simply impossible. "Remain here," said Lu Yin to the girl, passing by Feng Hun towards the ward. Feng Hong looked at Gran very cautiously, for obvious reasons, but the girl herself did not pay attention to him. She cared for no one but Lu Yin, because only one like him, who did not belong to this place, could calm her ego and force her to agree to his terms. In the room, except for Zhou Shan, there was only Qin Xuan. She was wary as soon as she saw the incoming Lu Yin. The boy was very surprised by this. "I just came to talk." "Qin Xuan, step aside," said Zhou Shan in a weak voice. The girl stumbled and stepped aside. But Luo Yin pointed to the exit. "It's better to leave." Qin Xuan frowned and then looked at Zhou Shan, who ordered her to listen to. She went to the exit, however. In every step of her indecision was red. "I'm sorry, she's too worried about me," the man said in a weak voice, asking Lu Yin to sit next to his bed with him. Lu Yin sat on a chair and grinned. "She's afraid that I will hurt you." In response, the man laughed a little. "If you wanted to do it, I wouldn't have to lie down on that bed. I heard you gave up the North Track, deciding to concentrate all your power in Jinlin." Lu Yin nodded, got up and walked up to the window, inspecting the not yet fully restored city. It's been 6 months since the onset of the apocalypse. Quite a lot of zombies appeared, but they do not pose a major threat. Twented animals are a real danger. Over time, they will become stronger and the entire line of defense of the city will seem to them child's fun. That's why I wanted to contact the others all these 6 months. Together we could defend China. For this reason, Zhao Yu risked her life coming here. Lu Yin turned to him. "How much do you think the city loses every day, protecting the fortress? How long would we be able to hold out if I hadn't changed anything? The other day I got a report by Lo Yi, in which she says that on your safe roads, there was a king of the walking dead with a fairly high intelligence. This is the second such thing that I was able to evolve, and I can assure you, the strength of such a zombie at least get rid of you. Will any of your captains handle him, or will you go to him in person? How much can you do with your own hands? What happens if someone attacked Jinlin again in your absence?" Zhou Shan was silent a little before he said with a heavy sigh, "There is no way out. I need to establish a connection with the capital, and also find out where and how this chaos came from." Lu Yin raised his ears. "Do you want to know why the apocalypse happened?" Zhou Shan looked at Lu Yin with a serious look. "We got some information when we returned that corpse from Neptune. With the help of the knowledge gained, we managed to become a family of sages, but the corpse brought both benefits and problems. On the corpse, an abnormal substance was found that can cause strange changes in DNA. I think all the changes on Earth have happened because of this. What happened next? Zhou Shan replied bitterly. The Ministry of Science and Technology, having studied the corpse, could not control the substance, so we were given the order to take the corpse away, dividing it into us 7. We, the 7 sages, had to go to different parts of China and defend these parts. And how, the head of the study, was on the outskirts of guessing about possible disaster. But on the day we had to take away parts of the corpse, chaos began. Lu Yin stared at Zhou Shan, but the man was afraid to meet him with his gaze and began to stare in the ceiling. We do not know how things changed so quickly. We did not even have time to do anything. Scientists, and Hao and many other people died in a severe explosion. We tried to contact different people, but no one knew what had happened, even Zhang Dinshin, who was in the capital. What about the corpse? Lu Yin asked hurriedly. It was supposed to be a more expensive look of the chip of evolution, as the corpse was the same criminal who escaped from the inner part of the universe, which was now tried to find by the students of the academy. Zhou Shan shook his head. I have no idea, only a giant pit left from the research center, filled with lava. All information about the study disappeared in that explosion, and then the apocalypse occurred. Lu Yin could say with certainty that Zhou Shan had not lied. The young man came here, to Jinlin, precisely because of the search for the corpse, but it turns out that he needs to go to the capital. Frustrated sighing, the young man said, Rest, I will go. Are you going to leave Jinlin? Zhou Shan asked. Is that what you want? Of course not. You alone can protect the city. Previously, when you were in the field of Lord of the Earth, you managed to seriously hurt a strong alien. Now you're in the Lord of the Heavens. You're definitely stronger than me. I hope you stay. The city and camp of the disasters will follow your orders, including me. Lu Yin was embarrassed. Why? You are still a sage of the mistress, and Jinlin will remain on your shoulders after I leave. Zhou Shan laughed bitterly. Do you think I need this title? I am a soldier. Fame or something else is not important to me. I have an order to protect Jinlin. Saving the lives of millions of residents of this city is my main task. I hope you can stay and help me protect them. Lu Yin continued to look at a man who showed the slightest hint of weakness. In the end, the young man nodded, and before leaving the room, he replied, So far I will stay here. Zhou Shan sighed with relief and looked out the window. The last battle is deeply populated in his memory. He was called the Sage of the Mile, but he was nothing more than a punch. The pressure of responsibility was too great for him. He sincerely hoped that Lu Yin would stay here for as long as possible. Everything he told the young man was top secret, but the only way he could show his sincerity. Qin Xuan hurriedly entered the ward, and Lu Yin, nodding Feng Hong, left the infirmary with grain. He agreed with Zhou Chan that the soldier was carrying an additional burden of responsibility on his shoulders. But it was not his burden, although the young man respected the man, but he was not going to stay here forever. So far, he had a chip of the evolution of Tiriaz. He could have been in the city and reached the sphere of the merger. However, as before, the most important thing for him was the corpse. As soon as there's some information about him, he'll leave right away. Chapter 21. The flames of the battle rose over the sky around Jinlin. The battles did not stop. Every few days from the west came waves of mutants. No one could understand the cause of what was happening. In the sky, flying mutants formed groups and attacked the disaster camp. Grain pushed them back with a flame palm, which is why the sky flashed bright flashes and sparks were scattered everywhere. Standing on the city wall, Lu Yin stared in the direction of the west and thought, Waves have become more frequent, maybe someone controls them. Grain, southwest, exclaimed the young man, causing the girl annoyance. She was a student of a strong fighting academy, but now she has become a slave who is ordered by every now and then. The girl thought several times, and may not obey her, but the icy look of Lu Yinny every time cooled her heated mind. Because of the recent case, Grain herself curbed her stubbornness. The morning after visiting Zhou Shan, Lu Yin offered her a friendly duel. She agreed, but on condition that he would not use the trembling palm, but the young man showed the strength of his palm of the void, almost crushing it. After that, the girl got angry with him very much, but she swore that she would never fight him again. The strength of Lu Yin shocked her, repulsing all the desire to compete with him. If the trembling palm was not uncommon, then the palm of the void was on the other side of the barricades. The girl knew only one person of her age who could use this combat skill. He was her best student of her academy, Will. Boom! The remains of a flame palm fell to the ground, tearing several massive mutants. Gran, trying to take her breath, also thought about the oddities of the last days. The fact that there were mutants in the ongoing evolution of the world is normal, but the fact that they constantly attack has gone beyond the usual. Every beast, even after evolution, did not lose its primitive habits. Until no one invaded them, they did not attack. That is why there have been so many survivors now, but in recent days everything they are accustomed to began to collapse before their eyes. The girl's thoughts interrupted the deafening howl when two more beasts rushed to her. She struck a flame palm without delay, sweeping them off her way. The frowning Lu Yin watched it from the city wall. He believed that the girl relies too much on combat skills, thereby limiting her development. The young man understood that the general combat power of Grain without skills would be half as many. The girl lagged far behind Turi's and was only slightly better than Orton. Her blindness about this in the near future will bring her a big problem. Continuing to observe her, the look of Lu Yinya suddenly attracted something strange. "Stop!" shouted the young man, lifting his palm from which the ripple of air appeared, and then, like a cannonball, he flew towards the girl. Grain was shocked that Lu Yin flew to her as if he was going to attack. At first it seemed to her that this scoundrel went crazy, but somehow she instinctively managed to correctly avoid when suddenly the cold ranting on her back seemed to herself. The palm of the void swept past the girl and collapsed right where she had previously stood. There was a loud clap, the shock wave shattered Grain to the side, and suddenly appeared the man was thrown back and vomited with blood. Lu Yin, who descended to the ground, rushed to the wounded attacker. At this point, Grain, who felt from what happened, realized everything and was happy with the appearance of Lu Yin. This hidden attack was aimed directly at her, and the killer was a potential guardian. At best, the girl would have been a serious injury. On the surface of the earth there was a giant pit. A stranger, grabbing his chest, stared at Lu Yin. "Palm of the void, how is that possible?" The young man looked at him, at the same time looking at the surrounding area with lateral vision. But after his gaze focused on a large cluster of monsters, and he immediately disappeared using the wandering step. "Ruwei away," shouted the man aside, where there was another person in the abdomen of one of them. But it was too late. The young man in the belly of the beast was shaken when the hand of Lu Yin reached out to him. The panicked guy snatched his blade and punched him in the direction of the young man. But then a loud explosion sounded when the naked hand of Lu Yin broke into many fragments of cold weapons. Together with the sword into the shreds, the body of the monster, in which there was a stranger, as well as all the mutants that were nearby, flew. Lu Yin, in 2 blows, completely deprived the combat capability of the 2 guards, which surprised Grana standing behind. The girl was sure that the strangers were students of the Combat Space Academy. Although, most likely, these 2 are not from the 1st Military Academy, but they were not weak, otherwise they would not have been allowed to be tested. That's just the fact that they were so easily defeated by Lu Yin was a testament to his new strength. The martial skill of the young man much exceeded his combat level. The mutated animals quickly ran away as soon as the 2 students were defeated. Lu Yin, noticing this, for himself noticed that the strangers were a source of problem. "Where are you from?" Grainy bumbled with all the anger at the scoundrels who attacked her from an ambush. But 2 frightened guys did not pay attention to her, only looked at the most dangerous person here. Lu Yin waved his hand, giving a sign to the approaching soldiers to return, and then in a cold tone said, I will feed you to those beasts if you continue to remain silent. We are friends on the instructions. Why do we get so cruel? One of the strangers squeaked. Lu Yin shrugged his shoulders. Wrong, I'm a Raminin. Impossible, shouted two in one voice and looked at Gran. Her silence shook them even more. How did the local one win so easily? He can even use the palm of the void. That's it, stop torment, shouted Lu Yin. Refed or die. About 10 minutes later, the young man ordered two students to be imprisoned while he thought out everything he had learned. These two came from the Academy of the Lazar Mountain, located on the planet, where there were many wild animals. Students had extensive experience in taming animals and also had good ambush tactics and sudden attacks. As for their goal, it was the same as the grain. They wanted to occupy a large city. But unlike a girl, they had the support that was in Anhui 1, provinces in China. Gran was furious. Let's kill them. They clearly wanted to warm themselves Jinlin. Lu Yin looked at her. Click if you want. I can't. The girl was stunned by the offer and immediately turned away. Maybe the trial itself is cruel, but too many deaths are clearly not good. No longer say the same. I hope it was for the first and last time. Agreeing, Lu Yin turned around and left. Grain inflated his lips, watching his back. Her heart was sad. The girl wanted to make Lu Yin the main enemy of the students to escape later, but this scoundrel was smarter than she thought. Boss, the wave of animals backed back. Su San was out of joy. The young man guessed what his subordinate thought. You used all the energy crystals I gave you. Su San dived embarrassingly. Yes, and I'm much stronger. Do not rush to make a breakthrough. You have not yet reached the limit of your potential. Exercise with all your strength to squeeze within yourself as much energy as possible. Su San understood the anxiety of the young man. Initially, Lu Yin planned that the man quickly reached the sphere of the Lord of the Heavens, but recently the plan has changed. The young man did not want to harm the potential of Su Xian, so as not to further reduce its value in the role of subordinate. Many strong masters had ways to clean up someone's energy, but if the one who wants to clean it is already at a fairly high level, then it was almost impossible to do it. So the young man decided that, while Su Sanya is better to stay in the field of the Lord of the Earth, this will not interfere with his potential to develop, plus the guy will have at least some force for self-defense. Having dealt with the consequences of the attack of animals, Lu Yin went to the chamber of Zhou Shan. He gave him some medications that he took from Gran, so the mug was on the men who was on the men. What are you going to do with those two aliens? Asked Zhou Shan. As long as I'm lying down, I'll still be useful to them. I have plans to interrogate them. You may be able to learn something new. The man nodded. I heard they came from Anhui. That's where I'm moving. So my decision has already brought us great benefit. We got rid of the problematic couple. Zhou Shan was puzzled. What's I wonder, why are you so eager to the west? Do you want to hear the truth? Lu Yin looked into his eyes. If I can. I'm going to Hubei. I need to find someone. In Hubei, a relative. Lu Yin laughed. Something like that. Zhou Shan nodded. Okay. You're protecting Jinlin, and since you need to go west, then we're going there. You can contact Liu Shaeghe in Wuchen, unite with him, and fight against aliens. The Sage of Light, yes. What is he like? Asked Lu Yin, covering the brilliance in his eyes. What do you mean by, what is he? In terms of strength or personality? Lu Yin smiled. Both and both. I don't know him well, although we used to work together but not for long. But the Sage of Water, Bai Zhu, knows him best. As far as I know, there was an affair between them at one time. The bells of Lu Yin were instantly frowned. A novel? Are they married? No, but there was something between them. Zhou Shan was not sure of the relationship of the two sages, but then asked out of interest, Did you have ever seen Bai Zhu? Lu Yin shook his head. Zhou Shan looked out the window and pointed to the clouds. It looks like that. Looking at the sky, the young man was confused. The man sighed prolonged. Bai Zhu, fresh like a lotus blooming in water. She is beautiful as a goddess who got off the painting. Her appearance is certainly not of this world. Lu Yin stared at Zhou Shan with surprise. When you have learned to speak so eloquently. Chapter 22. Zhou Shan rolled his eyes to Lu Yin. It's not just me who says it, everyone admits it. Bai Zhu is known as the first beauty of all China. No star of show business or internet reaches its level. I didn't believe it at first, but when I saw her, I realized it was true. This woman was born to be called the goddess. Lu Yin laughed, and this is not an exaggeration. Goddess, what a loud word. A bunch of aboriginals, what to take from them. I'm afraid, at the sight of the best 100 beauties of the Diu Empire, you will kneel down and you have drooling. Suddenly the conversation of men interrupted Grain in a mocking manner. Lu Yin said coldly, so that I may not hear the word aboriginals from you or any of its synonyms, go downstairs and guard the entrance. The girl's spit shredded, but she did not want to be angry with him, so she obeyed. Zhou Shan was embarrassed, realizing what he was talking about a woman in the presence of another woman. Brother Zhou, go on, said Lu Yin. The man first coughed. In fact, that Liu Xiaojit, that Bai Zhu, both are beautiful and perfect fit each other. What about the strength? The young man asked with curiosity. Zhou Shan shrugged. I and Liu Xiaog and I are one of the lower 4 sages, and Bai Zhu are 3 higher ones. Although there are rumors that Liu Xiaojit deliberately hides his true strength, even if he is better than me, it is not much. Lu Yin nodded understanding. Although Zhou Shan claimed that Liu Xiaog well knew, the young man noticed that the man was not a bad opinion of him. Still, the Sage of Light, as someone with such a title can be bad, right? But he knew that under this light there was a real unwise darkness. Initially, Lu Yin believed that his only enemy was Liu Xiaojit, but since he had an affair with Bai Zhu, it was apparently more than an enemy. This is how the world is arranged. Pull by the hair and the whole body will move. 1. Lu Yin knocked on his fingers on the wall and thought about something deeply. Closer to night, the whole wave of disjumped beasts finally retreated. In the evening, the young man left Jinlin. He ran out of fiery crystals, so it was time to replenish the reserves. The moonlight illuminated the cold earth, and except for the soughing sounds somewhere in the shade, the only sound was a gust of wind. When Lu Yin got to the place where he last found the fiery crystals, he saw a man sitting on the ground with short silver hair, whose scattered gaze was directed at the starry sky. Seeing the outsider, the young man was wary. He didn't realize if this man was here by accident or on purpose. He also did not know if anyone was here, but the young man was not going to sit down and left the shelter. Who are you? Lu Yin looked focused. He did not know how strong a stranger was, but he felt a danger, so he was no longer approaching. The man looked at the young man with a weak smile on his face. At the same time, the moon went beyond the clouds, and the entire district plunged into darkness. On the body of Lu Inya ran goosebumps, when suddenly in the middle of the black cambulum white. The young man hurriedly took advantage of the wandering step, and at the same time his right hand engulfed the starlight. Behind the white light, a pair of cold eyes rushed, in which the surprise was reflected, and then the white light changed the trajectory of the impact and collided with the right palm of Lu Yin. The young man vaguely saw that this white light came from a beautiful butterfly knife. The attack of the 2 sides thundered around a loud ringing. The air ruffled the ground, and both fighters retreated at the same time. A couple of seconds later, the moon again shed its light on the ground, illuminating them with 2. A serious look of Lu Inya concentrated on a stranger who managed to stop the strength of his star palm. A silver-haired man scratched the back of the head and laughed weakly. Oh, I'm sorry, I thought it was a zombie, so I attacked. I'm sorry again, ha. Lu Yin stared at him, squinting his eyes, and then smiled slightly. That's the coincidence, I also thought, fortunately not beat with all my strength, but used only a quarter of what I have. I hope I didn't hurt you. The man raised his eyebrows. No, how could something like this hurt me? Although I hardly used 1/3 of my strength, it's more than enough to stop you, haha. The young man looked at his palm. That's good. I have only recently studied this technique and still do not own it. You can be lucky. A man immediately got into laughter. Listen, but we have a coincidence on coincidence. I also recently began to train my blow and was able to show 1/5 of the potential power of this technique. Oh, I can't believe something. Why don't you try again? The young man provocatively stated. The silver-haired immediately waved his hand. No, I'm a gentleman. It's not for me to fight with people. By the way, let me ask you what you're doing here. Lu Yin immediately replied. I am looking for a classmate. We agreed to meet in this area. The man grumpily said, To the truth, I wanted to visit Jinlin, the city here nearby, but it has already been marked blue. Did your classmate do it? The young man nodded. Yes, a classmate. Oh, and I was going to have fun. Forget it. You can keep waiting, and I will go, by contracting. A silver-haired man turned around and quickly disappeared in the dark. Lu Yin looked at the clock where he could check if anyone was strong nearby. Making sure that the man had left, he was finally able to exhale. However, the face of the young man was more serious than usual. His star palm was locked, but he'd beaten him from all the dope, but it wasn't enough. Who is this man? Was he one of the students in the first party? Lu Yin came to the place where there were deposits of fire crystals, and then looked where the man was. It was there that he previously picked up a strange skull with red eyes. Maybe the silver-haired was its owner. The young man again tried to remember where he could see such a skull, but to no avail, perhaps because most of his memory of the past was not. Earlier, when he raised his skull, it seemed to him as if he had come into contact with something mysterious. Now that feeling has intensified. Although that man was at the level of the Guardian, Lu Yin felt that he hadn't really beat with all his might, and it scares him. At the same time, a silver-haired man thoughtfully about what had happened earlier. Ha! Among the students of the sphere of the guard, there is someone who managed to block my blow. It's interesting. I thought that this would happen only when the second batch arrives, and then something amazing happened. Yu village on the border, between the provinces of Su and Anhui. Since Lu Yin stood at the helm, the main direction of the army of the disaster camp was the west. 5 captains and 30,000 other were sent to the front line. Along the way here, they saved not only the survivors, but also others that were replenished by the ranks of the army. Currently, the total number of troops is about 40,000, of which 10,000 were volunteers who joined at the time of the advance west. Also among them was a capable military, who later became the new captain. The commander-in-chief on the front line was Feng Hong. Among the others, Lu Yin knew him best. Recently, everything was calm on the front line, but on this day a figure appeared in the sky that stared at the village of Yu with a close look. Meanwhile, in Jinling, Lu Yin was considering a map. The distance from the city to Acheng County was too large, moreover. These 2 seats were shared by Anhui Province, populated by hordes of zombie and mutants. It would be difficult to move, and it will take several months to clear your way to Wuchang County. Lu Yin also understood that when he got to Wuchang, who was already marked by a blue mark, he would collide with students from space. While the young man was thinking, Lo Yun came running with a report. The mysterious sage, news from the front, our camp was defeated, and Feng Hong and other captains are taken prisoner. Lu Yin was surprised. They were attacked by an alien. Lu Yun immediately replied. The escaped soldiers reported that the attacker called himself Yi Ji from the Academy of the Blue Mountain. Call Grain to me, said Lu Yin indifferently. Shortly thereafter, a girl came to him. Join Yi Ji through the personal terminal. This is what from the Blue Mountain Academy. He attacked the front line of the disaster camp, said Lu Yin. Gran took out the wristwatch, picked up something there, and a hologram of a smiling guy appeared in front of her. Miss Grain, it's been a long time since our last meeting at the Blue Mountain Academy, said E.G. politely. The girl was surprised. Do we know each other? The young man smiled. Still, how can I not know one of the beauties of the first military academy? My Blue Mountain Academy is very close to yours, and we often conduct a student exchange. So you're the one who sent me recently to kill me? Green asked in a cold voice. If you pull the hair, the whole body will move. Equals small has a big effect. Chapter 23. Yi-Ji smiled. What are you talking about? I just asked them to look around and look for where our fellow practitioners were nearby. Why did they attack you? Do not worry how I see them. I will certainly make a beating. Don't, they've already got their own, said Grain indifferently. At this point, Lu Yin approached the girl and looked at the hologram. Yi Gi was not at all surprised to see him. And you are not the mysterious sage from Jinlin. Apparently, you're from ours, too. She wouldn't have worked with you. Lu Yin nodded to the guy. My name is Yatiter. I am from the academy from the planet Tata. My grandfather is the director there. Grain's face pulled a slightly twitch. She had hatred of the young man's lies, because it was because of these words that she loosened vigilance and let that bastard down. Yi Gi was surprised. Do you need something from me? Lu Yin suggested with a shade of pride. I can pay you and provide a lot of resources if you let my people go. The boy's hologram laughed. Are you from Tata? I've never heard of this planet, but come on, I don't care who you are, but I want to collaborate. Lu Yin was surprised by the guy's counter-offer. Yi Gi solemnly said, I found a mine of the storm crystals nearby, but in that place, the mutated animals of the sphere of the guards arranged a nest, and my strength to cope with them will be very difficult, so I want to get your help. How many are there? Asked Grain. The guy shrugged his shoulders. I really don't know, but according to my conservative estimates, about 10 cubic meters. The girl's eyes were anticipated. 10 cubic meters of drill crystals were quite a large number. Usually on planets of this type there was nothing. So Grain already wanted to say yes, but the words stuck in her throat and she looked at the young man. Lu Yin indifferently said, Why do I need them? I have enough money. Yi Gi was taken aback of that answer. He could not have imagined that any of the students would abandon the storm crystals, especially in such quantity. Because of their rarity, when exchanging for other types of crystals, it was possible to get a great benefit. For example, if you take the generally accepted exchange rate, you can get 100 cubic meters of stellar crystals, and with their level of power, so much is enough to reach the sphere of the merger. Grain looked angrily at Lu Yin and wanted to leave. However, even if I have enough of them, the people do not say in vain, there is not much money. Well, we will come to you in 2 days, but do not want to touch my people, said the young man, warning the interlocutor. Yi Gi nodded. All right, then take my wards. We need more free hands for our operation. Lu Yin agreed, and Grain immediately completed the call. Is this the man who, according to those two, is no worse than Terry's? Asked Lu Yin. Grain irritatedly snorted. I heard his name. He's in the top 3 students of the Blue Mountain Academy, so maybe even harder than Terry's. What about his family? Do you know something about her? Asked the young man. The girl was amazed by the question. Family? I don't know anything. Lu Yin didn't expect anything more. He decided to join Yi Ji not because of the crystals of the storm, because they will even have nowhere to exchange them on the ground. He was more interested in getting stellar crystals, which clearly possesses this guy. Yu Village, where they were going to meet, was near Jinlin. Before going there, the young man asked Gran to take those 2 students from the Blue Mountain Academy. It took them half a day for everything. Tens of thousands of others in the village were trapped. Their weapons were confiscated and kept under close surveillance. There, Lu Yin saw Feng Hun and other commanders who were tied to a tree. From the camp continuously emanated waves of energy, and when the couple came closer, they immediately attacked them. The young man guessed that these were the tricks of Yi Gi, who wanted to test their strength. However, in fact, it was ineffective. Moreover, there was a high chance to reveal his strength, which was used by Lu Yin. As it turned out, Yi Ji was stronger than Turds, although the young man did not care much. He knew perfectly well that while the most dangerous of all the students he saw was that silver. Grain released its power by blocking the waves of energy Yi Ji, thereby distorting the ambient air. Feng Hun and the rest of the captains raised their heads and looked at Lu Yin with shame. The young man did not pay attention to them, because at this time, E.G. appeared in the sky. Caught, clap, clap. As expected from the beauty of the military academy, your strength is amazing. A guy with an unscrupulous look, clapping his hands, praised the girl. Gran expressed her aversion. This is how your academy teaches to treat guests. Yi laughed weakly. I'm sorry for my little prank. Then he looked at Lu Yin with a cloth of contempt. The young man had only recently reached the sphere of the Guardian, and with such a level of force could not interest him. Can you let my younger brothers go? Asked E.G., looking at the girl, considering her the main one in their pair. Two students of the Blue Mountain Academy noticed their older attitude towards Lu Yin, but since their mouths were worn by tape, they had to win back or give other signals in every way so that he drew attention. It all depends on your sincerity, said Grain coldly. The guy shrugged his shoulders. All right, I'm inviting you to follow me. The group soon went inside the camp. E.G. pulled out the map, turned it around and pointed to a large mountain 100 kilometers from the village of Yu. The mine of the drill crystals is here, but the flock of mutated birds settled next to it, including about 5 in the Guardian. The Aborigines also call it the Sphere of the Lord of Heaven. What's the plan? Asked Grain, looking at the two guys. We can deal with the 5 of us, the whole flock, but it will be risky and tiring, so I want to make the locals to attract those birds and then cover them with weapons of mass destruction. The eyes of Lu Yin froze on Yi Gi. The girl noticed this and, frightened that now something will begin, hastily said, But if we do it, then people will suffer. The guy laughed loudly. It does not matter, but it will be easier for us. We will be able to solve the urgent problem without casualties, Lu Yin said coldly. Brother Yater, what does it matter what happens to the Aborigines? As soon as our test is over, all the survivors will be sent to the battlefield, where the selection will be held, after which the most talented will be made slaves. I think they'll even thank you that they're dead here, and not where they might get, haha. Lu Yin did not comment on this. The fate of the Earth and its inhabitants was predetermined. Since the beginning of the planetary evolution, they have all been under the supervision of the Diu Empire and the Youth Council. Only a few, the most talented, can get a more or less fair treatment. All the rest are cannon fodder, as Yi said. Well, I told you everything you wanted. Now you're gonna free my men. The guy looked at Grain. The girl looked at Lu Yin, who immediately said, Wait, I still have a question. In the eyes of Yi flashed cold. What do you have? You are considered one of the best in the Academy of Blue Mountain, so why did you decide to stay here and not perform the task? The guy was surprised by the question, looked at the curious Grain and laughed weakly. I understand, you are not strong enough because of which you were not informed. All right, I'll educate you. Then he sat down at the table and asked the man at the entrance to bring them tea cups. Lu Yin and Grain also sat down at the table, drank tea, and looked at the interlocutor. Yi Ji took a sip of tea and began to educate them. In this trial, all students were divided into 3 classes. 2 of my younger ones can be considered a first class. Their goal in this test is to simply practice, to gain life experience. 2nd grade is us. Gran was surprised by such a discovery. She thought they were the strongest, at least Eget, as he was in the top 3 of his academy. You, me, and Tyrias from your academy are in this class. Our goal is to occupy the territories, the search for useful resources and exploration. When you were sent here, you weren't told you that you should be a mission as soon as possible, right? Grain nodded with a very serious face. That's because none of us have enough competence. In our master party, only Will of your first military academy and Paris of mine can belong to the 3rd grade. So only the strongest, surprised the girl. Yi nodded with a serious view. There is no justice in the universe. They are on a completely different level and have access to more secret information. Every strongest student of the academy is there. You've been here since we got here. Haven't you met with Will yet, have you? All because they have united and carry out the key mission of our detachment. Gran admitted bitterly. I haven't really seen him since the beginning of the trial, chapter 24. Yige smiled. I know a little more than you, but I barely get the news from that circle. We'll teamed up with Paris and Bailey. All three should investigate the reason for the premature evolution of this planet. They must be in the capital now, but I don't know because I wasn't there. It is enough for me to occupy the territory, to find useful minerals and with a happy look to reap the fruits, and I have no desire to fight those monsters. Bailey, is that from the third planet of gravity? Exclaimed Grain with a demonstrated face. The guy nodded confidently. Yes, he is a famous young master who almost joined the youth council. Its combat level is equal to 3,000, and it is at the peak of the sphere of the guard. Lu Yin was surprised by this scenario. No one appointed anyone, all performed feasible tasks, and only the strongest were engaged in the main mission. So now the territory of the capital and the areas close to it, most likely, were the most dangerous. As far as I know, on the territory that the locals call China, there are 3 best detachments. One of them is subordinate to Bailey, but I do not know about others. They are also likely to be the strongest students of academies. All these 3 detachments are real monsters, and only they have enough strength to compete with the second group of students, which will arrive here soon. The goal of the new party will no longer be a planetary evolution, but a legendary territorial test, so that everything that is happening now is only a warm-up, said Yi Ji. Grain listened attentively and did not interrupt him, because, as it turned out, she knew too little. Okay, I told you everything I should have, and now, suddenly the guy said. The Grain was surprised. What now? Yigi laughed loudly. It's time for you to have fun. The girl looked at him, shuddered abruptly and looked at the cup. Have you poisoned the tea? Of course not. It would not be so easy to do, because a personal terminal can determine some of the components of the poison. What I gave you is much better. It's a strong solvent. The guy got a crystal bottle of 3-leaf clover from the spatial ring. Grain exclaimed abruptly, It's a potion from the clever company. What's his effect? Yigi said, with a proper mosquito, Try to take control of your energy. Do not lead to his provocations. Lu Yin put his hand on his shoulder to the girl, and then looked at the guy. The strong solutor is an elixir that is used by the masters of the fusion sphere, liking his stellar energy with its help, so that it would be easier to squeeze it and release all the available power on a potential enemy. If he is taken by the master of the sphere of the guardian and tries to use stellar energy, then he will suffer due to exhaustion, right? Yigi wondered, How do you know that? Though you said that your grandfather is the director of the academy. You probably found out of him. The look of Lu Yin became cold. Masters below the sphere of the merger cannot control the stellar energy after receiving this strong solvent. But why did you use such an expensive potion on us? The guy removed the crystal bottle and proudly said, Jinlin has a unique location in this territory. Having taken that city, I will become famous even more, not to mention Yi Ji took a look at the grains. I have long wanted to taste the beauty of the first military academy. The girl hurriedly got up from the chair, took a step back and shouted angrily, Lustful cattle. The guy pretended to be surprised. Even so, but is it my fault you took the potion? At this time, 2 bandaged students of the Blue Mountain Academy continued to writhe in the corner of the room and mooing. He looked at them and said, Oh, I almost forgot about you. After these words, he tore all the chains with a flapping his hand, which was constrained. 2 hurriedly blew out of the mouth scotch and shouted, The older brother, more carefully. The guy immediately turned around, but then abruptly crimped from the received powerful blow to the abdomen, which threw him out of the tent, where he collapsed to the ground. After that, Lu Yin in a matter of moments was in front of him and punched him in the chest with all the dope. With an unbearable pain, Yi Ji tried to put the block with his hands, but the subsequent blows of the enemy was still driven into the ground. He damaged the bones of the hands and lost consciousness. The young man stopped and looked at the defeated enemy with an icy look. The guy miscalculated, thinking that without stellar energy they could not do anything. So it was, because for the palm of the void did not need energy, only physical skill. Outside the tent was a huge number of others that were shocked by the appearance of the half-dead E.G. Lu Yin threw an indifferent look at people, then looked at 2 students from the Blue Mountain Academy, which stood in a stupor and were afraid to take even a step. Grain sighed deeply, discarding the accumulated tension, but at the same time in her heart was shocked. Although she had previously seen the power of Ladany the Void, but did not expect the young man to hide her true power. His development was too fast and it frightened her. What about the blocks of storms? They exist, or was it a ploy? Lu Yin asked the 2 students. If he used to believe Eget's words, he didn't. Both looked at each other, and one of them replied, yes, they exist, but it will be very difficult to cope with the mutants. There is also a large bird that has reached the fusion sphere. One of ours was already dead when we came across her. Graina looked at them angrily, because she did not expect that Yi planned to provoke a monster of the sphere of the merger. In half an hour, the action of the elixir will dissipate, after taking these 3 to Jinlin, said the young man, addressing the girl. At this time, Feng Hun and others were liberated others from the province of Anhui, who had previously been subordinate to Yi. None of them was saddened by the boy's defeat, because he held them under his control by force. Everyone who wants to join us, let them stay in this camp, get the rest out, said Lu Yin to his commanders. Feng Hong nodded, and immediately began to follow the order. After a while, the man returned and in an ashamed tone said, "The mysterious wise man, I'm sorry that you had to save us." The young man shook his head. "Would you not be able to do anything against the Lord of the Heavens? Better tell me how the cleaning of this region is going." Almost all zombies from Jinlin to the village of Yu were destroyed. We also eliminated clusters of large groups of mutant animals, but it has not yet been cleared everything. At the moment, we designate especially dangerous places for people to bypass them. When we began to delve into the west to the province of Anhui, this man came to us, reported Feng Hong. After Lu Yin listened to the man, he sent him to carry out the remaining orders, and he thought about it. He realized that he was wrong in his past judgments about the situation with the students and his intention to take revenge on Liu Shaog. The young man was sure that a man like Liu Shaog would not voluntarily obey others, and even more so he would not give in to Acheng County, but now that area was marked in blue. Consequently, the Sage of Light, most likely, defeated the students who attacked his city, or maybe united with one of them. Lu Yin was also sure that the killer learned a lot about the reality of the universe, and with this knowledge, such an ambitious person will cease to be interested in the earth. On the contrary, he continued to think narrowly, trying to use the people of the disaster camp to break through to the district city of Acheng for revenge. The disaster camp will take too long to break through Anhui province into the city of Wuchang. Moreover, it will cost the lives of many soldiers. They probably won't have time to achieve the desired goal before the arrival of the second group of students, nor is it the fact that Liu Shaoj will be able to survive the second wave, so perhaps he will not have to do anything in person. The young man sighed and looked west. He decided to temporarily postpone his goal to take revenge on Liu Shaoghe and focus on that corpse with Neptune. If he can complete a task prepared by the arriving students, then, together with his other achievements, he should receive an invitation to the 10th school of the Academy of Starry Heaven. Half an hour later, Grain tied Yi Gi and his 2 younger brothers, who did not even resist, and the guy himself, because of the strong internal wounds, could hardly move. Lu Yin unceremoniously removed the spatial ring E.G., unlocked him with the blood of a guy, and got everything he was in it. No matter how strong a guy, he was only a student and he did not have anything particularly useful. In his ring there were several bits of storm crystals, a pair of incomprehensible potions, and a good pile of stellar crystals. Having taken everything that was useful to him, Lu Yin said, "We are going back to Jinlin." The girl followed him obediently. Now, taking into account everything that happened earlier, the students around Jinlin were either eliminated or were held hostage, which means that in the near future, before the advent of the second group of students, the city and its district will be in relative safety. The only thing that bothered Lu and Ya was that silver-haired man. For the first time, someone made him experience some weakness, as a stranger successfully blocked his star Prion. The young man tried to find out if Gran knew this man, but the girl was having difficulty with the answer. Returning to the city, Lu Yin invited Zhou Shan to continue to punch the way to the capital. Chapter 25. Why did you change your mind so badly and now want to go to the capital? When the day of judgment came, the whole country was in a terrible position, asked Zhou Shan, trying to understand the goals of the young man. Lu Yin did not tell him about the true mission of the students and replied briefly, I want to know the truth about the apocalypse and that corpse. Even if so, everything around the capital turned to dust from the explosion that broke out at the beginning of the disaster. Of course, after that, some people tried to find something there, but it did not end. Do you think that after so much time you will come there and find something? The boy replied emphatically, A dem must be done, I'll go there. Zhou Shan sighed and looked at him puzzled. I can't stop you from, but I hope you can return to Jinlin unharmed. Lu Yin nodded, Of course. Then the man took out something because of the sinus. This is a document confirming my identity, but here is a distinctive sign. We, the 7 sages, have a kind of agreement based on these signs. If they see it with you, they won't doubt your personality. When you get to the capital, find Zhang Dinshan, he'll help you. Zhang Dinshan? He was one of the 7 sages. The young man was puzzled because he did not know the holy wise men. All his attention was mostly focused only on Liu Shaog. If he had not been in Jinlin, he probably would not have known the name of the Rongmen. As for the capital, he knew that there was a sage Klinka. When it came to Zhang Dignant, Zhou Shan began to look a bit nervous. Lu Yin, I know that you are now very strong and you are able to cope with aliens, but I want to warn you. Don't underestimate the sages and do not try to experience their strength, especially the 3 elders. By the way, Zhang Dinshan is one of them and is recognized as the head of the 7. The young man was surprised by such an unusual unspoken title, the head of the 7 sages. Since that dead man was brought to Earth, the government has attracted a huge number of people to accept a mysterious legacy from it, and we, the 7 sages, have succeeded in doing so. Zhang Dingan is recognized among us as the strongest. His sword can cut everything, and I do not think that even alien students or some Baizu can cope with him. Many people call him the Sage of the Clinks, but in fact his full nickname is the Sage of the Intoxicated Sword. After listening to a man, in the mind of Lu Yin appeared the image of an inexplicably strong person. And how much are you inferior to him? The young man asked, wanting to understand the specific level of the leader of the sages. Zhou Shan grumbled a smile and raised one finger. If you do not take on the highest sages, the rest, such as I, will lose after the first blow of his blade. Lu Yin was amazed at such a frank truth. The real power of Zhou Shan surpassed Orton and Grain, and he was not inferior to Tirias, although he would hardly have succeeded in defeating him. If you take the level of Yi Gi, he was at the top of the middle class of students who arrived on the ground. Based on the words of the man, Zhang Dinshan was definitely capable of fighting on an equal footing with the strongest students who were in China at the moment. The young man believed that he could defeat Zhou Shan with one blow, using the palm of the void or the star palm, but was he weaker than the Sage of the Blancs? Not yet answering this question, Lu Yin took the man's identity card. The young man knew that Zhou Shan had hoped that he would return, but it was unlikely to happen because his future was among the starry sky. There are about 2 months left before the arrival of the second group of students. Lu Yin hoped that he could find a dead man during this time. What? Yeah, do you want me to go to the capital with you? No, it's impossible, exclaimed Grain, refusing his offer. Our hero coldly threatened her. It's not up to you to decide. The girl protested. Didn't you hear what Yi Gi said? Everyone who goes to the capital is the strongest academies. I once saw Will in business. He crushed terriers with a sword. I repeat again, you have no right to refuse, said Lu Yin. The grain tried to persuade him. Yater, no, Lu Yin, you can't even imagine what the strongest students of the academy are. The gap between us is too big. Yi Gi is also one of his strongest academy, but was badly damaged by one blow of my palm, the young man said. The girl wanted to object, but suddenly realized her mistake. She always put herself at a level below turds and involuntarily underestimated the combat power of Lu Yin. But now, she has come to the realization that the guy in front of her can really be compared with the strongest students of academies. Lu Yin did not show her all his power, so she did not know his real strength. However, the clash with Yi Ji told her to understand his approximate level. We're going tonight, said the young man, leaving her no opportunity to refuse. Grain sighed helplessly, realizing that even without the potential force being in the circle of the strongest, she was forcibly drawn into it. Somewhere in the north, among the endless mountains, the smell of blood rose into the sky, coming from a river painted in the buckwheat color. The persistent smell attracted more and more mutated animals here, but as soon as they approached the river, a sharp surge of light killed them. At this time, a low man with a muscular physique stood and washed in bloody water, on which the battle scars were clearly visible. On the shore, not far from him, stood a man and a woman. Bailey, can you stop Tinker here? There will be no mutants left here. The shortness of him threw a cold look at them. In this area, there are 2 beasts of the sphere of the merger. I want to deal with them. Then you can go back. The woman groved. We need to return to the capital of this country now. There are most chances to find a fugitive. According to rumors, her people brought from one of the planets near someone's body. Most likely, this is our fugitive. In the eyes of a short Harteen named Bailey, the ice shine only intensified. Will, and where are the other 2 teams? The man on the shore named Will, he was the best student of the first military academy of the Empire, and the woman was called Paris. She was the strongest in the Blue Mountain Academy. All 3 are representatives of the strongest class, which Yi Gi spoke of. Will immediately replied. According to the latest information, Grace and his own are in pastures north of the capital, and the detachment of Eid in Shanxi, a province close to that city. Bailey went ashore, stirred up his inner energy, and his body instantly dried up. Well, let's go to the capital. When they left, there were countless corpses of mutants behind them, most of which were at the level of the Lord of the Heavens. In the north of China, there were endless meadows blown by strong winds. Flying over these expanses, you could observe a beautiful picture of the swaying grass, which strongly resembled sea waves. On one of these meadows stood a woman who stretched out her arms to the sun. So warm and fresh, ah Tilda. Not far from her stood a green man at 2 meters tall, who looked at the woman and quiet, muted his voice. Stolen with shit, silly. Buller, did you say something? The woman's pointed ears pulled when she heard a man's muttering, and she immediately looked at him. Balor hurriedly smiled at her. I say, smells good, very good. The woman was pleased with the answer. Since we enjoyed this beautiful view, it's time to go to the capital. I heard the people of this planet brought a corpse from a prime star. In theory, it's our fugitive. Well, the big man agreed, and then looked forward, and the high grass began to unsubstitute it, as if he was afraid of him. Somewhere in the province of Shanxi, 2 people were slowly wrapped in black clothes. Around them was endless yellow, from where strange and disgusting monsters came out from time to time, and then disappeared again. Under the hood of one of the figures was a man whose face was covered with scales. Each of his steps was dried with yellow even more than he was. The whole earth that remained behind him was covered with cracks, and the beasts that were underneath it turned into dried mummies. I don't like this place. I had to land where there was more water. We had no choice. To complete the task, we need to go to the capital of this country. I know you were born at the bottom of the huge ocean, but now you're gonna have to wait a little bit. I donated so much, so the task will definitely be done by us, and even the Aborigines will not stop me. Of course, no one can get in our way. Somewhere in the northeast of China, among the real snow world and the vast white sky. In this endless whiteness, a pair of red boots slowly stepped on crunching snow. The figure had an extremely beautiful face and bright, like the stars, eyes that could melt even the most icy heart. It was Baizu, the Sage of Water. Now she was in her Camp Lagnan, which was located on Mount Chanbei. Near her, in the snow, there were 3 figures on her knees. They looked very terrible. One of the figures, raising her head, with fear looked at the beauty and trembling voice asked, "You, the damn native P, why are you so strong?" Chapter 26. Baizu, standing with his back to the ice sheets, calmly looked at them 3. "Listen, students from the starry sky have good combat skills. Who are you? You are definitely not from this planet. Not a single native would have been able to defeat us, because we are considered an elite in our academies." The woman's eyes, who were brighter than the diamonds, stared at the speaker. "Please grab this territory on your map in blue. I don't want to be bothered." The student, with a sense of impotence, pressed something on his wristwatch, and after a couple of moments, the northeastern region of China was marked with a blue mark, meaning that someone had already occupied this territory. Lu Yin and Grain on the same day went straight north. During the night, they managed to arrive in Wei County of Shandong Province. "Hey, the Northeast has become blue," the girl said surprisingly. Our hero was offended. Baizu was defeated. But he did not have time to think about this news, because he saw a huge tree ahead. It was in willow, the branches of which stretched for kilometers around, covering the entire main city of Wei County and even the surrounding roads. The couple hurriedly stopped and hurried to check the combat level of this tree. 4,299, exclaimed both, seeing a figure at the girl's terminal reflecting the combat level of the mutant tree in front of them. This level corresponded to the sphere of the merger. "We need to get around him," decided Lu Yin. However, suddenly, a few branches stretched sharply in their direction. The young man hurriedly pushed Gran from a direct attack and himself dodged from the strike. The girl at the same second realized that if it weren't for him, she would have been crushed by the power of the universe of the merger. "Don't yawn, avoid branches," shouted Lu Yin. Immediately, from all directions in their direction, went an innumerable number of branches. Although they were at a considerable distance from the giant mutant tree, they were still within its reach. It was quite difficult to get around with it, especially for Grain with its slowness. Most likely, they will have to make a big detour. The young man, having plunged in the air, noticed that the girl can no longer evade. Dramatically flapping the palm of the void towards the branches directed at him, he in 2 counts was next to her, hugged it by the waist, and rushed directly to the giant mutant tree. Have Gran been shocked by the fact that they were approaching a tree with countless branches that, like huge snakes, were ready to grind their bones into powder. Lu Yin replied coldly, "Look back." The girl looked back and turned pale, as they had nowhere to retreat, because the road back was blocked by the impregnable green wall of branches. "We are over. We will be killed by a mutant of the merger sphere." Gran instantly lost all the fighting spirit. Our hero did not pay attention to her. He was focused and deftly evaded. Moving closer to the tree, however, the closer they approached the mutant, the more they felt the horror of their superior strength. The young man was glad that he was an unreasonable creature. Yes, it was a great danger, but his attacks were based on instincts, which allowed him to maneuver even in such an unfavorable situation. Grain, with frightened from the spatial ring more than a dozen fiery crystals, and, crushing them, released a huge ball of flame directly into the trunk of the tree. Lu Yin lost the gift of speech. "Do you think it can be burned?" The girl screamed frightenedly. "I don't care, try not to be tortured." Plants are certainly afraid of fire, but before them there was not a simple tree, but a giant covering the whole sky. To burn it, you need the power of a whole volcano, and not some dozen fiery crystals. The young man had no time to argue with Grans, as his attention was almost immediately attracted by a strange figure. At the roots of the mutant moved a black spot, which became more and more as they approached. Soon they saw that it was a man who at the moment continued to retreat, evading the attacks of Willow. "He's so strong," the girl was amazed, because the man in front of them looked quite relaxed, being right in front of the trunk of the fusion creature. When Lu Yin clearly saw the man, his eyes were engulfed in an icy brilliance. It was that silver-haired stranger. Our hero remembered the collision of his star palm with a beautiful butterfly knife. Previously, he was able to seriously hurt Tiriaza with one-hand stroke, but in a collision with this man he was at a disadvantage and could not even determine his true level of strength. "Hey, buddy, we met again." The silver-haired boy greeted the young man with a smile. Grain was surprised. "You know each other." She didn't know if they knew each other. A man, continuing to evade the attacks of the tree, said, "I fell into a small trap, but it's good that you are heading north. I think it's the fate that we met again." "How do you know that we are heading north?" Lu Yin, in bewildered, lifted the eyebrows. "It is not difficult for me to assume that your destination is the capital of this country, right?" The young man squeezed his eyes when he had an assumption that Silver was one of the strongest students of Academy, which Yi Gi mentioned. "Careful," exclaimed Gran. The branches of the yew were drawn to the man from everywhere, but he only smiled friendly to the girl, and from nowhere in his hand there was a butterfly knife. Then he threw a cold weapon directly into the barrel, making a big hole in it, and deftly sneaked to the other side. Turning around, the silver-haired defiantly stared at the Lu Yin. The young man immediately hugged Grain, in whose gaze was frightened, lifted his palm and squeezed stellar energy broke his passage. After that, the couple also turned out to be on the other side of the willow. "I didn't sleep last night. I only used a third of my strength," Lu Yin said fleetingly. The man raised the corners of his lips, "And I'm only 2/10. I made a reservation. I put only a small part of my strength." The young man was not going to give up. Silver-haired Squirrel snorted. "I did not try at all." Grain was offended by what was going on. These two are arguing who is stronger. Lu Yin felt a sense of insecure when he saw this butterfly knife, so he tried to convince the man that he was not a shaven and it's better to think twice before attacking him. At this point, branches reappeared around them, covering the entire surrounding space. The young man offered the silver-haired, "Let's join forces and deal with this tree, otherwise we will not get out of here." A man nodded. "I recently fought and was too tired, otherwise I would have done it alone." Lu Yin turned his eyes. "If I weren't in a hurry, I would have used this tree as a target to test my strength." Silver-haired laughed loudly and threw himself into the attack on the trunk of giant willow. "Be careful." Our hero hurriedly lowered Grain to the ground and also rushed to a giant tree. Since they were not far from the trunk, they were close to the tree almost instantly. The sphere of merger exceeded the strength of the level of the guard, in addition, was an important stepping stone in the way of cultivation. The achievement of the merger proved that the master reached the limits of the mortal body, and in order to enter the next sphere, it was necessary to break through these limits. Among the elite of students, few reached the sphere of the merger, and only a few could fight opponents of this level, being in the sphere of the guard. Although the giant tree was unreasonable, its survival and internal energy were as large as its size. To defeat this willow, to the simple master of the sphere of the guardian, was almost unreal. Silver-haired swung his butterfly knife, which flashed with a white light and rushed to the trunk, like a meteor. The star palm of Luanya fully showed her strength, reflecting on his hand another vaguely erupting star. She was already the second, and as soon as it is formed, the power of his combat skill will fly to heaven. The man and the young man hit the mutant almost simultaneously. But Wolf's knife and palm were attacked from the same position, smashing the solid surface of the trunk. There was a crackle, after which the tree began to slowly fall with countless branches. Lu Yin and Silver immediately turned and met with views. At the time of their attack, they both felt each other's power. This time it became clearer to which of them is stronger. "He's very strong." at the same time thought the young man and man. However, the most shocked, of course, was Gran. The merger tree had strong protection. Although the girl never fought against Will, she was sure that even he could not harm this Will. Those who were capable of this were superior to the strongest students of her academy. Chapter 27. Who is he? Grain looked at the silver-haired. She never saw him or anyone who used a butt-fuck knife, however. The girl knew that he was clearly not a resident of this planet. Here's the devil, the blade blunted, and there was no time to throw. In the end, it turned out to show only half of his strength. The man indicatively complained, and then squinted at Lu Yin. The young man came to his senses abruptly, raised his hand, and looked at her. Yesterday, I helped the old woman's bags to bring and pull his hand, so he could barely show 40% of his strength. The silver has lost the gift of speech. What kind of excuse is that? Brother, we met you for the second time. Let me introduce myself. My name is Silver, the man said, smiling to Lu and Yu, like a cunning fox. The young man nodded to him. I am a Yater from the academy on the planet Tata. My grandfather is the director there. Wow, director. Congratulations, congratulations. Oh, 3 generations of your family. Lu Yin waved his hand. Don't. Haha, okay. I still have things to do. See you, Yater, the man said politely. I'll see you later, Silver. Soon the silver-haired disappeared in the sky. Grain flew up to the young man and asked, what academy is he from? Lu Yin shook his head. I don't know, let's go. Wait, what do you need energy crystals? The girl quickly pulled out of the rubble of a dead tree a crystal the size of a finger that shone brightly, reflecting sunlight, although they are not suitable for absorption, but they can be used as carriers of energy for some ship, well, or on the last case. The masters of the merger sphere also do not disdain them. Our hero abruptly pulled out the crystal and added, let's go, I say, time is money. Energy crystals derived from mutated beings could be emistulated to second-class crystals in the universe. Even wandering single masters, who have no penny behind the soul, will not use such crystals, because they had too many impurities that they influenced the movement of cultivation, so they were useless for the young man. The Lu Yini cub was also very picky. He did not absorb second-rate crystals, so it remained only to collect more similar crystals and exchange them for stellar ones. Silver flew eastward and after a while looked around with a perplexed look. What was this power? Recently, the Guardian has achieved the sphere is actually equal to me. This combat skill is not familiar to me, but he is very strong, you need to check. After the day before the end of the world, most of the capital suffered from a powerful explosion. Only less than a third of the city survived. Now this territory is protected by the strongest of the 7 sages, Zhang Dinshan. In the capital, there used to be a lot of people. Even after the explosion, they remained abound. As a result, about 10 million zombies appeared in the district, which was much more than on the territory of Jinlin, which is why even with the strength of Zhang Dinshan and his 10,000th army of others has not yet been able to eliminate this infection. The capital at the present time was like a medieval fortress, surrounded by countless enemies who besieged it every now and then. The city wall was several tens of meters high and consisted of dense steel. At the top of the walls were patrolled by others, calmly watching the wandering in the distance walking dead. The gates of the capital from time to time opened, and others went outside on armored vehicles to collect useful materials for the city. Soon the gate opened again, and the armored personnel carrier broke into the capital. On the steel city wall, one of the other asked the question, "Isn't this car just gone?" A colleague next to him replied, "Maybe they met a powerful mutant. Who knows?" Near the entrance to the capital there were many survivors. Most of them were in torn clothes, behind which the dead bodies were visible. Seeing the returned armored personnel carrier, they rushed to him, but the car did not even slow down and almost hit several people. The parish burning eyes looked at the instruments. Such a primitive weapon I saw only in textbooks. I didn't expect to use it one day, but I'm damn curious about how it works. Will laughed at her. If you want, take one of them with you. Beely, sitting next to Bailey, was gazed through a window on the streets of the capital. He was experiencing a trembling because of the powerful energy coming from somewhere. Will, who's the strongest in the capital? Asked the guy who was anyway on the Aborigines at first, but when he was here, he changed his mind. A man named Zhang Dinqian, known as the Sage of the Intoxicated Sword. He is also the chapter of the Seven Sages. Bailey's eyes became serious. Will looked at him. Don't worry, 7 sages are just at the guardian level. They are, of course, superior to the weakest elite students, but they are far from our level. The guy ignored the comforting words of the comrade, saying that he was the only one who felt piercing force that could threaten him. The whole road the armored vehicle was buzzing, ignoring the warnings of the soldiers, and rushed directly to the south of the city, where there was a big explosion on the day of the disaster. That place in the south was long blocked, and it was even guarded. When the armored personnel carrier appeared, he was immediately tried to stop, but Paris managed to steer and continue the path. "Stop this infantry fighting vehicle," shouted 1,000th of the level of the Lord of the Earth, after which one jump was on the roof of the armored vehicle. Will looked at the ceiling and clicked his fingers. Immediately, a powerful gust of wind pierced the 1,000th and threw it off the car towards the soldiers. Soon the transport reached the right place. 3 students went out and looked at the red magma that filled the pit nearby. It was a corpse here, and from here due to the Big Bang began evolution, but the corpse itself disappeared, said Will. Bailey understood that if there was something in this place, he was destroyed either by an explosion or everything burned to the ground in magma. They will not be able to find a lead here. Apparently, we have no other option but to meet the leader of the 7 sages. Will nodded to him. I'm going after him. The guy was going to say something, when suddenly he frowned and raised his head. Immediately, Will and Paris did the same thing. It is not known when. A man with a cold look appeared on them. When did he show up here? Surprised the girl. The man in the sky, holding a sword in his right hand, began to slowly descend directly to them. The soldiers who arrived here hastily gave their honor. We greet the Sage of the Intoxicated Sword. Bailey's band was surprised to realize that they were the same Zhang Dinqian. Get away everything, ordered the sage to the soldiers. While others were dadding, 3 students were looking at the man. His appearance was ordinary, not too rude. In short, he was unremarkable. There was just one thing. This man was exuding powerful pressure, and in his experience, Bailey's group suggested that it came from the sword. Did you get from there? Zhang Dinqian pointed his finger at the sky. We'll step forward. Yes, from there. I have a few questions for you. The man ignored his wish. Leave the city and do not return. Bailey squinted his eyes. Will began to be angry that this aborigine ignored him. Are you deaf? I have questions for you. Zhang Dinqian looked at the guy. Before you get out of here, for making a fuss in the whole capital, each of you will meet my sword. Before 3 students had time to say anything, the man hit a blade against Will. Anxiety, alarm? Paris asked the personal terminal. The girl looked at the screen and her face was slightly pale. Will, be careful, he's a grandeur. The guy immediately changed in the face. Previously the usual sword became incredibly terrifying. Everything that was around him disappeared. There was only a sword that was confidently approaching him. Gathering the will to the fist, Will roared, Pred of the Void. The star's blow was stopped by the guy's attack. Strong oscillations due to the collision of the 2 sides raised a powerful gust of wind, which shook the boiling magma. The soldiers standing in the distance watched the scene in shock. Will gritted his teeth and incredulously stared at the enemy, who was just a few meters from him. How can an aboriginal be so strong? It just didn't go into any framework. Belia, who stood a little behind him, stretched out his hand and hit her in the direction of Zhang Dinqian. The eyes of the swordsman squinted. His long blade moved horizontally, shaving along the fist of the attacker. The forces of the 2 sides collided, almost immediately tearing the ground under them apart. but after the guy abruptly grabbed his bloody hand and retreated. Zhang Dinshan, on the contrary, remained immobile, still keeping the standing with the sword, but then looked at Paris and struck it with a damning blow. Chapter 28. Paris's eyes sang, and she quickly retreated. The girl did not expect that the Aborigine, who was attacked by Bailey and Will, would still have so much power to attack her. When she reacted, it was too late. With a bloody wound, the blood from which her clothes garmented and slowly dried to the ground, Paris unconsciously fell to her knees and trembled with the whole body of piercing pain. One man and one sword were held in the hands of the entire capital. Such was the first among the 7 sages. This man can be the strongest master on the whole earth. All 3 students could not understand how such a terrifying person could appear on the primeval planet, just 6 months since the beginning of planetary evolution. It is also worth noting that the Granium Masters were very few even in the Diu Empire. The so-called Granius Master is a cultivator that has a higher combat level that did not allow its field of cultivation. Only such masters were able to do this, because the restrictions in the spheres were quite strict. When reaching a certain combat level, even with the help of high-level combat skills, it was impossible to reveal the strength of high spheres. For example, if you look at Bailey, his combat level is 3,000. This number is considered to be the peak of the sphere of the guard and the beginning of the merger. But even in this case, using his combat skills, he will not be able to fight with the opponent of the sphere of the merger until he overcomes at least one more unit of combat level. Only one type of people was still on a wall separating the spheres, and they were the Granier Masters. Zhang Dingan, obviously, was in the sphere of the guard, but at the same time could show the strength of the sphere of the merger, since its combat level reached the number of 3,200 units. "We're leaving," said Bailey, and hurriedly out of the capital. Will and Paris immediately followed him. The sage did not pursue them, but calmly watched them 3 of them disappear from his field of vision. These 3 were not weak, because not so long ago other students had already come to the capital, but none of them could survive after one of his hit. He already killed 5, but only this group was able to get off with only light wounds after meeting with him. Their power can be safely compared with the 3 higher sages, especially that dwarf. Almost at the same time as 3 students left, the car drove up here, where the young woman came from, and approached Zhang Dinshan with an alarming look. "Sir," the man indifferently said. "Stupid, find out everything you can about them, but do not run into a fight." "Are they so strong that they were able to get away from you?" the woman asked. The sage looked at her more attentively. "Do not think, the one who could have considered me an opponent has not yet appeared." The young person nodded and hurried to follow the order. Meanwhile, outside the capital, Bailey's band landed in a secluded place, and Paris shouted angrily, "CHRTO Aborigine, he hurt me." Did he really dare to do that? I want him to die right now. Will wiped the blood from the corners of his mouth and looked at it. Who would have thought that among the locals there is a master of the facets? Bailey solemnly said, "Don't shave your head. Of course, the combat level is the main way to determine the force, but it is also the most unreliable. The end result in one way or another depends on personality, combat skills, and other aspects." Will frowned and squinted to the capital. Unreliable way. If we talk about the combat level, then it is really unreliable. Many did not concentrate on his promotion at all, but purposefully improved only combat skills and their power. Such people were quite strong, and the requirements for the combat level to break into the next sphere they had others. But even despite this, in all the system, the Granny neighbors stood out from the background of others. The Dao Empire even ordered to directly recruit all such masters to their 13 special detachments at the Imperial Palace. These special detachments had supreme power in the Empire, and are not surprising, since there were masters of granite, whose strength Will was worthy to feel. Only now he realized that he did not even use combat skills against them, he just hit them with a sword. Although Bailey evasively said that the masters of the Grandi mean nothing, he could not hide in his voice a note of envy. He was very strong, was born on the third planet of gravity, and its current combat level reached 3,000. But even he was trapped in the peak of the sphere and could not yet cross it. The clash with a stronger opponent from the locals caused him both genuine anger and contradiction. I won't let him go that easily. Paris was immersed in hatred. I would incite the invasion of the animals on him. Bailey looked at her, but he didn't say anything. Will, by contrast, agreed. Information about the fugitive should be in the capital, but with that sage, we will not be able to fight in the frontal. If you cause the invasion of animals to the city, while he's busy, I and Bailey will quietly get there and find evidence. The girl nodded, licked her pink lips, and rushed into the distance. A day later, when Lu Yin and Grain reached the province of Hebei, our hero heard that the capital had been attacked by a mutant horde. Around the capital, about 10 million zombies. Why did the animals go there? I remember Yi Gi saying that the strongest of his academy came here. Like her name is Paris. Maybe she did it, the young man suggested. The girl replied, maybe. All students of the Academy of Blue Mountains know many ways to subjugate animals, and since it is the strongest in their academy, it should be quite capable in this. In the eyes of Lu, in the ice shine flashed. If it was Paris, the capital had major problems. It's actually good. Invasion of animals will face a hortime of zombies. If people don't leave the capital, nothing bad will happen, Grain said. The young man thought, if you take note of the girl's words, then why did Paris send hordes of animals to the capital? On the roof of one of the buildings of the capital, there were two figures, watching how blows rushed through the sky, cutting in half of flying mutants. This Zhang Dinxian, the strongest of the 7 sages, is really strong, Grace wondered. Balor nodded from the side. He is stronger than me. He's the Granica, he's not enough for us, the girl said. The man did not want to accept this and squeeze his green fists from anger. I can defeat him without fighting his forehead. The beast invasion is probably caused by that woman named Paris. She is so insidious. It seems that Zhang Dinxian has already taught her, otherwise she would not have gone to such a crazy thing, because the price for such an invasion was obviously high. Thoughtfully said Grace. It at least distracted him, so most likely Bailey and Will went looking for clues about the fugitive while it is possible, added Balor. The girl immediately looked at the personal terminal and exclaimed, wow, there are 5 guards around, one of whom has reached the combat level of the merger sphere. It must be Zhang Dinxian and 4 others, probably Bailey, Will, Eid, and Hayden. It's pretty lively. If Eid is here, then we will have difficulties, since he is also quite strong. The beauty nodded. He, contrary to all the contradictions, entered the space hall and then defeated students from the 13 strongest academies. That's his record, but it doesn't mean much to us. Although, there's an idea. Maybe we'll tell Zhang Dinxianu about this. Balor questioned her. Do you want to betray yours? Grace rolled his eyes. Who is yours? They are our competitors. In the eyes of the Empire, we all pass a personal test, so it cannot be considered a betrayal. I can take control of the surrounding plants to help cope with the animal invasion. That would be wonderful, the girl rejoiced. At this time, there were still 2 figures on the roof of an abandoned hotel in black mantles. Eid, I feel the aura of Balor. His energy seeps into all the plants around, and it is strong enough, said one of the men in the mantle. The one to whom he turned by the name Eid replied, there are 7 masters of the Guardian, plus Paris out of town. It's pretty trouble for us, but it's not that a big problem. That's not to say about Zhang Dinxian. This native has surprised me a lot. Let me try his power. I have never fought with Master Facet. A man in a black man was excited, and in his eyes he gnawed green brilliance. At this time on the steel city wall, the expression of the sage Klinka was gloomy. Near the capital of the Horde Rods fought a crowd of mutated beasts, like 2 great empires trying to decide who would control the territory. The Walking Dead were weak, mutant beasts were easy to tear any of them with their claws, but the corpse poison was very poisonous. In addition, the zombies were much larger. More than 10 kilometers east of the capital was hiding Paris, whose face, although pale, but expressed satisfaction. More, you need more. I'll be burying this town in retaliation for hurting me. The girl did not notice how she began to cool around her, and the ground under her feet began to be covered with inception. She continued to observe the battlefield and unknowingly rub her coolants. Chapter 29. At some point, Paris's heart squeezed abruptly and ran through her back. The girl immediately turned around and saw a beautiful stranger that she was calmly looking at her. She had red boots wearing, in which she walked on a dark red ground, and a snow-white dress, and her long blue hair hung up to the waist. But for all this beauty, her face was incredibly cold. "Who are you?" asked the frightened Paris, realizing that the enemy had come too close to her, and she didn't even notice it. "Is this the result of her injury?" The beauty asked a counter-question. "Did you cause an invasion?" The girl continued to carefully consider the woman with a feeling of envy. How could such an unearthly beauty exist, so pure and flawless? Among all the people she saw, there was no one so beautiful. "What are you silent, swallowing the tongue?" "I was the first to ask who you are." The beauty with a sigh replied, "I am Bai Zhu." "Are you a wise man of water?" Paris was surprised. The woman looked at her, then on the bloody battlefield. "Why did you cause this wave of animals?" The girl grinned. "Stupid aborigines have no right to talk to me, but since you came to me, I will personally tear your beautiful face to pieces." With these words, Paris reached for the sage of water, but her hand almost immediately covered with a crust of ice. The student easily broke the ice and arrogantly asked, "Do you think some insignificant ice can stop me? With this, you only confirmed my words that all the locals are stupid aborigines." Ha ha. Bai Zhu raised her hand and hit the enemy with the words, "He who seeks death will surely find it." The next moment, a powerful gust of icy air, shackling everything in its path, headed directly to the girl. But Paris didn't care much. Although her wound has not yet healed, she believed that she was superior to the enemy. "I said, your icy energy is too weak." However, when a strong, icy gust of wind enveloped the student, he began to slow down even time. The pupils of the girl immediately expanded. "Impossible! You have an ice gift from heaven." The beauty did not even look, continuing to freeze the enemy. Paris, realizing what she encountered, tried to retreat, but it was too late. Just 2 seconds later, her whole body froze and then shattered. The strongest of the students of the Academy of Blue Mountain met her death. After the death of the girl, the animal invasion began to recede, since the mutants no longer controlled. Bai Zhu exhaled, realizing that her opponent was strong enough. If the girl was not wounded and underestimated her power, then even with the fact that she owns the icy gift of heaven, it is not the fact that the battle would end in this way. At this time, Will and Bailey searched Zhang Dinqian's house, but nothing was found. After a while, when the animals ran away, Lu Yin and Grain were finally able to get into the city. At the moment, the atmosphere in the capital was tense, but gradually returned to normal. No matter how bad the times are, while a person has somewhere to live, he quickly gets used to the rest. Our hero found a map of the capital and together with Grain came to the residence of Zhang Dinqian. He thought the same way as the other students. If someone knew something about the dead, then most likely it was the sage of the intoxicating sword. Standing on the steel city wall, Zhang Dinqian looked at the thick white fog in the distance, hiding the icy land. "Sage Klinkov, look," someone exclaimed. All the soldiers on the wall looked into the distance, where a beautiful woman appeared, around which the ground froze. She slowly crossed the empty battlefield with graceful gait. "It's a sage of water, Mrs. Bai Zhu," exclaimed one of the enthusiastic soldiers, after which everyone around was overwhelmed with joy. 7 sages for many have become a symbol of protection and hope. Bai Zhu was the only woman among them, as well as the first beauty of China. Her appearance could easily cause excitement in the hearts of soldiers. Beauty is a force that is capable of a lot, and the Sage of Water possessed it. When the beauty appeared on the city wall, the enthusiastic cries of soldiers could no longer be relieved. They behaved so loudly that they were threatening countless Bruises mutants who had not yet managed to leave. Zhang Dinshan continued to follow them, squeezing his long sword. Bai Zhu approached him. "I've figured it out who caused the invasion. It was an alien." "Thank you," said the man. The woman indifferently reproached him. "You are too kind. You had to, if not to kill, then at least catch her. All of them treat us as consumables." The wise man Klinkov shrugged his shoulders. "I have already killed 5, but with the recently arrived group, everything was more complicated." Bai Zhu was surprised. "More difficult, for you." A man looked into the eyes. "If we, the sages, differ in strength, then among these students there are also differences. The one you killed was a tough opponent." The beauty agreed. Paris made her use the gift of heaven, which means she was not weaker than the 3 highest sages. "Wait, did you just say the band? Is it not alone?" Bai Zhu suddenly blurted out. "Yes." The Wisdom of Water hastily pulled out a personal terminal. Something pressed, and on the screen, along with the sound alert, reflected the information. "Except for you, then there are 8 masters of the sphere of the Lord of the Heavens." In the eyes of Zhang Dinshan, anger began to thicken. How did so many masters gather under his nose, and how dare they come here? Are they tired of living? Meanwhile, Lu Yin and Gran were near the house of the sage Klinkov, when suddenly the girl stopped and looked forward with surprise. Our hero followed her gaze and saw 2 guys, high and low. They stood out strongly, as ordinary people rarely walked in such pure clothes. And the short guy was very strange. He was incredibly muscular, but his height was no more than a meter. All this indicated that they have 2 students. They were, of course, Will and Bailey. They just left the residence of Zhang Dinshan, where they found nothing. The boys were going to continue the search, but unexpectedly collided with Lewin and Grain. A couple of boys and girls also stood out strongly, especially Grain, that looked clean and beautiful, and it was simply impossible in such times unless you are a cultivator. "Will," called Grain her classmate. Lu Yin immediately realized that before them was the strongest from the first military academy of the Diu Empire, the elite, who was tasked with tracking the fugitive. The guy was surprised at first, but when he looked at the girl, he immediately remembered her, and it made him laugh. After that, he appreciated the young man next to her, but the energy emanating from him was quite low, so our hero is not interested in anything. "Do you know them?" asked Bailey. "She's from my academy." "So they're theirs. Let's get them with you, we'll need their help." Will nodded and called the girl. "Follow us." In the eyes of Grain, fear flashed and she crawled on Lu Yin. They were all sent here to pass a test, the result of which was determined by many factors, so friends and everything else meant not much. There was only personal benefit. In her current situation, although she obeyed our hero, he did not put her life in danger, which could not be said about Will, who had the reputation of a ruthless man. "I told you to come, are you deaf?" shouted the guy, attracting the attention of others. Bailey frowned. "Don't yell." Will was staring at Grain. Lu Yin went to them and looked at the shouter. "Why are you screaming? You don't know it's innocent about the street to make noise." The guy was stunned. He clearly did not expect that some weakling will reassure him. "I do not know what kind of academy you are, but she will have to come to terms with the fact that she will no longer have a student like you." With these words, Will waved his palm, lifting a powerful gust of wind that scattered to the side of ordinary people. The eyebrows of the young men rose. Wave of the void. Looking at the attack of the enemy, our hero responded with the same reception. Chapter 30. 2 identical attacks collided in the air, after which everyone heard a loud clap, and then faced with a powerful gust of wind sweeping around the radius of 100 meters built. Will looked at Lu and Hias. "Can you use the palm of the void?" Our hero threw an indifferent look at him. He heard from Gran that a guy could use the palm of the void. He was not surprised to do this, but he was struck by the fact that Will clearly did not reach the requirements of the skill, because right now his right palm was shaking. These were the consequences that his physical body was not sufficiently prepared for skill. Bailey was also surprised that Lu Yin used the palm of the void no worse than his comrade. At the same time, standing on the steel city wall, Zhang Dingan and Bai Zhu simultaneously heard the pogrom and looked in his direction. In the eyes of the beauty flicker, there was a strong intention to kill, caused by uninvited guests, whose actions caused harm to ordinary citizens. Standing in the city of Huain suddenly exclaimed, "Zhang Dinshan is here, and with him another master of the sphere of the guard." But our hero did not care, as well as his opponent, whom Bailey called out, "We go away faster, that sage is coming here." But Will could no longer be stopped. His body was quickly covered with white armor, and he rushed to Lu Yin with such speed that no ordinary man could follow him. Both guys again collided with each other, shaking the earth with stellar energy. Our hero grinned over the enemy. He certainly didn't have as much stellar energy as Will, but absorbed it twice as fast as the environment, so he wasn't afraid that he would be left without it. Gran hurriedly retreated. She did not want to get into the battle of two madmen. Bailey, who stood aside, realized that there was nowhere to go. With an icy look, he rushed to the girl. Grain, noticing this, crushed several fire crystals, enveloping itself with a fiery aura, and immediately used a flame palm. However, the guy dealt with her attack almost instantly, and all because of their too big difference in power. Lu Yin saw that the girl was about to be in the hands of Shorts, and by a wave of his right hand, resolutely sent his palm of the void to his side, casting the guy back. Bailey had to put the force to block this attack, after which he again shouted to a comrade, "Will, let's go." But he, laughing loudly, continued to riot. Our hero is tired of this upstart, so he sharply reduced the distance with him with the help of the wandering step and directed the star palm to him. Will's instincts retaliated against the danger. He tried to avoid a blow, but the rotation of the celestial bodies contained a huge attracting force, which was very difficult to avoid. Bailey, standing aside, was shocked by this punch no less than his comrade. "Bich." With a loud clap, the palm of the empty, Willow was shattered to pieces and dust, and then thrown aside like a baseball. Having crashed into a house dilapidated from the last collision, the guy spit out a lump of blood and looked incredulously at the Lu Yin. He could not have imagined that, through a special armor, he was so badly wounded by the palm of the enemy. Grain was as shocked as he was. Will was the strongest in her academy, but before her eyes he lost to a mysterious young man. "How dare you fight in the city? Yes, I'm gonna throw all off you." A loud roar from afar, and it was followed by a sharp blow aimed at Bailey. The short milk hurriedly retreated, moving away from Gran even further. The ferocious blow directed at him left deep cuts on the ground. Bailey hastily put on a special armor and looked cautiously at Zhang Dinshan. A man hanging in the sky looked at the short, then at Grain, after which his gaze moved to Lu Yin and climbed out of the ruins of Will, who was clearly wounded. The wise clink of this picture made you think. He fought the band Bailey and knew their power, but suddenly there was someone who so easily wounded one of them. This caused fear in the heart of a man, because somewhere in the capital were 4 more masters of the sphere of the Lord of the Heavens, whose strength could be no worse than that of this group in front of him. Will, covering the open wound on his chest, quickly found himself near Bailey. The situation is a stale. In response, the guy squirted coldly, "Stay here, I'll try to come up with something." Then he rushed straight to Gran. No one expected it, even the girl herself, so when the shorty was next to her, he very easily threw her in the direction of Zhang Dinshan. The wise man Klinkov raised the sword and cut them in the direction of the approaching girl, then he frightened her to death. Immediately Lu Yin soared into the air, pushed off Grain, and punched the palm of the void towards the man. The attacks of the 2 masters collided with each other, splashing residual energy in all directions. The shock wave forced the young man to land on the ground and retreat a couple of steps. At this moment, Our hero for the first time felt the strength of the strongest sage. Bailey, creating a similar incident moment, grabbed Will and rushed out. However, the sage Klinkov was not stupid. He did not hesitate to strike the side of those fleeing with a sword. His attack rushed to his goal almost immediately, but the two guys managed to avoid it, and the short shouted, "We are leaving. We don't need battle anymore." "You're not going anywhere," exclaimed the man chasing. This made a big peer for Bailey, and he finally used his combat skill, which caused a strong ripple in the sky. The giant fist. Wum tilde. The guy thought that his blow would be enough to slow Zhang Dinshin, but as a result, the man was not enough that he was not injured, so he began to shorten the distance between them. Will, of the last forces, struck their opponent with the palm of the void. However, the sage Klinkov easily threw it away with the back of a one-sided sword and continued to chase. When Lu Yin was going to help Zhang Dinxianu, he suddenly noticed how his feet covered a crust of ice, and the grain standing near him was already half fenced. At this point, Bai Zhu, who is next to the girl, warned him menstruably, "Don't even want to get off the place." The young man looked at her with a slight shock, because for the first time I saw such a beautiful woman. "Are you a sage of water?" Bai Zhu raised the eyebrows. "Maybe you aliens made instructions on us." Our hero shook his head. "Zhou Shan told me that because of your beauty it is difficult to confuse you with someone." "Did you kill Zhou Shan?" As soon as the young man wanted to explain everything, he saw that the woman continued to freeze grain. "Do you want to kill her?" The beauty answered coldly, "Yes, and what?" While she was saying this, strong icy air continued to emanate from her body. The look of Lu Inya directed at her has changed dramatically. "Gift, you have an ice gift of heaven." Bai Zhu did not respond to this in any way. She pointed with the other hand to the young man with the intention of freezing him. Our hero immediately felt a slight thrill, so he hastily released the star energy, and with the help of Star Ladoni split all the ice that held it. The beauty felt a strong pain in her hand and was shocked. For the first time, someone was so easily able to break her ice. Perhaps seeing that Bai Zhu is being repelled, Zhang Dinxian forgot about the pursuit and rushed to attack Lu Yin. Our hero deftly evaded the fall of the swordsman, then got the distinctive sign of the wage of the wrongman and threw it to a man. "I am a friend of Zhou Shan, not an alien." Zhang Dinshin took the token and was surprised. "Are you a earthling?" Lu Yin nodded, curled without remorse, after which he shouted, "Those two run away, you need to catch them." Having said this, the young man rushed into a chase for the students. The man did not have time to think about the words of our hero. He also went in pursuit of Bailey and his comrade. In today's clash, Zhang Dinxian again proved that the Master Granius is not just the generally accepted name of special masters, but the most dangerous opponent. As for the Lu Yin, although its star palm was incredibly powerful, it only recently reached the sphere of the Guardian, and its combat level was only 2,000 and a small. However, if his combat skill reaches a breakthrough and instead of 2 star bodies, there will be 3, then it can be easily elevated to the status of Master Granites. Because of the wounds previously received by Will, the chase ended with the fact that the guy met his defeat at the hands of our hero. Bailey was also defeated by the furious attacks of the Sage Klinka, and the wounded fell to the ground. The scale of the last battle was small, but its result shocked many. The strongest students of the 3 academies of the Diwa Empire were defeated. Elite grain-level student could not interfere in what was happening at all. This prompted Lu Yin to realize his current power. He had it, but she might have enough to beat some wounded Will, no more. Zhang Dinshin, looking at Bailey and Will lying on the ground, lifted his sword and was clearly going to kill them. However, our hero quickly stopped him. "They can still be useful to us for future negotiations." The man was puzzled by the young man's words. "Negotiations?" Lu Yin nodded and tried to explain. "You must know that the purpose of the students who arrived on Earth is to undergo a special test. Although none of them is safe and everyone can die, they have a fairly high origin. Using their lives, we can negotiate with the leaders of the Diu Empire. Bai Zhu looked at the young man with her usual cold look. Do you want to use their lives in exchange for Earth's freedom? Lu Yin shook his head. Not really so. Planetary evolution for the Earth is in some sense even useful because it accelerates the process of evolution. But in fact, it is all a ploy of the Diwa Empire to gain free power, which will then be sent to the battlefield against another empire or fight other races beyond our galaxy. In those places, everything is much more severe than what you encountered here. It's hard to survive even the strongest. Zhang Dinxian silently removed his blade. In the cold eyes of the sage, the water flashed sadness. Initially, everyone on Earth thought that their planet was the only one where intelligent life is in the universe, but since the discovery of the body on Neptune, everything has changed. It turns out that the Earth is just a primitive planet, which is watched by the Diu Empire. Now it's time to face reality, and it's worse than any zombies and mutants. After the planetary evolution is over, it is not known how many survivors will be sent to the battlefields, where they are only expected to die. Grain looked at the young man surprised. The girl did not expect that he would decide to negotiate with high-ranking masters of the Diwu Empire. She never heard anyone from the Aborigines on the planets where the planetary evolution took place dared to go for such a thing. Many would likely doubt, but she even wanted to praise Lu Inya for his ingenious. Knowing the origin of Will and others whose families by and large served in the 13 Special Forces, the Diwo Empire could actually make some concessions. Kika, your plan is too straightforward and stupid. The Dao Empire has a strong top. Why did you decide that she would accept the threats of some native from a weak planet? Cursed, Bailey ridiculed our hero in his own words. The young man looked at him. You are not worried about it, just be a kid and wait for you to be brought home. The guy shook his head disparagingly, realizing that there was no point in arguing with the locals, since they don't know anything. Baizu was confused by Lu Anija. Perhaps for their planet, his offer was useful, but for him it is like buying a one-way ticket. The Diwu Empire will certainly not forget who dares to blackmail her. The young man was clearly not stupid and had to understand it, so where does such courage and dedication come from? The woman did not understand him at all, and it alarmed her the most. Boom tilde. Suddenly, there was a loud noise from the north. Zhang Dinxian turned in the other direction and turned pale abruptly. There is a scientific and technical center. At this point, 2 figures flew in the sky towards the west. Bailey looked at them and strained through the likes of them, Eid and Hayden. The man took off high into the sky, and at first sight saw running to the west, but almost at the same time 2 more figures appeared in the sky, which followed the strangers in black mantles. The icy eyes of the sage Klinka immediately flared up with rage. The energy in his body squeezed sharply and headed into a long sword, and then he cut them into the side of running away with such a powerful blow that from one of his appearance he was engulfed by an ice chill. The force of the impact was so high that it seemed as if he was able to cut off a piece from the sky. Lu Yin watched it with shock. He saw that it was not a combat skill, but the strongest blow at the disposal of Zhang Dinxian. The people fleeing to the west quickly realized that the sage Klinka attacked them. Get out quick, shouted Eid. Grace and Balor flew nearby. This native escaped completely from the coils. In front of many people in the capital, a huge blade beam cutting the sky, rushing west to its target. However, at the time of the collision, all 4 students simultaneously turned around and hit the enemy attack. The 2 sides collided, leveling each other's power. Eid's face became serious, and there was unbelief in his eyes. Hayden's black mantle was torn, pointing out its scale upper body. Grace barely sighed, stunned to look at the sage Clinks. Balor was in the worst condition. If the rest had only internal wounds with which they somehow coped, then strange cracks appeared on his green body and his nose had blood flowing. We're leaving, should Eid and accelerated. Hayden looked at Zhang Dinxian for the last time and flew after a comrade. Grace and Balor chased them. The wise Klinkov continued to stand high in the sky. He looked powerful and powerful, as all the people of the capital admired. Grain with his or her mouth tried to digest what he saw. She had to make sure once again that the master of the Grandee, whatever the background he was, should not be underestimated. A man's blow made the heart of Lu Yin flinch. He didn't know how strong his star palm would be when she had a third star. Will he be able to defeat the sage Clinks? Bai Zhu, on the contrary, smiled calmly, making sure that this should be the leader of the 7 sages. Bailey and Will, lying on the ground, were shocked and angry at themselves, which underestimated the enemy. Zhang Dinshan turned around and flew north, to where the research center of the capital was located, one of the most important places in China. Lu Yin and Bai Zhu rushed after him, and Gran followed the young man. The scientific center was located in the north of the capital. It was there that corpse from Neptune was transferred for storage, although initially this should not have happened. At the time of the transfer, the top leadership of the country was present, but only that there was a large explosion that led to the apocalypse. We can say that it was the decision to transport the body from the secret base to the research center that marked the beginning of planetary evolution. Bailey and Will had no idea that it was there that there could be clues, but Eid thought differently. When the group reached the scientific center, they saw the ruins and scattered bodies on the ground. Zhang Dingan squeezed his fists and ordered the army to cordon off the surroundings, as well as to look for survivors. "Mister, the director wants to see you," the soldier said. "Is he alive? Take me to him quickly." Soon they were near the deep depression, where there was an emergency exit from the underground part of the scientific center. There was a woman wearing an officer's clothes at the time. "Hugh Shaw as director," the Weissman Klinkov asked hurriedly. "He's fine, he's just a little shock." "What the hell is the shock? I just got up from that leg, I was not afraid of anything," said the disgruntled old man who got out of the emergency exit. The woman smiled. Yes, it's the way you said." Zhang Dinshan looked at the old man. "Director, what happened here?" At this time, Lu Yin came here with the rest. They were late because our hero was searching the space rings of Bailey and Will, taking everything he needed from there. Naturally, the young man did everything possible to make money. He was poor and tried to use his time with maximum benefit. Both students had only 1 cubic meter of star crystals. It was not enough, but he could have fueled his cube and get something useful. The director appealed to the sage Klinkov with a request to send all the superfluous, hinting at a serious conversation. Lu Yin asked Grain to leave, but she didn't really want that, so he gave her the task to follow where Eid's group left, which clearly got what she wanted at the scientific center. B.B. Zhu, who was standing on the side, looked at the young man almost the same way as he was at a girl, hinting that he had to leave. But our hero completely ignored her. "Who is it?" asked the director Liang, looking at Lu Yin. The young man answered for himself. "I came on behalf of Zhou Shan." Chapter 32. Zhang Dinshan replied, "He is a friend of Zhou Shania, as well as the Master of Heaven." Director Lion was amazed. "Lord of the Heavens." Lu Yin nodded. "I did not expect that. In addition to the 7 sages and the Indian monk, there are still people who were able to independently reach this level. Besides, you are incredibly young. Guy, how did you do that?" Our hero calmly replied, "I am talented, the success was guaranteed." This answer was accepted by everyone, including the old man, because, other than that, they had no other. "Director, what happened here?" Bai Zhu asked. The old man sighed. In the scientific center broke in, all the information was taken by those aliens. "What information? Could something in the center of them are interested in?" asked Zhang Dinshan. Director Lion shrugged shoulders. "I don't know. One of them connected something on his wrist to the optical network of the research center, and for a couple of moments downloaded everything that we had on the server." "It was a personal terminal," the Sage of Water said in a serious tone. "This is their technology, far superior to the Earth. They must have come here for some information, and then deliberately destroyed everything so we wouldn't understand what they got. No, I destroyed the center, said the old man. People were surprised. Director Lyons smiled bitterly. As soon as that group came in here, they killed all the scientists and headed for the optical network. I had to destroy the server, and that was the only way to notify you of what was going on. Lu Yin admired the courage of an old man who was not afraid to put himself in danger for a good purpose. Zhang Dinshan frowned. The center was destroyed, as well as all information. Now we are left without everything. The old man shook his head. Who said there was no information? Spare servers of our center are stored in the underground part. If you have that alien technology, you can use it and find out what those people were looking for. The group hurriedly down. Soon they found the information that the students received and saw a strange video that was shocked. On the screen was seen a 6-month explosion of the beginning of the apocalypse. There was nothing special in this explosion, but with careful analysis, the personal terminal showed them a rather important detail. At the time of the explosion, a black shadow flew out of the center and rushed to the west. The speed of this figure was incredibly high. The technology of the Earth was not able to calculate it, which is why no one noticed this before. Finally, our hero and sages realized that the students were looking for. Director Lyon was shocked. What is it, man? Lu Yin said, I remember that more than 6 months ago, the 7 sages reached the sphere of the Lord of the Heavens. The speed of the figure is comparable to this level. If I'm not mistaken, it must be that corpse. Only he could have survived in such an explosion and leave. The old man blurted out, You say that the man was alive? The young man nodded. He could cover his body with energy and stop all the vital functions, so a person would look like an ordinary dead man. It is normal that terrestrial technology has not been able to determine its pretense. The band continued to watch the video again, thinking about it. Our hero looked at the director of Lion. Why did you decide to transport the corpse at all? Zhou Shan told me you couldn't control any substance. The old man looked at the sages and then replied, We analyzed the body of that man. It was a strange substance. It was incredibly explosive, and the consequences of the explosion from it we could not assess. At first, we managed to move the body from the Cosmodrome to the scientific center, but then we realized that it was necessary to take it away from the capital as far as possible. But initially, we, the 7 sages, had to engage in transportation. But and how, the head of the group of researchers, ordered us not to risk, saying that we, on the contrary, were not in the capital during transportation. He knew best of all about what kind of explosion could have occurred, although none of us believed it. Lu Yin said awkwardly, And Hao was a great man if he knew how to protect you. Maybe he survived too. Director Lyon sighed hard. No, although he knew most of all about the potential of the explosion, I think even he did not expect all his might and consequences. As a result, we got what we received, but now we at least know that the culprit of the incident is the dead man who brought us from Neptune. Our hero frowned. It seemed to him that there was something wrong. Why did the master provoke a judgment day, which grew into a planetary evolution? The same directly attracted the attention of the Dao Empire. He could not but know it. Exactly, when we were going to transport the body, we implanted it under the skin of a nanosone that tracks the location. Maybe I can tell where the old man said, and hurriedly ran to the computer. Then I pressed something and said surprisingly, I found it. This is the last place to be where this mysterious man was before the signal from the sensor is missing. Everyone looked at the screen when they saw Europe and the Mediterranean Sea. So those students went there, Zhang Dinshan asked. We'll go too, Baizu asked. The man immediately replied, No. Lu Yin agreed with the sage Klinkov. That man was a strong master before. Even taking into account the fact that he is wounded, and most likely he is dead, the strength to kill his kind will suffice, so it is better not to run after him, risking his lives. Director Lyon reassured them. Don't worry, if students fail to catch him, he will come back. Our hero looked at him suspiciously. The old man noticed the questioning look of the young man and tried to explain himself. I do not think that he decided to give all his things to us, so he will definitely return. What did he leave? Asked Lu Yin. Everyone knew only that the dead found the handle of the sword, but apparently there was something else. Director Liang wanted to respond, but Bai Zhu stopped him. This is a state secret, we can't divulge it. The young man laughed. What is the state secret? China's current managers, are you? Are you so afraid of me? The woman stared at him. We don't know who you are. You may be one of the alien students. Zhou Shan can confirm my identity. I was in his camp before the students arrived, said Lu Yin. The corners of the pink lips of the Bens bent in a smile. I talked to the students. So they told me that the Earth has been observing the Diu Empire for a long time, so most likely aliens already lived on our planet. What kind of bullshit are you talking about? Our hero was helpless against this woman, who tried in every possible way to go against him. I'm just telling the truth. Then I'll tell you something, too. All the students who arrived are only the first batch of weaklings, but the second, it will be much stronger. You will not be able to cope with all of them. I could help you, but it seems that there is no point in this since I am not considered here for my own, said the young man. Bai Zhu Squirm cold snorted. If you are from Earth, then without any request should help us, otherwise you can safely be considered a traitor. If you're not a dugout, you don't have to talk to our teeth here, just go away. Lu Yin was furious, because the woman's words were quite reasonable. Zhang Dinshan looked at the young man. For us, you are a stranger. Even with the fact that Zhou Shan can vouch for you to tell you the state secrets, we will have to gather all the sages and vote for it. Lu Yin waved his hand. Forget what other votes when you can't really contact anyone. And this woman will not vote for me anyway, so you should not spend energy on it. After these words, our hero turned around and left. The man watched the passing son of the young man. Bai Zhu whispered, He's very strong, but I don't understand how he achieved it. Okay, students, they're understandable, but we managed to get this only because of the information received from the dead man. How could someone achieve the same as us? As you can see, there are opportunities. For example, let's take that monk from India. He also independently reached the sphere of the Lord of Heaven, and this guy. He is already the second in a row, the sage Klinkov said. The woman agreed with that. In fact, she did not specifically try to prevent Lu Yin in every way, but he was indeed suspicious and strange, which caused her a feeling of discomfort. When our hero came out of the underground department of the scientific center, his face had a serious look. Knowing that the dead man is actually alive, and also realizing that soon the second batch of students will arrive, he has a premonition that the current strength to cope with the upcoming difficulties will not be enough for him. The Diwei Empire ruled only over the territory of the Blue Wave sector. In the outer universe, there were many different forces and countless geniuses. How could he aim for something higher when he could not even deal with ordinary students of the academies of the Diu Empire? Grain, come on, shouted Lu Yin loudly. From somewhere from afar, a girl came to him. What are you with? Send the public message that the fugitive is in the Mediterranean. Gran asked confusedly, Is it true? The girl frowned. Since you know about it, why tell others? Why don't we go there ourselves? Just do, as I said. Why so many unnecessary questions? The young man asked impatiently. Grain, with a sour mind, pressed the personal terminal and sent a message to the network of the universe. Chapter 33. In the current realities, our hero decided to adjust his plans. Now for him, the most important thing was star crystals, and already in the background, a fugitive. He still has a chip of the evolution of Tiriaz, so he will be able to make a breakthrough in the sphere of the merger, but then it will be troublesome. Ordinary evolution chips could only be used until the merger, as opposed to improved ones. Even Will and Bailey had no 100% of the improved chips. The only hope for the young man to get this is to take from the fugitive. Lu Yin was not sure whether he would be able to cope with it, so he decided to send information about his whereabouts to the public. The more chaos there is, the more the criminal is. In addition, while the first batch of students is running after him, he will be able to accumulate more strength. In the house reserved for him in the capital, our hero closed the doors and windows, then laid out fire crystals around him and sat down in the lotus position. Soon before him there was a cube, the surface of which was still dim. Without fuel, he will recover very slowly, and the young man did not want to wait. Rubbing his hands, Lu Yin looked at the cube with anticipation, after which he quickly took out the stellar crystals collected by great labor and fed them to Heavenly Gift. Then, sighing deeply, the young man pressed the cube, feeling like some avid player in the cards. The cup quickly revoked, forming a stellar nebula around him. Our hero watched this with his eyes wide open. After some time, the number fell on the cube. Again, a unit, which means that the theft again. Lu Yin was pleasantly surprised. He has already dealt with what his heavenly gift was. In total, the cube had 6 sides with its own figures, and under each number hid a special ability. For example, the unit was the skill of theft, with which he could accidentally steal an object from someone's spatial ring. When he used the theft for the first time, he received the technique of the star and star palm, which greatly helped him to reach the current level. The young man carefully watched the cube shoot the void with a beam of light, as if open the space passage, and then something slapped and fell to the ground. Lu Yin stared stupidly on the floor, not believing his eyes. Is this a bag of food? In front of him lay a bag of food, which was in the inscription in an unknown language, but most likely it was an ordinary label describing the product. Our hero silently took the package, but felt so bad that he almost fainted. He got this by spending 1 cubic meter of stellar crystals. Even a broken blade would be much more useful. The surface of the cube faded, and it disappeared. It was dull in the room again. The young man sat on the floor for a while in shock, feeling disappointed. It's been 10 days since our hero arrived in the capital. During this time, it became quite quiet, because outside the city, mutated animals finally scattered. While it was relatively peaceful, chaos was in Europe. After Lu Yin, through grain, reported a fugitive, many students rushed to the Mediterranean. There was a battle there for several days. Students managed to find the criminal, but as it turned out, he was in the sphere of the merger. In the battle with him, several students lost their heads, while the rest managed to retreat with various wounds. The young man was quite satisfied with the news. The main thing is that the fugitive is not caught, and so let them fight as much as they like. Meanwhile, a convoy of cars was driving to the capital of China, which made its way through the hordes of zombies, which she shot and pressed without slowing. However, suddenly there was a loud noise from somewhere, and a strong wind blew up, knocking the entire column and leaving others in bewilderment. "What happened?" asked the tall man, shaking off his dirt. "Captain, we were blown away by a strong wind," said one of the soldiers. The man frowned and looked around. It was calm around. The weather today was clear. Where did such a powerful wind come from? A moment after, afar in their direction, swept the figure, cutting off the bodies of others in half. This could seem unremarkable, yet death at the present time, even for others, is commonplace. But in the next couple of days, there were several more similar incidents that attracted the attention of the wise Clinks. Zhang Dinshan decided to investigate the case. Since yesterday, he was killed a different level of Lord of the Earth, and this is not at all some weaker. Zombies around with a roar rushed towards the sage Klinka, wanting to tear him apart. But a man with an indifferent face, with one stroke of his hand, killed them all. After that, the road became relatively quiet, probably because the rest of the Walking Dead felt the danger and were afraid to take risks. Zhang Dinshan walked for quite a long time and thought that perhaps he should use the personal terminal that BB Zhu gave him, who received him from the murdered Paris. The man pressed the wristwatch, and soon a sound signal was heard from them. Looking at them, he turned northeast and struck in that direction with his sword. A huge strip of acute energy, cutting through the ground, fell exactly into the target, and almost immediately a muted growl sounded from there, and then a black figure jumped out, which rushed at the pinpoint. Zhang Dingan soared into the sky and pointed to the black creature with a sharpening, after which he shackled his movements with his strength and turned his face to himself, exposing the ferocious and ugly face of zombies. The dead man was crushed by powerful pressure. His scarlet eyes glowed and he roared to the sage, as if cursed him. For a long time to listen to Zhang Dinshan did not become him and cut off his head with one blow. But then, coming closer and making sure that it was actually a zombie, the man frowned. In his understanding, the walking dead were the result of the unsuccessful evolution of man. They had neither strength nor mind, but the zombie before him was completely different, at least because he was at the level of the Lord of the Earth. The wise man Klinkov quickly returned to the capital, found the director Lion, and told him about what the old man shocked him. "What did you say? Zombie in the field of Lord of the Earth. They're just the failure of a genetic mutation." Zhang Dinshan nodded. "It's true." Director Liang thought and was very excited, knowing how many walking dead around the capital were now. If they can really somehow get stronger, then for living people, the already difficult situation can get even worse. In addition, if you compare past cases where the columns of cars sweep away with powerful gusts of wind, it becomes clear that zombies can own special forces. For example, the sage Klinkov did not possess the power of the wind. He, in principle, without any combat skills, could only wave a sword. If there is one, there will be others. That Lu Yin, he's from Jinlin. Ask him if he's ever seen anything like this before, the old man said. Zhang Dinshan immediately ordered people to call a young man and Bai Zhu. Our hero, having listened to the sage Klinkov, was not at all surprised by this. "Do you already know about it?" asked the man. Lu Yin nodded and told about his collision with the leader of the zombie. Earlier, he thought that in the capital had already known about it, but who would have thought that they still had not encountered such a thing? Bai Zhu was hard to believe. They can absorb natural energy crystals, getting in return special abilities. How is that possible? Even people can't do that. The young man shrugged his shoulders. "I saw it with my own eyes, and why would I lie to you about this?" Director Lion, with a serious face, said, "We have always considered zombies to be a failure of evolution. Of course, in the crowd they are dangerous, but they are weaker at a singular than an ordinary person. However, given what you said, it turns out that they are not a failure, but another evolutionary path." Zhang Dinshan said, "People can also absorb natural crystals derived from mutant animals, but they do not get special strength, except that you can control the internal energy and be physically stronger." The old man spread his hands. "But I never saw zombies absorb natural crystals. In addition, mutant animals can easily tear them or at least run away from them. How can the dead get them at all? Of course, there is a small percentage, but for us it does not bode well. If there are more such zombies, the earth will change a lot." Chapter 34. "I'm going to catch a zombie. We need to experiment." Zhang Dinshan left with these words. After a while, the man returned from the zombie, after which he threw him to the ground and squeezed him into his mouth, the natural crystal of energy. The rest stared at the dead in anticipation of the results. But after a while, nothing happened. Zhang Dinshan and Bai Zhu felt the relief internally. But Lu Yin did not agree with the results. "It is necessary to try another. One attempt is not enough." Klinkov's sage ordered his men to grab another zombie and bring them here. Half an hour later, more than 50 walking dead were gathered at this place. Zhang Dingan Al, they put an energy crystal in their mouths. "Artilda!" Suddenly one of the zombies roared. His scarlet eyes stared at the sage of the blades, but then he was torn from the inside by a powerful stream of energy received from the crystal. Except for this zombie, nothing happened to the others. Director Lion was shocked by this. It seems that on some walking dead, the energy of the crystals still works, which means that they can also cultivate. Our hero looked at the ruptured body of zombies, and at this moment, a terrible skull surfaced in his mind, from one kind of which his whole body was numb. "No one should know about it," said Baizu coldly and stared at Liu Yinyi. The young man did not pay attention to her. It seems that the planetary evolution is not as simple as it seemed. Zombies are also part of the planet's development. I wonder if they will be taken to the battlefields later. "They don't have a mind. Why do someone need them?" the beauty asked. Our hero immediately laughed. "Not a fact, I would not say it." Zhang Dingan immediately ordered all his people outside the city to return to the capital. He understood that it was necessary to act decisively, so he decided to bomb all the zombies around the surviving stockpiles of missiles. Director Lion agreed with his decision, as it was not known how strong zombies could become and whether they would have the strength to cope with another attack. That night, a loud roar was heard outside the capital. Liu Yin looked into the distance and saw how rockets fell outside the city one by order, randomly tearing the ground. The bombing lasted only 2 minutes, so the young man suggested that there were very few ammunition left in the capital. When he decided to train the technique of the star, suddenly a figure descended to his house from the sky. She was Baizu. This beautiful and luxurious woman always looked down on others, so what did she forget near his house? Liu Yin watched her a figure approaching in the moonlight and thought to himself that he would not mind giving Liu Xiaoj a green hat. Baizu, seeing the young man, felt a slight relief on her soul. Our hero decided to ask the first question: "Why did you come?" At this point, Grain came out of her room and looked at the woman strangely. "I was just passing by." Liu Yin lost his speech. "Ah." The beauty rebuked before revealing the truth. All officers serving in the space forces were killed, and the remnants of the rockets were destroyed. "Who did that?" Baizu was silently looking at him. The young man understood everything and laughed. "So this is what, you rushed here to check me. I hope you haven't done it, otherwise we won't let you go." The woman threatened me coldly. "Why are you so wary about me?" Baizu did not want to answer his questions. She turned around and was going to leave. "Wait, where did you decide that you could just leave?" Liu Yin, in 2 accounts, was near a woman and grabbed her for long blue hair. In the eyes of the beauty, the ice shine broke out, and incredibly icy energy began to come out of her body, rushing directly to the young man. But the right palm of our hero sharply released the power of the star technology, completely leveling the ice attack. Then Baizu tried to hastily erect an icy wall in front of her, but Liu Yin slapped on it, and an unformed block scattered to pieces. However, he still decided to let the woman go, and she jumped a few meters, looking at him with a wary look. "Calm down, I just wanted to joke." "Your jokes are weird," said Baizu coldly. "Well, I'm not particularly happy that you broke into my house at night and throw yourself in threats." "I'm sorry." With these words, the woman soared into the sky and disappeared, leaving behind a weak aroma of perfume. The young man looked up at the sky and thought about her words. Who could have killed all the missiles? Does anyone not want the district of the capital to be cleared of zombies? The Grainer standing behind said, "Every time I see her, I am amazed at how much she looks like the R-Star Collector." "And who is it?" Liu Yin was surprised. "She is one of the most beautiful women in the universe. There are rumors that she travels through the cosmos and often appears in places where they are tested to find the most talented master. It is also rumored that she knows how to predict the future and look into the past. Countless people from the whole universe dream of meeting with her. Men understand why they want to meet her, but you're a woman, you also want to see her." Grain turned his eyes on him. "She's my idol. I heard that she was a native of a mysterious strong sect in the inner part of the universe. Ordinary students of that sect can easily overshadow the strongest students of the academies of the Dao Empire, and she is part of the starring ranking and..." The girl fell silent and stared at our hero. "Okay, it's useless to talk to you about it. You still don't understand anything. I'd rather go to bed." The young man did not attach importance to what she said. The universe is limitless, and even the smallest thing could be inflated by a gigantic ear. How can there be someone who is able to predict the future and look into the past? It's some kind of nonsense. Lu Yin quickly threw it out of his head and looked at his right palm, over which appeared 2 clear stars and a fatting third. Our hero did not know what Zhang Dingshan would do with the zombie, and the fact that someone destroyed the entire core of the space troops, and he did not care about it. He looked at the clock, where it was clear that before the arrival of the second batch of students, there were more than 40 days. For the next few days, others left the capital with large detachments, heading to the nearest areas to destroy the walking dead by order of the Sage Clinks. The task, in fact, was simple, because it was much easier for the other to kill zombies than mutants. On the steel city wall stood Zhang Dingshan and Bai Zhu. Even if we kill all the zombies around the capital, it will still be only a drop in the sea, the beauty said helplessly, looking at the horizon. The man sang his eyebrows. It's better than nothing. I have already sent people with orders to Jinlin, Hubei, and other provinces to clean up the zombies. Hearing about Hubei province, the eyes of Bai Zhu ran. He's okay. I don't know. The woman thought. The cleaning around the capital went smoothly. The detachments of others killed 2 million walking dead a day. Gradually, around the city became very empty and quiet. In the west of the capital, where the launchers were located, Zhang Dingshan conducted an investigation over the past days, but did not even find a clue about who could kill more than 500 soldiers in a matter of moments. He knew only one thing: the killer had great power. Do you think it could be Lu Yin? Asked Bai Zhu. Don't you prove to myself that it's not him? In a bewilderment, the man asked. A woman in confusion bites the lower lip. It is better to contact Jinlin as soon as possible. We need to figure out as much as possible about him, because he reminds me more of one of those students. Zhang Dingshan looked to the side where the young man's house was. So what? Cutting everyone under one comb is too stupid. Anyone can become both an enemy and an ally. Bai Zhu thought again and said nothing more. The wise man Klinkov turned around and decided to go down from the city wall, when suddenly the white light flashed in front of him, rushing to his neck. But the man managed to avoid a direct blow, however. The cold weapon still left a scratch on his neck. Having recovered, Zhang Dingshan saw a silver-haired man with an ominous smile that he had again sent a butterfly knife in his direction. This time, the sage Klinkov managed to get his sword and tried to block the blow, but the enemy weapon avoided his blade and under a strange arc headed directly to his forehead. Seeing the approaching knife, Zhang Dingshan lifted his energy and managed to take the enemy's blow to the side, which left a deep mark on the steel city wall with a powerful burst of energy. Chapter 35. The silver-haired took a step back and praised the man. As expected from the strongest sage, well, I'll see you later. Zhang Dingshan swung his sword, going to hit him after, but stopped, as he saw that the stranger headed for Bai Zhu. Meanwhile, the woman aimed at him with her ice palm, intending to turn it into an ice. Silver grinned and easily cut her attack with a knife, shimmering with white light, and then pointed his weapon into her neck. Bai Zhu did not have time to evade and could only watch the blade approaching her. However, at a decisive moment right in front of her, with the help of the wandering step, appeared Lu Yin. The silver was surprised by his appearance, but did not stop. Eventually, a butterfly knife met with the star palm again. From their collision, the space around trembled and the steel floor cracked, and the sage of water pushed to the side. Soon, when the clubs of dust dissipated, only a young man remained at the point of the collision, and Silver disappeared. It all happened incredibly quickly. Less than a minute passed from Zhang Dingshan's injury to the departure of Silver. Because of this, the soldiers on the wall arrived here when it was over. Stunned, Bai Zhu had a hand to her neck. She felt the taste of death. A beautiful buttwoman knife easily broke through her defense and could easily kill her. Since she became part of the 7 sages, she hasn't experienced anything like it. Lu Yin turned to her and examined her. Are you okay? The woman nodded. Thank you, I'm fine. The boy turned his head on Zhang Dingshan. And you. The man touched the neck, just a scratch. But for the surrounding soldiers was a complete shock to see that their legendary Sage Klinka was wounded. How did you get here? Asked the man, in confusion looking at the Lu Yin. Our hero looked at his palm. I wanted to know if there was news about the killer. Zhang Dingan muttered, That's what he is. I have already understood, replied the young man, looking at the cut on the neck of a man. He saw the moment of Silver's attack on Zhang Dinshan and was struck by the sensible reaction of the sage. Our hero suggested that he probably would not have been able to react so quickly. Lu Yin also wanted to understand how silver-haired so deftly hides its presence. Ordinary students could do this with a personal terminal, but this feature did not work when you were close to another person, and even more so much like Zhang Dinshan. Why did he want to kill you? Asked Bibi Zhu from a man. I don't know, I haven't seen him before, but he must have tried to prevent us from clearing the city's district of zombies. The heart of our hero trembled because today's attack confirmed his guess that Silver was somehow connected to the leader of the zombie. Listen, over the next day, destroy all the remaining walking dead around the capital who managed to escape, suddenly gave the order Zhang Dinshan. There was no opportunity to find and grab Silver, but it was possible to increase the intensity of the destruction of zombies, which was done by the Sage Klinks. Now even those who were not listed in the ranks of soldiers were forcibly recruited and sent outside the city to destroy zombies. Soon a few days passed, before the arrival of the second batch of students remained a month. All this time in Europe did not cease chaos, but there was no trace of the fugitive. On this day, when exactly 30 days remained before the arrival of new students, a warning signal of the letter was heard from the wristwatch on the left hand of the loan. Dear students, the time to adapt is over. Now the test officially begins. From now on, the location of the personal terminal cannot be hidden. Your gadgets will be synchronized and displayed on the map of the network of the universe. Please perform the tasks set for you as soon as possible. I wish you good luck in this. The first batch of students landed 2 months ago. This time was the so-called period of adaptation. Each of the participants could lift their strength, find out more about the terrain, or collect information about the main goal, but the most important thing was that it was possible to avoid an open confrontation. Now it was impossible, unless you throw out a personal terminal. Our hero sighed and looked at the starry sky. You can't hide anymore. 2 months of adaptation were issued not only to students, but also to people from Earth. This is what the well-known justice of the universe looked like. Since Astra died, his personal terminal had no connection to the network of the universe. But now he has the opportunity to at least open the provided map that looked like a small Earth globe, on which there were many points denoting the location of students. There are so many of them, a young man muttered under his nose. Those he encountered were only a small part. In fact, there were about 100 students on the planet who were scattered around the globe. Several of them were even in Antarctica. Currently, the most people were in Europe, in the Mediterranean region. While Lu Yin was looking at the globe, suddenly a line appeared on the clock screen. The monk Tian Zhu defeated Hayden. The young man was surprised that there were announcements of the results of the collision of the masters. Not only he was shocked, but others. However, for the most part, only from the fact that Hayden met his defeat at the hands of the local master. The Dewis Empire often conducted various trials, and very few of the strongest students of the academies were defeated. Now the test took place on a rather weak planet, so the fact that one of the best students lost to the local made many beware. Soon there was another message. Eid defeated the Earthling of Tianzhu. Our hero wondered why Eid and Hayden went to the monk he had heard of from Zhou Shan and Zhang Dinshan. At this time, the grain looking for him from the side appeared. The test officially began. Now you can not only see each other's positions, but also communicate at a distance. The young man asked her the question, why messing with? The arrival of the first batch of students has not crossed much with each other, but now it will be possible to exchange information or negotiate something. By the way, I just sent a message that says that the fugitive left his belongings in the capital and will definitely come back here. The eyes of Liu Yinny widened. Who sent you this? The girl shook her head. I do not know. With the help of a local network, you can only determine the location of the personal terminal and send messages, but they are anonymous, unless the person himself presents himself. Our hero knew that only 7 sages knew about the fugitives remaining in the capital. He himself learned about this only recently, and now that this news has spread, Zhang Dingan and Bai Zhu will definitely think that it was he who gave this information. Suddenly, a wave of energy swept through the ground. Liu Yin hastily jumped away and saw in front of him the sages of blades and water. It's not me who sent this message, said the young man calmly. Zhang Dinshan stared at Liu and I. Try to convince me. The young man turned to Gran. Write that Eid and Hayden attacked the monk Tiang Zhu because the fugitive was hiding from him. It will distract everyone from the previous message. The girl obeyed immediately. However, for the sage Clinks, this meant nothing. Lies will not win much time. I'm trying to help you, that's all. Zhang Dinxian squeezed his sword. Liu Yin was the only outsiders who knew their secret. He wanted to take control of him, but the strength of the young man alarmed him. Suddenly, Bibi Zhu said, Let me check your personal terminal. Our hero arrogantly replied, Am I what, your servant? If you want to see, come by yourself and take, if of course you have enough strength for it. Yes, you're... A woman was extremely angry. She just wanted to prove his innocence in gratitude for the fact that he recently saved her life. But the young man reacted to it completely unpredictably. At a lot of age, 9 people knew this secret. I am in the capital and I didn't make sense to reveal it. Even if I had any plans for this, then why would I tell such a secret to others? Why do I need extra competitors? I'll tell you what, the one who revealed this information, a real idiot who wants to start the turmoil. Liu Yin sagged coldly. Chapter 36. After listening to Liu and I, Zhang Dingan and Bai Zhu met with glances. Both agreed with the young men, because if he was a student, he would not disclose such information. I have a suspect, said our hero, and looking at the woman, blurted out, Liu Xiaojit. Both sages were surprised. Why? Hubei has long been marked in blue. You have to understand what it means. Bai Zhu, of course, began to defend the Sage of Light. My northeast side and Jinlin are also marked blue. This does not say anything. You, the elders, have enough strength to kill students. As for Jinlin, he was saved only thanks to me. Otherwise, he would have been brought under the control of some alien a long time ago. Liu Xia is one of the 4 males of the 4 wise men. His strength is somewhere at the level of Zhou Shan. What could he do to students? That's right, nothing. The woman wanted to object, but she had no right words. The young man was right. Liu Xiaoghe was not strong enough to fight the students. Zhang Dinshan removed his hand from the handle of his sword. Without evidence, it is impossible to condemn a person, so we will finish it. Agreeing, the man left. Bai Zhu also decided to leave, but before that she was puzzled by our hero. Grain came to Liu and Yu and whispered, Did Liu Xiaoj send this message? How do I know? Then why did you speak so confidently? The young man looked at her as the last fool. For a person to believe you, you need to be firm and confident. I don't know what you're taught in the academy. You've been there for so many years, but you don't even know such simple things. After calculating his subordinate, Liu Yin went to his room. A girl with a reddened face threw a malignant look at him in the back. Damn bastard, how dare you tell me to scold me? The news, which, on the orders of our hero, was sent by Gran, quickly spread over the local network. Many students fell off their seats and rushed to India. Eid and Hayden almost immediately tried to refute this message, writing that they were just passing by and accidentally stumbled upon the monk Tianzhu, with whom they had a fight, but of course, no one believed them. Only 5 days later, the 2 guys were able to convince the rest that there was no fugitive in India, and everyone again turned their attention to Beijing. Over the next few days, Liu Yin watched on the clock screen for continually pop-up messages that someone was defeated. Some students were completely ridiculously celebrating their deaths from mutant animals while they were heading here to China. This information was uninterruptedly distributed to all owners of personal terminals on a local network. Our hero sighed, realizing that you cannot escape from fate. The students weren't so stupid. It was clear to them that China's capital was the most likely place where they might meet a fugitive criminal. Eid took the opportunity to contact many students and invited them to take control of the capital to ambush fugitive. If it does not appear, they will unite forces against the second batch of students. Most responded to this proposal. The 10th Starry Sky is about to arrive on the Blue Wave sector, one of the best academies in the universe. It is possible that all this test was intended for the second batch of students to show themselves in all its glory in front of the senior academy. All this was well understood, so the proposal of the guide gave them hope to get into the ranks of the Starry Sky students. Located in the capital Zhang Dinshan, and Bai Zhu looked extremely gloomy. It was obvious to them that in the next half a month the city would become a battlefield. Of course, the sage Klinka was very strong, but he also had limits. In addition, he had few combat skills that could maximize his strength. As for the woman, all she could do is to strike as many weak opponents as possible, relying on her icy gift of heaven. Lu Yin was also not happy with this news, because in this test he was a Manria. If the capital is under the control of students, then the chances that it will achieve its goal will decrease sharply. The boy did not want to give up the fugitive as well as his things. All this was very important to him. Lu Yin, let's go away faster while there's time, said Grain. Our hero perfectly understood that he needed to improve his combat power in order to cope with the upcoming battle. He must grow to the level of Zhang Dinshan and Eid the strongest at the moment masters on Earth. Only then will he have the opportunity to crush all his star palm. Thinking about it, Lu Yin said, "Remain in the capital and I'll be back in a couple of days." The next moment, the young man soared into the sky and disappeared. The girl gritted her teeth with anger. She wasn't stupid, he just left her to die and he ran away. Only Lu Yin crossed the city wall of the capital, as it was stopped by Bai Zhu. "Do you want to escape?" "I will return before they attack the city." "Why should I believe you?" A woman in her heart began to be contempt for our hero. "I don't have to convince you, and you can't stop me. Of course, if you want to fight to death, I'm all yours." Bai Zhu squeezed her fists tightly. "Let him go," said Zhang Dinshan's voice, but there was no man nearby. The woman turned helplessly and left. Lu Yin looked at her and flew away. Spaving from the capital for a couple of kilometers, the young man got a personal terminal. "You are closest to you." Having set a goal, our hero went there. After Lu Yin left, Grain also decided to leave. She was not his subordinate or anyone else. In fact, the young man kept her by force, and since he left, then she had the opportunity to escape. The girl's plan was flawless, but the reality turned out to be tougher because it was stopped by Bai Zhu. "Why are you stopping me?" Green asked angrily. "You're a man of Lu Yin, and if he's gone, to ensure that he's coming back, you're staying here." "Who is the woman? Don't get the nonsense." The Whistle of the Water was helpless in front of our hero, but she could easily cope with the girl. Ultimately, the nominal subordinate of the young man was imprisoned in an icy prison, where she could only sleep and look at the sky. The bastard of Lu Yin and this creature Bai Zhu. Damn Aborigines, be you all damned. Being in prison, the mated Grain covered all who could curse. The province of Shanxi was the closest to the capital. There were no sages, and the most powerful masters here were the lords of the earth. However, despite this, others from all provinces flocked into the city of Thun. Razar in the past 2 months enjoyed life. Although he was considered the best at the Rough Puncher Academy, he had no ambition to perform the test. He decided to take the unmarked territory and collect all the resources useful for him, and in his free time just to enjoy life. He spent 2 months in the world in peace. When he first arrived on Earth, there was not a single dangerous opponent in this place, so he became a local defender, in response receiving many honors. Sometimes, of course, he had to fight monsters, but most of the time he spent in comfort. The great news for him was also that near the city of Thun he found a mineral deposit that could be sold well upon returning to the academy. Sitting on the sun's sun and drinking a cocktail, Raster closed his eyes and began to reflect. Although this is just a primitive planet, but the air here is so clean and the people are simple. No one commands me, do what you want. And all kinds of useful materials can be found, haha. After a while, the guy clicked his fingers and came to him two beauties. One began to massage his shoulders, and the other, his legs. Razor finally relaxed and exhaled. Good. When he wanted to drink a cocktail, suddenly someone closed the sunlight in front of him. The guy did not like it. He opened his eyes and saw a young man from whom the aura of the guard came. The student immediately seriously became serious and stood sharply, then frightened the girls. Who are you? The robber, replied the stranger. What did you say? Repeat. I said that I am a robber, or perhaps better, a bandit, replied the young man, who of course was Lu Yin. Our hero wanted to improve his strength in the shortest possible time, and this could only be absorbed by absorbing stellar energy. Where could he get it? Of course, the easiest way was to steal stellar crystals from someone else. Listen, you're a student and you should know who I am, so it's better to fail. The guy did not have time to agree on how he felt a sharp belly pain. His body is boldly powerful in the ground, where he made a deep hole. When he recovered, he coughed through blood several times and raised his head. Is it a trembling palm? Hell, where did this crazy come from? Chapter 37. Lu Yin pulled Razor out of the pit and said, Get out everything in your spatial ring, otherwise I will bury you in this pit. The pale face of the guy shuddered. You're definitely the strongest student of some kind of academy, but apparently you don't want to perform the test, right? Why do you want to rob me then? Don't you know what the glasses are not given for this? The young man rolled his eyes and raised his hand, around which the vortex writhed, as when using the skinny palm. Razor hurriedly exclaimed, Please don't hit, I'll give it all. Having said this, the guy got everything he got. Our hero quickly took the star crystals and other useful things and immediately headed for another goal. Hey, what's your name? The student called the young man. Lu Yin ignored him. Suddenly, the guy remembered something, quickly opened the local network of the personal terminal and saw a pop-up alert. Razor was defeated. That's just the name of the one who won no top over him, and this was possible only if the winner did not carry his personal terminal with him. Somewhere near the city of Thun, our hero looked at the notification of the local network and with a happy smile slowly nodded. The people of the Diwu Empire, who followed the test most likely, should know the names of all cultivators, but they did justly, leaving his personality incognito. Now it's time to go to the next goal. Over the next 3 days, Lu Yin robbed more than a dozen students who were in China. All of them were grain level and were engaged in the extraction of resources, waiting for the end of the test. They did not plan to fight anyone, but unfortunately for them, they ran into a young man who took away everything valuable from them, even when they had nothing. Having found a secluded place, our hero began to put his ring in order. The space inside his artifact was quite large, but not enough to fit the loot, some of which he had to throw away since it was valuable, but in fact, at the moment nothing was worth it. In fact, all the students involved were quite wealthy, but even robbing a whole 100, it will be difficult for him to collect a large number of stellar crystals. After all, this type of crystal was the most important currency in the universe. In fact, they were the same as money on Earth. The main advantage of stellar crystals was that their energy could be safely absorbed for cultivation, but no one was engaged in such waste. They were stored on a black day or a critical case. As for Lu Yin, he wanted to go a short way, which cost a lot of money. I've collected no more than what I got from Will and Bailey. It seems that it's time to move to the fish bigger, the young man muttered. At the same time, the news spread through the local network that space pirates penetrated the planet. Because of this, most weak students began to behave more cautiously. At the same time, more and more students responded to Eid's proposal. Among them were those who were not originally going to participate in anything, but after the treacherous raid of our hero, they had no choice but to take a risk. The next day, Eid announced that he was going with people to the capital, and that if someone else wanted to join them, then he needed to go right there. The local area has been sank. Finally, a serious war will begin soon. After reading this news, Lu Yin stood up. If you decided to start then, perhaps, I will start hunting. When the young man ran into the sky. 2 days later, a message appeared on the local network. Ian was defeated. The hearts of many students have squeezed. Rumor of the appearance of a space pirate for a couple of days walked by mouth. Most regretted that they could not establish the identity of the bandit, as he walked with a stolen personal terminal. Initially, many of them thought that this pirate would dare to rob only some weaklings, but Ian, he was the strongest student from the higher academy. Sitting on a barren land, the student coughed blood and looked with shame at the young man in front of him, who, using his blood, opened the spatial ring belonging to him. Not bad, a lot of good things. It's no wonder you are the strongest student of the higher academy, our hero said. Who are you? From what academy? Tell me your name, Ian roared, furious with the fact that the attacker did not say a word to him, but immediately struck the pound of the void. He managed to evade the first blow from experience, but then another followed, which crushed him to the ground and left him a serious inner wound. After finishing cleaning the guy's ring, Lu Yin threw a useless artifact back to its owner and said, "You can call me Seventh Brother." What the hell is the Seventh Brother? Ian was furious when he saw that the young man was leaving. Meanwhile, in the westernmost part of China, Eid and Hayden with 10 students gathered in a small circle. Ian was robbed. That man calls himself the Seventh Brother. Eid, we need to solve this problem before we go to the capital, because before the arrival of the second batch there are only 15 days left, said one of the students. That's right, we need to get even with this bastard, said another student with a thin face. His girlfriend was also robbed, which was very pissed off the guy, even more than everything else. He believed that that bandit had no one of the conscience, since he did not disdain attack women. Eid and Hayden looked at each other. Well, we act in groups of 2, look for him around the capital, gradually narrowing the range. Observe the positions of personal terminals, especially those who act alone and have a high combat level. If you meet this Seventh Brother, kill him in place. It's a pity that the local network cannot transmit an image. It would be much easier. After discussing the plan, the crowd broke up. Our hero noticed them almost immediately, since usually the students did not gather in such large groups. Interestingly, they were divided by 2, and, it seems, in each pair at least one is the strongest student of his academy. Half a day later, Lu Yin met 2 students from the Eid group. One of them called the young man. "Hey, boy, come on, there's a conversation." Our hero calmly approached them with a completely indifferent look. "Listen, have you never seen a bandit accidentally that you are robbing all our comrades?" the student asked. Lu Yin nodded. "I saw it." "Can you paint his portrait?" The young man shook his head. "I didn't even hold my brush in my life." "Idiot, you can draw the desired picture through the terminal," the man said angrily. "Talnerfully put, I don't need to paint it because he's right here," our hero said. "Where is it?" Both men were surprised. Lu Yin pointed out, "It's me." After this, the young man brought down the cheap hand on one of the students, immediately knocking out a poor man who did not foreshadow the trouble. The other in the shock pulled out his sword and roared, "So it's you, damn thug, die." This student was the strongest in his academy. Although he wasn't as good as Will, he was much stronger than Tiriaz. Lu Yin again easily excelled in robbery, then once again blew up a local network. Eid looked frowning, because nothing passed, and his people had already managed to rob. Where did this slippery bastard come from? Remember, don't approach strangers. The guy sent a notification to all students to stay away from strangers. Our hero looked into his spatial ring. It looks like I have already collected almost 1.5 cubic meters of stellar crystals. It's time to swallow them. The young man took off his wristwatch and threw them away, then went to the other side and soon found an abandoned farm where he began to absorb the crystals. At this time in the capital Zhang Dinshan and others watched the local network and for a long time remained silent. "I'm sure it's Lu Yin," said Bai Zhu. "Why?" asked the man. The woman told him that the young man robbed Will and Bailey and then asked, "In this case, who is it if not him?" Zhang Dinshan did not understand our hero at all. The young man has already robbed more than 15 students, including among them there were sufficiently famous personalities. What did he want to do with that? Since even Bai Zhu guessed it was Lu Yin, it was even more obvious for Gran. But compared to the two sages, she was shocked that he began to rob the strongest students of the academy. For herself, she once again confirmed that the young man was a real madman. While Lu Yin slowly absorbed the star energy on the farm, Eid and his people did not look at his eyes for the next day, but they never managed to get on the trail of our hero. They only found an ownerless personal terminal. "Keep looking. If you do not find it within the next 4 days, go to the capital. We need to finish things there. And then in 10 days to meet the second batch of participants. Our plan should not collapse because of some bandit," the guy said with irritation. Chapter 38. In the distance, 2 figures hung high in the sky. It was Grace and Balor who tracked Eid's band, but they didn't join him. The girl decided that they would rather sit on the sidelines and then take advantage of a favorable situation for themselves. "I'm tired, let's go down and rest." Grace reached out, shaking her long hair, and with the trace of fatigue, turned to the companion. The man looked around. There was a large meadow under them, near which there was a farm, was fresh, and he liked it. Pip Tilda. When they were together landed, the girl's personal terminal issued a light warning sound. "Hey, there is some student. His combat level 2100. Grace surprisedly looked at the dilapidated building of the barn. The baller asked carelessly, "Only 2100. Let's go see him." The girl nodded, and both slowly went to the barn. Meanwhile, inside the dilapidated building, Lu Yin was perfected. From the beginning of the sphere of the trainer to the peak, only a couple of stellar crystals were needed, but to achieve a maximum in the Guardian sphere, it takes hundreds of times more stellar energy. Our hero has already absorbed about 1 cubic meter of crystals, but a significant part of the energy received from them was destroyed as impurities, so he still needs about 4 cubes to reach the peak of the current sphere. That's just even the best bandit and thief will not be able to get so much on Earth. Apparently, it will not be possible to rise to a peak quickly, but for the first time I will be enough for 2000, muttered under his nose Lu Yin, remembering the power of Bailey. At this time, Grace and Balor approached him. The young man noticed them, looked out of the building and looked at the green giant with surprise. "Clothing can achieve this shape." "Hey, inside, come out," the girl said in different voice, arrogantly casting her long hair back. Lu Yin came out and stared at Balor in amazement. Grace was dissatisfied. "Hey, what kind of man are you staring at when I came to you first?" Our hero pointed to the green giant. "To be a seed, you are a plant, right?" When did Balor hear the young man? He was furious and rushed at him with a roar. He was the best student of the Academy of Cosmonautics and lost only Grace. His combat level reached 2900, so he did not perceive such Lu in Yu. The young man took advantage of the wandering step, evading a direct attack of a man, and appeared to the right of him, hitting the big boy in the abdomen with a powerful fallout of the palm of the void. The blow of our hero was like a shot from a gun, and the core was a green giant that instantly flew to the side. Grace hurriedly pulled out her bow and arrows, and aiming at the enemy, pulled the string. At the same time, thunder and lightning thundered around. For a moment, Lu Yin felt the danger and hurriedly retreated to avoid it. Immediately his ear whistled an arrow that rushed somewhere in the distance. The next moment, the arrow was struck by a fierce lightning that shook the surrounding land. Our hero did not look back, because it was life-threatening. The girl aimed at him again, but the young man deftly found himself in front of her and grabbed her hand. At the same time, the graceful body of the beauty enveloped the electrical discharges that distort the air. Lu Yin frowned. The star fog immediately appeared on his right palm, and with the great power of two stellar bodies, he tore the defense of Grace. The girl was shocked that the young man was able to break through her thunderbolt, donated to her by her older brother. Many people were not capable of this in the Empire, but some stranger with a low combat level did it. Because of a powerful blow to the frontal, Grace's body flew away, and her bow and arrows scattered around. "Don't touch her," Baller, who was on his knees, began to release a strange force. His entire body was covered with green lines that seemed to go into the ground. At the same time, all the surrounding vegetation, being under his control, was surrounded by Lu Inia and at any time could strike an impressive blow. Our hero was surprised, but did not retreat. Star energy inside it rushed out, pushing away all vegetation. Then he rushed to the man and punched his palm. With a loud miserably on the green field swept the air wave that raised the dust. The blow of Balor was imprinted in the ground, and spitting out the blood that approached the throat, lost all combat capability. "I remember the two of you were hiding in the capital," said Lu Yin, grabbed the giant and threw like a kitten towards the girl, and then came to this couple. At the same time, the local network asked, "Grace and Balor are defeated." Somewhere in the distance, Ede was shocked. Grace lost. Lying on the grass, the girl looked at the young man. "Are you the same space pirate?" Lu Yin frowned. "Don't say nonsense, I'm a good man." "Don't be nonsense," Grace shouted angrily in response. The young man was amazed. "Beauty, and you, it turns, have such a quick-tempered character." The girl squirted coldly and lowered her head. Balor stared at our hero. "I warn you, do not touch it. Her brother's name is Gulbach. He is one of the most powerful young masters of the Diu Empire. Just dare to hurt her, you have nowhere to hide." Lu Yin replied with a sneer. "I said, I'm the best person you've ever seen. I'm not gonna hurt anyone." Saying this, he took Grace's spatial ring, took a drop of her blood, and opened the vault where he began to look for star crystals. The beauty and the giant lost the gift of speech. And that's the best man. You will see how it cleans their spatial rings. Such skillful movements, obviously for a long time already filled his hand. "Hey, stop messing around there. How dare you climb the things of a girl?" Grace shouted, throwing earth and grass at our hero. The boy turned his eyes on her. "The hell is he, wolves?" Continuing to examine the ring, he suddenly took his breath from what he saw. A bunch of star crystals, at least 2 cubes. Lu Yin looked at the girl with surprise and praised. "And you are a rich man." Grace groped his teeth and blushed with anger. "Beast." Our hero took the crystals and threw her ring, then began to examine Balor's ring. The giant was silent, realizing that the guy was engaged in robbery, not murder. Although there were not so many crystals in the man's ring, but the catch was not bad. For 2, they had 2.5 cubic meters of stellar crystals. "You helped me, but now it's time to say goodbye. See you soon." After saying this, the young man was going to leave. Grace called him out. "Damn the thug, call your name." "You can call me 7th brother," said Lu Yin, and started taking off. The girl hurriedly again turned to him. "Wait, do you need stellar crystals?" The young man froze in the air when he heard her, and immediately came back. "What do you mean?" There is a sly smile on the face of the beauty. "Follow us, we will bring you where you can break the jackpot." Our hero was surprised by her words. Balor's face plucked. Grace has never suffered a defeat, and since she was now trying to hold herself in her hands, then she came up with a way to get revenge. Lu Yin looked at her strangely. "Do you want to take me to someone I can rob? Do I look like an idiot?" The girl snorted. "You do not have a personal terminal, you will not be able to find other students, but soon a large group will attack the capital, so you can profit from them." The young man grinned. "What if you deliberately trap me?" Grace looked at him proudly. I'm not such a person. Ask anyone, everyone knows my reputation at the Cosmonaut Academy, and I'm Gulbach's sister. Can I hurt you? Baller was taken aback by her bullshit. Lu Yin realized that she had conceived something, but with his current power, he could safely escape, even once surrounded. Okay, lead. But before it's over, your ring will stay with me. The girl gritted her teeth. Okay. In half a day, they got to the north of China, and our hero again asked the question. I never got the answer. You really are the essence of the plant. Balor replied in a dissatisfied tone. I was born on a clean planet of plants. All people in my homeland are like that. Do you like something? Lu Yin was amazed. The universe is really huge. Even grass can achieve this level of development. The giant turned away and cursed the guy for his words. Grace turned a blind eye to him. You are so strange saying that it's like you're seeing such races for the first time. Take, for example, Bailey. Since he was born on the third planet of gravity, his height is only 20 meters. Although he can say is still quite high, in his homeland normal growth is much smaller. There are also races covered with scales, or, say, having 4 hands, and some generally reach tens of meters tall. In short, there are many different bizarre forms of life. Didn't you attend the academy lessons? This is the basic information taught to broaden the horizon. Suddenly asked Balor with suspicion. Lu Yin immediately replied, Of course not, I am from the earth. The eyes of the girl and the man expanded, and on their heart they had an extremely strong feeling of humiliation, but all because they were beaten and robbed by a local native. Half an hour later, Grace said excitedly, Vo, 2 students are ahead. Our hero was amazed at a girl, who was excited even more than he did. Hey, damn bandit, how are you going to deal with them? Chapter 39. Hearing the girl, Lu Yin looked at her. Will you not help me? Grace sucked her eyebrows. Why is it? Both looked at each other closely. Balor pulled the girl and said, We should not be seen, otherwise it will become known in the academy, and then the reputation of her older brother will suffer. Grace nodded. That's right, so it's all in your hands, and we're gonna hide somewhere. After the girl, along with the giant, went to look for a secluded place. Our hero didn't mind. It's gonna be easier for him. In the distance in his direction, slowly approached 2 figures. And 10 minutes later, a notification was given on the network that 2 more students were defeated by a mysterious space pirate. Many students were surprised that after a few days of calm, the bandit took up his again. Grace looked excitedly at the young man. Hey, you've robbed so much, share it. Lu Yin looked at her, raising his left eyebrow. Do you want a lot? The girl muttered, Do you want to fuck everything yourself? The young man thought a little, then threw her 1 crystal. Hold. Grace immediately shouted angry. Stingy bastard. Our hero laughed loudly. You yourself refused to help, so that's all you can get. Even then on the field, Lu Yin noticed that this girl had problems with the head. She helped him Rabos to suffer others, and her pain of the defeat did not carotene her heart so much. So he kept teasing her, knowing that she would continue to help him. Having such an improvised, gangster times, the boys walked quite smoothly. He successfully robbed a couple more groups of students. Now he had as many as 5 cubic meters of crystals, which even Grace envied when he saw him sorting them. It was 4 days left before the arrival of the second batch of students, and Lu Yin faced the first real problem after the apocalypse. He was surrounded by 7 students, 3 of whom were the strongest in their academies. On the top floor of an abandoned county supermarket, our hero looked out of the window, where he saw a group of a man. Grace, through her terminal, discovered that he was only 2 people, although in fact there were still 5. It seems that the rest did not carry personal terminals with them. To catch the bandit, they made many victims and even threw away their terminals. You're that thug. Since you have such a low combat level, then your skills are quite strong, because how else do you defeat many of the strongest masters? Said the rude student who was the strongest in his academy. Next to him stood a girl with a sexy body, which sang fluely. Many use star crystals not for improvement, but for the practice of combat skills. Younger brother, are you too? Tell your older sister about your skills. What do you know? Lu Yin looked at her with a cunning smile. Do you want to know? Come and try it. The girl raised her hand and directed the blaster in his direction. The younger brother, you know that you can fight not only relying on internal forces, but also on external ones. At the same time, several other students also took out their blasters and sent them to the young man. Such a gun, firing with powerful energy, could harm the masters of the sphere of the guard. Before his death, Teres tried to kill Gran with the same weapon, and he almost succeeded. Lu Yin looked at them, then pulled out a fiery crystal and with force broke it against the ground. At the next moment, the supermarket began to burn, thereby complicating visibility for students. But the group managed to volley into it, however. Our hero managed to evade in a timely manner. Then, with the help of the wandering step, the young man changed his location and pulled out several ice and wind crystals, also smashing them about the supermarket floor. In the end, the surroundings did not envelop the smoke of a burning building, but a white, thick fog. All these crystals our hero received from those who he robbed, although he could not use them in cultivation, but they were effective in another, which he basically proved. Since it was difficult to see something around, Lu Yin headed in the direction where the last time I saw the student who had previously approached him. The boy was not mistaken, because he found him right there and struck him with the palm of the void. The armor of the poor man was immediately destroyed, and he himself spread out on the ground, unable to stand up. Over the next couple of minutes, our hero managed to cope with 3 more weak in the group, but due to powerful bursts of energy, the surrounding fog began to dissipate. The 2 remaining students quickly identified him and immediately attacked. With a harsh look, Lu Yin met them with a star palm. Boom! From a powerful blow, both students flew back. But suddenly, the young man felt acute back pain. The enemy he defeated the very first pierced him with a dagger. Expecting blood, our hero turned abruptly, pulled the knife out of his body, and swung to them at the arrogant that he dared to hurt him. The student quickly retreated, dodging the blow. The dagger swept forward, punching through a dozen buildings, until finally plunged into the car. Part of the already dilapidated buildings, because of the stormy battle, began to fall, raising dust clubs. Lu Yin was breathing heavily. The pain in the back made him nervous. He understood that the 3 students, who were almost at the level of Bailey, surrounded him. He had nowhere to hide. In the distance, Grace and Balor watched all these fiery glances. So we will go finish him off, asked the joyful girl. The giant nodded. Yes, but we need to wait for him to exhaust himself. Grace thoughtfully said. And Ede was not stupid. I realized that it was necessary to ambush, otherwise my efforts would be gone for nothing. Balor was surprised. Did you know about this trap? Of course not, but I expected this from Ede. He was not stupid and had to do something, said the girl. There are 3 of the strongest students, comparable to Bailey. Even Edu himself would have had to be tight. He can't run away, so you can say ours took. Our hero exhaled and took out an object from the ring, which struck 3 of the attackers on him. The one who was sitting in hiding, Grace too, was blurred, and then all turned red with anger. A disgraceful and shameless bastard. The young man smiled, wearing thin armor that sparkled with lightning. It was a girl's armor, although he had previously damaged it, but it will be suitable for self-defense. Then he took out the bow and arrows, intending to use them. The fat man, one of the 3 students, was furious. How dare you, Grace, you're crazy. Her brother is Gulbach. Lu Yin shrugged his shoulders. I don't care who her brother is. Having agreed, the young man hit the fat man with the palm of the void. The student tried to resist the power of the blow, but eventually threw him back, right into the supermarket, where he crashed into one of the remaining pillars, without which the whole building finally collapsed. However, the battle did not end there. One of the 2 remaining students crushed the wind crystal, after which an acute green blade was formed in his hand. But this blade could not break the thunderstorm armor of Lu Yin. As a result, our hero beat the enemy so badly that he almost spit out his internal organs and lost consciousness. The remaining fighter realized that one could not cope and immediately ran away. The armor of the thunderstorm was too strong. Even Lu Yin himself, to break through, had to use all the power of the star palm. In the end, the ambush failed and it became known to all students, including Eid. The guy considered himself the strongest among the first game, but the current situation put him in a difficult position. Realizing that time is tightening, he decided to focus on their primary plan and sent the rest message so that everyone in 3 days later attacked the capital. Our hero sat on the ground and looked into the distance. "Come out." Grace and Balor looked at the young man in shock. Today he became famous among many strong masters. Previously, everyone believed that the only dangerous enemy among the locals was Zhang Dingan, because not so long ago he struck them after a powerful blow with a sword, which greatly frightened them. But now their hearts are shocked by a mysterious guy that alone struck such an impressive group of students. Lu Yin quickly took out a healing ointment and looked at the girl. "Help me apply an ointment to my wound." Grace was shocked by herself. "I help you." "Is it so difficult?" the young man asked in bewilderment. The girl was angry. "Why did you take that I, a clean and young lady who never touches the male body, would help you? What else?" Lu Yin looked at her coldly. "Don't think I don't know about your manipulation. If I used to be a polite, good person, I don't guarantee that I will continue to be, so quickly help me with the medicine." "So let me help," Balor suggested. Our hero immediately snorted. "No, you have dirty hands." The green big guy in the stupor stared at his purest hands. Chapter 40. Lu Yin continued to look at Grace with a cold look. "I repeat again, help me put the ointment on the wound." The girl through the gritted teeth said, "Okay, but remember, one day I'm getting even for everything with you." Then she approached him, smeared the ointment on her hand and put her hand to the wound to the young man, who was on his right side. Feeling cool, the aching pain subsided and Lu Yin was able to take a breath a little. The medicine he used was created by Clever. It was very effective, so that even the scar will not remain. Grace's small arms with soft movements applied an ointment that cooled the wound, which the young man was incredibly happy and enjoyed the next couple of minutes. "Everything, get up and keep plundering the others." The girl snorted, finishing on the ointment. Our hero got up and brushed off her sentence. "Enough with me, you can now go your own way." Grace said with anxiously, "How so? Eid's not here yet, you have to rob him." Lu Yin smiled and ignored her. "He has already faced a large group of opponents, and this may happen again, but next time the advantage may be even more in force." The young man examined the spatial rings of the students killed by him and collected 2 cubic meters of stellar crystals from them, then waved to the farewell Grace and took off. The girl immediately shouted to him in pursuit, "The bastard, return my armor, onions, and arrows." "I'll take them on loan for a short time, later back," said Lu Yin's loud voice in the sky. Grace immediately stomped her leg angrily. Armor and archery were a gift from her brother. She could even compete with them, but now she's left without everything. She was robbed by an unscrupulous thief. In the capital of Zhang Dinshan, with the rest also saw a notification about the defeat of the group of students. Bai Zhu was shocked. All aliens were at the level of the Lord of the Heavens and had a remarkable force. When did Lu Yin have become so strong that he managed to cope with a group of not the weakest students alone? The sage Klinkov suddenly raised his head and looked to the south of the capital with a rare smile for him. "An old friend came to us." The woman's eyes shine. "Zhou Shan." 2 hurriedly flew to the south of the capital, but suddenly stopped halfway, looking to the north. "Another one is heading here." Apparently, they all decided to measure the depth of the muddy waters of the capital. Bai Zhu was pleasantly surprised. Sheng also came. "Great." Zhang Dinshan sighed hard. "We will have 4 sages and Lu Yin. It turns out that 5 are against dozens of students." The upcoming battle will be disproportionate to the past. Not far from the capital, our hero found an abandoned village, occupied one of the dilapidated houses, and began to absorb all the collected stellar crystals, hopping to bring his culture to the peak of the priest sphere. To the west of the capital, Ead's group appeared. All to bring themselves into a better state. In 3 days we will attack. Our opponents are not some weak enough. They will defend the capital to the last, but we cannot spend time on them, because the second echelon of students is about to arrive. According to the rules, even if among the arrivals there will be a master of the merger, because of the seal imposed on him, he will be able to use only the power of the guardian sphere, but even so, to fight such an opponent will be very difficult. All the students listened to the guy. The second batch of students rarely went to the planets where evolution took place. This time, it was made an exception because of the 10th school of the Starry Academy. Many of the most talented young masters will definitely want to take part to show themselves in all their glory, and with such opponents they will face. More and more students were approaching the capital. At this time, more than 10 masters appeared in the southern part of China, which tiredly collapsed on the ground. Finally, they got to this place. Ead is going to attack the capital and get the fugitives' things. We must also have time there. We should not allow him to get all the laurels. Similar groups also appeared in the east and north. 3 days later, right at dawn, Zhang Dinxian stood on the city wall and looked into the distance at an approaching group of black shadows. At the same time, Lu Yin completed the absorption of 5 cubic meters of crystals. Its current level of improvement has reached the peak of the sphere of the guard, which means that now its combat level is about 3,000. Looking at the remaining 2 cubic meters of crystals, a strong temptation appeared in the heart of our hero. The remaining crystals he will not be enough for a breakthrough. Besides, in the near future, he will not be allowed to train. In the hope of getting something valuable, the young man gave everything to his cube. The dull surface of the cub began to quickly transform with bright light. Lu Yin swallowed saliva, stretched his finger, and gently pushed the heavenly gift. The babe quickly turned in place, and the young man held his breath, waiting for the results. In the end, he had a deuce, but what ability was hidden under this number, our hero was unknown. Soon a small black hole appeared under the cube, and in the mind of Lu Yin came a description of the ability. Decomposition. To put what? Looking at the slowly rotating black hole, the young man thought, and then decided to check and threw an iron scrap into it, which was lying next to him on the floor. Lam quickly flew into the black hole and almost immediately flew out of its smooth block of iron, which was much smaller in volume than the iron rod was. Lu Yin looked at the iron block and finally realized what was the second ability of delageration. With its help, it was possible to put any inanimate objects into components. You can make money with this, the young man thought, and threw one of the spatial rings that he took from the previously defeated students. The ring entered the hole, and then flew a piece of dark red metal the size of a nail. Lu Yin was pleasantly surprised, because it was an expensive drag metal in the universe, from which spatial rings were made. The young man threw inside the black hole all the rings he did not need, and eventually received a dragon metal the size of a thumb. Thinking a little, our hero decided to throw this metal back into the black hole. The next moment, with the characteristic cotton, from there flew metal with a gilded radiance. The eyes of Lu Inha wide expanded from the shock, because it received the essence of the dragon metal, which cost even more than just a dragon metal. Heavy rings were usually made from the essence. The young man carefully removed the essence of the dragon metal, feeling the excitement. Maybe I somehow find a space dump where I could put everything apart and make money on this. 5 minutes later, the black hole disappeared. The time of operation of this ability could also be extended beyond stellar crystals. Lu Yin suggested that it would cost about the same as with temporary space. Okay, then I'll figure out what to do with it, the young man said to himself, then went out of the house and looked towards the capital. It's time to come back. Our hero rushed to the capital, where at that moment chaos reigned. Millions of ordinary people looked into the sky, where from time to time, powerful energy waves broke out. Eid gathered more than 20 students into his squad and attacked the capital. The steel city wall was already destroyed. BB Zoo stood on its ruins, breathing heavily. You, the natives, were completely burnted if you decided to stop us. One of the students said, with contempt, that he looked at the Sage of Water with an ardent look. In the same way, many others looked at her, and all because she was too beautiful. All of them were the strongest students of their academies and could easily deal with it, but because of her appearance, they were in no hurry. Hayden frowned at the woman. I give you a last chance, give up. I promise to take you from this garbage planet and give a luxurious life. Hayden, why did you think she should go with you? Asked the student that he was standing next to him and was clearly dissatisfied. The guy looked arrogantly at the one who objected to him. He surpassed the power of all but Eid and Zhang Dinshan. He did not care about the rest, so he hardly took their discontent seriously. Bai Zhu tightened her fists and took a deep breath. Concentrating, her blue hair trembled, and the ground under her feet began to be covered with a crust of ice. At the same time, the surrounding temperature dropped sharply. The 3 strongest students, among whom was Hayden, did not frighten her actions. The Sage of Water was certainly strong, but against their group she will not be able to do anything. In the distance, Zhou Shan roared angry and collapsed to the ground with a student. He barely had the strength to cope with his opponent. In the sky were still with a dozen figures, which arrogantly and proudly looked down. They weren't worried about anything because they were sure of winning. Stop wasting time, let's shut up, said one of the students and raised his hand, directing a powerful stream of air to the capital, which began to put everything on its way, including people. Chapter 41. Suddenly, the emptiness was distorted and a huge band of energy hit a group of aliens. The students were shocked and hastily joined forces against an enemy attack. Zhang Dinxian, who was standing in the distance, watched them with an icy look. Of course, all of them have long heard about the power of the Sage Clinks, but faced with it in real combat, the students numb. Among the indigenous people of this planet was the real master of the faces. Then almost immediately, the arrow swept through the sky, which fell exactly into the student that had just brought down its power on ordinary residents of the capital. The shooter was Wu Sheng, one of the 7 sages, who was nicknamed the Sage of the Beasts. The man learned that the capital is preparing an attack through a personal terminal, which he managed to get. He arrived here a few days before the attack and managed to prepare. However, the battle was still unequal. 4 sages had more than 20 students. In such a situation, even Zhang Dinshan could not do anything. After some time, Zhou Shan began to take positions first, whose body tantourished from open bleeding wounds. Tens of thousands of others in the capital camp were powerless. They could not even approach the attackers. Grain all this time hid on the sidelines, watching the war with horror. She did nothing, because with its strength to defeat even one of the groups of the best students of academies will be problematic. The cold wind blew up, which attracted the attention of many in the near-collapsed city wall. The 2 closest students to Bai Zhu now looked like icy statues. It shocked the people and especially Hayden. Do you own the gift of heaven? As soon as people heard the guy's words, everyone looked at the woman in disbelief. Initially attracted all with her beauty, now she has won their hearts with her talent. From the corners of Bai Zhu to the chin, blood flowed. She suffocated, and it was difficult for her to stand on her feet, since she had already reached its limit, and the fact that she managed to take the lives of only 2, severely depressing her. Few people knew that the woman had the gift of heaven. Even 6 sages did not know about it. But in the face of such opponents, she had no choice but to use her trump card. All the students stared at it. They understood the importance of the cultivator who possesses the gift of heaven. Any organization in the rank of such a master rose sharply over others. Meanwhile, the guy who fought with Wu Sheng, even with a wound, prevailed over him and rushed to Bai Zhu with a loud laugh. The student, who was going to kill Zhou Shan, decided to join him. At this point, for all students, The beauty became more important than the fugitive and the capital. Gran sighed quietly, realizing what the future would be for Bai Zhu. She, of course, will not be killed, on the contrary, they will take care of, but the fate of a woman will no longer belong to her. She will be forcibly married to the heir of some great family, because only in this way it was possible to increase the chances of a new generation to have a gift from heaven. Eid, standing opposite Zhang Dinxian, greedily looked at Bai Zhu, but the man did not give him passage. "Get out of hand," shouted the sage Klinkov, waved his sword. Because of his attack, more than 20 students were again pushed back, but even that didn't make them change their minds to grab a woman, as the owner of the heavens was too important. Eid broke through the defense of the man and hit him in the stomach, throwing the swordswoe by more than 10 meters. However, the sage Klinkov began to look like a madman that without ceasing to wave his sword, because of which the guy had to retreat, pressing his hand to his right-handed shoulder. Hayden crushed the crystals of water and whispered, "Water!" The raging water broke out of the ground and turned into a tornado that rushed directly to Zhang Dinxian. The eyes of the sage Klinka were dilated, blood flowed from his mouth, but he resisted. However, the attacks from all sides clamped it into the corner and brought him to the limit. 3 students who had not previously entered the battle at this moment began to act sharply. 2 of them attacked Zhang Dinxian, and the third grabbed Bai Zhu. "Ha ha, she is mine." The man was badly wounded. His body seemed to him unbearable, as if it weighed several tons. Because of this, he could barely hold his sword. The beauty looked at the one who grabbed her and raised her hand. "Ice dance." Futilda. Immediately, a wave of acute icy air swept through the sky, freezing the surrounding earth. The guy who grabbed the woman was instantly shackled by ice. He underestimated her, in principle, like others. Seeing Zhang Dinxian was seriously injured, Eid realized that no one else would prevent him from grabbing Bai Zhu. It was followed by 2 students who finally knocked out the sage Klinka out of strength. In strength, they were comparable to Hayden, so they could compete for a woman. Pale Bai Zhu humbled herself to her fate. "Is this the end? It's a pity." But the next moment, a familiar back appeared before her eyes, after which 3 loud sounds were heard and the guys, among whom was Eid, flew back. All the students immediately looked at the stranger. Who is he, and how did he manage to push back the strongest of them? Grains, hiding in hell, pulled out her eyes. Is he really come back? Zhou Shan, lying in the mid-destructed capital, with a bloody smile looked at the figure familiar to him. Bai Zhu, in amazement, stared at her back. Although she was low, but she could easily close it from the rest. The woman did not hope that our hero would come back, but he kept his promise. The Lu Yin appeared was almost late here. He knew that the capital would be attacked, but he did not expect that it had already happened, but all because he did not have a personal terminal. The young man turned his head and looked at the beauty. "I told you I'd be back." A pale woman with a weak voice warned him. "Be careful, there are too many of them." Our hero nodded calmly, realizing what it meant. But now he was at the peak of the guard, and his star house reached a new level, so now he is certainly no worse than Zhang Dinxian. Kika Tilda, the sage Klinkov, leaning on his long sword, rose from the ground and looked at Lu Yin. The young man met with him and left him medicine. Try to recover. However, the man just took and swallowed the ointment. Lu Yin was taken aback, but suggested that even so the effect of the drug will be. In the end, it was made by Clever. The pushed 3 Eid stared at our hero. "Who are you?" But the young man was not going to rush with them. He immediately put on Grace's armor, wrapped himself in lightning. Hayden was surprised. "These are Grace's armor, where did you come from?" "She lent them to me." "Impossible," exclaimed Eid, Hayden and several other students at the same time. The girl was known in the Diwu Empire, and all because she had a powerful older brother. Because of him, no one ever hurt her. If she really gave him armor, maybe he's her boyfriend, or maybe he's connected to her family. Students looked at Lu Yin in amazement, but almost immediately discarded the option that he was a guy Grace. "Hide down somewhere," said the young man Bai Zut, and rushed directly to Eid. He decided that if he wins the strongest, the rest will be afraid to continue the fight. The guy at this time reflected on the origin of our hero, but he already understood after his first attack what strength he had, so he immediately retreated. Lu Yin, using the wandering step, headed straight to Hayden. He was surprised that he became a new goal and hastily tried to direct the water tornadoes on a young man. But only at the moment when our hero had to face the water element, he turned abruptly and hit in the direction where Eid retreated. Permade of emptiness, the student was surprised that Lu Yin again changed his goal. Boy, do not confess. The young man, laughing loudly without stopping at the enemy. Eid irritatedly snorted and squeezed his fist, inside of which the animal roar was heard. With his fist of the king of the beasts, he defeated the strongest students of 13 academies, broke into the Hall of Space, and became famous throughout the Diu Empire. On the ground, he used this technique only against Zhang Dinshan and the fugitive, but at that moment he had to use it again. Immediately in the palm of Lu Inya appeared 3 stars, which immediately rushed directly to the guy. The student's pupils expanded. He hurriedly directed his fist into the approaching ball of clean energy, which he hardly managed to stop, but then followed the 2nd and 3rd star. Eid, experiencing a severe pain, fell to the ground upside down. His right fist was mutilated, and he himself was no longer able to continue the fight. In the collision between the fist of the king of the beasts and the star palm, the first skill was completely powerless. Chapter 42. It was hard for everyone to believe that Eid, the strongest among them, was defeated by one blow of the palm of his hand. Zhang Dinshan was also shocked. The young man became much stronger since their last meeting. Watching the palm of Lu Yin, the man was convinced that he could not withstand this blow. Our hero looked at his right hand, where 3 powerful stars appeared again. His palm combat skill was not as simple as it seemed. Each celestial body increased the power of skill, so the difference between the 2 stars and 3 was colossal. Lu Yin guessed that with 3 stars he would reach the level of the sage Klinka, but after he had tested the power of the skill in the matter, he came to realize that he had already surpassed the man. Students around were staring at their personal terminals. 3,700 war grade points in the Guardian, so he's a grandmother. The cold ran through the backs of the students. The Granica masters were real monsters. This could only be achieved with outstanding abilities. So how did it happen that on this planet among the locals there were 2 such masters? It was hard to accept the fact that this lousiness became so strong. Our hero squeezed his fists, looked at all the students, and rushed to one of them with an arrogant grin. The guy to whom Lu Yin rushed was considered the strongest in his academy, but when he saw that a young man was going to him, he was so frightened that he did not even try to fight him and immediately rushed to run, however. To his regret, our hero was faster. He grabbed the student by the shoulder and hit him with force on the back of his head, sending him a knockout, after which he rushed to the next. The picture that unfolded in the capital was very strange. Lu Yin, like an elusive tiger, forced his enemies to be helplessly to endure defeat. By the time the young man had knocked out the 8th disciple, the rest rushed out of where. They had no desire to stay here anymore. Hayden also wanted to escape, but Bai Zhu did not allow him, plussing him to the ground. "Damn woman, get off," the guy roared. He did not want to fall into the hands of our hero, as he guessed what fate awaits Bailey and Will. With a rumbling, Hayden punched the ice, but almost immediately a powerful surge of energy swept by him, which made him stop abruptly. Raising his head, the guy saw in front of him Zhang Dinshan, who directed a sword at him. "Where is there going?" asked the sage Klinkov. Hayden opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but at the same second he felt pain in the back of his head and lost consciousness. Bai Zhu massaged her reddened hand from the blow. Although she was very tired, she was tired, but glad she was able to teach this asshole. Zhang Dinshan inadvertently stared at the woman, seeing for the first time she beat someone directly. Apparently, the actions of Lu and I somehow influenced her. The winging of Grace and Balor, all this time, silently looked at the massacre. What the hell is going on? How does this man make everyone so easily win? A green big guy with a crooked smile noticed. He's not just winning them, he catches them. Have you ever heard that the local people take prisoner of students who came to pass the test? I think this is happening for the first time in history. In any test, the disciples were like the gods compared to the local people. They fought mainly with each other. Only in rare cases they had to pay attention to small flaws. But in order to catch them one after another, like rabbits, such a never happened. Soon there was silence in the capital. Lu Yin was able to catch most of the escapees, who were now unconscious on the ground. Having wiped the sweat from his forehead, our hero sighed hard. He was in order of tired, had to catch up with the scoundrels, that they ran even faster than when he robbed them. Okay, here's 18, plus Bailey and Will, 20. Hey, Zhou Shan, we'll have to get those 3 of the Blue Mountain Academy. Then we will have as many as 23 hostages. Lu Yin considered all the students he caught, and then began to slowly inspect their spatial rings. Zhang Dinshan and Bai Zhu silently watched his skillful movements. All this time Eid was lying on the ground. He did not lose consciousness, was just badly wounded and could not stand up. Seeing what the young man was doing, the guy immediately blurted out, "So you're that bandit." Lu Yin looked at him. "What other bandit? These are military trophies. Do you think I have to fight with you for thanks?" Eid was furious. At this time, Gran appeared and embarrassedly began to help the young man deal with the loot. Lu Yin did not blame her for hiding before. The girl was, after all, was a student, enough, and that she did not help to destroy the capital. The battle was very tedious to everyone. Despite the fact that our hero managed to repel the attack, he still received several wounds. His internal organs were in tension. 4 sages were also not in the best form, so the young man asked Grain to give them first aid. Soon, ordinary people, along with others, began to dismantle the rubble that remained after the battle. 2 hours later, the students recovered, but were already tied and stared angrily at Lu and I, who was standing in front of them. Especially strongly, they freaked into the young man when they found out that he had robbed them. "So you're the one who robbed Ian and the others," one of the students shouted. The man next to him grumbled, "Hey, don't mention me." "It was definitely you, the goddamn bandit," cried one of the students again. Our hero grinned, approached them closer and raised his hand. The students immediately terrified and quickly calmed down. As soon as the young man lowered his hand and was going to say something to Zhang Dingan, his attention was attracted by a strange light in the sky. They were falling white meteors, but to be more precise, they were starships. Lu Yin was shocked because it was obvious to him that a second batch of students had come to Earth. "Why so early?" The young man was surprised and looked at Gran. "The second echelon is rarely sent to the test. I don't know myself." "Apparently, all because of the recent notifications about their defeats," said Bai Zhu, watching the spacecraft descending from the sky. Zhang Dingshan squinted his eyes, staring at 3 bright balls that clearly descended into the territory of China. Lu Yin immediately cried out, "We need to send all people to the shelter faster." After some time, a roar was heard in the distance, frightening ordinary people. Today was a completely crazy day, comparable to the ship's day. At first, they watched the battle of the dozens of the heavens, and now white meteors began to fall to the ground. Our hero, with the rest, watched the spacecraft that landed just a few kilometers from the capital. Boom! The district again shook when a large crack began to approach the capital, which arose because of the ship crashed into the ground. Then a shock wave swept through the city, which raised large dust clubs. Soon, when everything settled, a 3-meter round spacecraft appeared before people. That was exactly what Astra had. Somewhere in the distance, there was another roar, already the 3rd. The second batch of students officially arrived on Earth. Their goal was the same as those who arrived earlier, but they were clearly much more dangerous and capable. Eid wasn't saddened by the fact that a new group of students came here. On the contrary, he was looking forward to seeing local frostbite show what real power is. Futilda. The round hatch of the spacecraft opened, and the hot air rushed out. Then one hand leaned out and, leaning around the edge of the ship, pulled out his body to meet the sun. In the end, a beautiful man appeared before everyone. He slowly descended to Earth, and, completely ignoring Lou and I with the rest, began to study the county inquisitively. After examining the newcomer, our hero felt the danger emanating from him. Not only the young man, but all the others, including Eid, felt it. A kind of man actually hid suffocating pressure. "Who is he?" asked Lu Yin near Eid nearby. The guy in confusion stared at the man and shook his head. "I don't know." Our hero again looked at the stranger, bewildered why he does not pay attention to them at all. Is it a simple manifestation of arrogance, which seemed to fuse with his bones and acted unconsciously? Chapter 43. At this time, 2 more figures arrived, both men. When Edu was agitated, Eid called him excitedly, "Sinner Lars, I'm here." Lu Yin immediately gave him a headband. What did he shout? "Who is this?" The guy looked at him with undisguised gloating. "You're over, older Lars, a student of the Space Hall, has come here. You don't have the strength to beat him, but if you let me go, I'll put a word for you." The young man again looked at the 2 arrivals. The Space Hall is one of the strongest sects of the Diu Empire, where the best masters of the younger generation were trained. One of the men still kept looking around, and the other stepped forward and looked at Eid with disappointment. "You disgraced the Space Hall. How could you lose to some kind of native?" The guy, experiencing severe shame, bowed his head. Another man asked interestedly, "Who defeated Eid? Get in, don't be afraid, I won't kill you." "Is this the senior Lars you talked about?" Lu Yin asked. Eid nodded. "Yes, he's an unusual man. His father is the Master Zeke, Deputy Minister of Finance of the Empire Diu. For his son, he collects various combat skills, so Lars, brother, is invincible at his level and is second only to the strongest masters of the merger of the Space Hall." The eyes of our hero caught fire. Deputy Minister of Finance, so his family is very rich. The student was taken aback to the question. Why was this guy only cared about money? Lu Yin looked at Lars with a fiery gaze. He needed star crystals. From all the defeated and robbed students, he collected only 8 cubic meters, which was like a drop in the sea against the background of his needs. As for the strength of a man, the young man did not experience any danger from him, unlike the first stranger, and this meant a lot. "He's very strange," said Zhang Dinchen suddenly. Lu Yin looked at the man, who continued to look around. Now he did not experience any threat from him. On the contrary, the stranger began to look like a completely ordinary person. Such a change occurred right at the moment when Lars approached him with his companion. Lars frowned in the sky. "Why don't you let anyone go? Or do you think you can protect yourself?" "Cinder, the fugitive has left something in this city. If you get it, he will definitely come to you," shouted Eid, deciding that he would not be able to succeed in the test, so it is better to help a man and get his favor, which in the future will certainly be useful to him. There was a joyful smile on Lars' face. "It looks like I've been lucky to land in the right place." After that, the man whispered something in his ear to his companion, and he turned to the first stranger who arrived. "Comrade, my name is Lard. How can I contact you?" At this time, the man to whom he was approached, Squatrid, gathered a handful of earth and smelled it. "It smells of blood." In the sky, the eyebrows of Lars frowned. "Comrade, let me introduce myself as fit. I am Lars from the Space Hall, son of Zika, Deputy Finance Minister of the Diwu Empire." The man stood up, looked at the student who turned to him, and finally replied, "I am Zia Lo, a simple man without family and status." Lars punched under his nose. "Zia Lo, I've never heard of that." Lu Yin turned to Zhang Dinchen. "It is impossible for them to make friends. I'm gonna go get this Lars, and you're watching Zia Lo." The wise man Klinkov nodded and squeezed his sword to his sword. Eid heard their conversation and looked at our hero as if he had seen the ghost. Will you deal with Lars? Is he an idiot? Or a madman? The mereness of a man caused many fear, not to mention his abilities. Lu Yin looked up at the sky. It was a beginning for him. After so many expectations, he finally got closer to his goal. Having collected the will to the fist, he fell abruptly from his place, heading to his new enemy as quickly as he could. Lars thought about the personality of Xia Lo and did not expect that someone would attack him, but his companion, on the contrary, took a few steps forward and cried out fiercely, "How dare you attack Mr. Lars?" After the heat, he waved his palm towards the young man, and an animal roar was immediately heard in the space. In front of our hero, there was a huge claw, who obscured the whole sky, which immediately reminded him of the fist of the king of the beasts. Obviously, it was his more powerful version. That's just Lu Yin was not frightened. He directed 2 celestial bodies from the star hand to the enemy. 2 technicians collided with each other right in the sky, spreading a powerful wave of energy around. But in the end, the attack of the young man was more powerful. Larda pushed 100 meters back. He spit out the blood that came to the throat and stared at a stranger in shock. The man was a little stronger than Eid, so our hero did not waste energy on a full blow to Starry Palm, but used only 2/3, which was quite enough. Lars, looking at the young man, squinted his eyes. It is not surprising that you managed to catch Eid with such and such strength. Then he raised his hand and repeated the technique of Lard, but she was several times stronger and looked like a lion's paw, which was ready to capture Lu Yin. The one-time Wungura, the highest combat skill of the Space Hall, the Heavenly Beast, has 108 stages. Although Lars mastered only 5, it was enough to defeat most of the guards. A very good combat skill. Zhang Dinshin, Bai Zhu, Grain, and others were shocked. They never heard of such combat skills, but it was obvious that he had a special reputation in the Diu Empire. 2 stars revolved on the palm of our hero, but then a third appeared, after which all 3 luminaries collided with a celestial claw. The people's eyes around froze. 2 skills collided with each other, and at the same time exploded, which provoked a huge shock wave. The boy shocked Lars, but it didn't end. Lu Yin rushed to him, using the wandering step, but the man instantly retreated, which is why the 2 figures simply disappeared in the sky. The next moment, they appeared above the capital. The young man hit Lars again, to which he responded with resistance, but everything happened again and it frightened the man. Lars evaded the next blow of Lu Yin and at the same time pulled out a storm crystal. Having put it in the left palm, he pointed to our hero with an index finger. Immediately after that, a gray vortex began to twist around the man's finger. The student, without a doubt, decided to use his strongest combat skill, the Finger of the Afterlife Winds, which with great difficulty acquired his father. Lu Yin felt the danger as soon as Lars pointed his index finger at him. The skill of the enemy was very strange. He slowly enveloped it with cold piercing to the bones and slowed down. Realizing that the dangers of not bypass, the young man concentrated and activated the technique of the star. Next to it, 3 ghostly planets immediately appeared, which continuously made revolutions around him, gradually weakening the strength of the Finger of the Floated Winds. When a man's combat skill was completely neutralized, he stunned with shock. How is it even possible? Lu Yin immediately shortened his distance with him and struck him in the stomach with the palm of the void, sending Lars straight to the ground. The man was not ready for this, so he did not even activate his armor. The Lard, with a roar again, rushed to the young man, using the Heavenly Beast. At the moment when the man was there, in the eyes of our hero, his claw was incredibly slow. Using the wandering step, Lu Yin avoided a direct blow and lifted his right hand, turning it in front of everyone into a claw, and then hit them directly into the shoulder of Lard. A direct blow of the young man left a deep wound and threw the student directly to the ground, not far from where Lars fell. Eid looked at our hero in confusion because he saw what he thought was impossible. The young man literally used the Heavenly Beast, the highest combat skill of the Space Hall. It was possible to study it only looking at the stone wall, where all 108 stages of this skill were captured. How did this guy take advantage of the claw? He was never in the Space Hall. Not only was the student who was shocked, everyone around was shocked, including Lu Yin. Although the young man was defended by armor grace, he had previously received many wounds in the battle with the Eid group. When he used the star technique to make up for his energy, he accidentally discovered one feature. Not only did the technique allow him to absorb the energy at high speed, so it also formed a strange protective layer around it, slowing down time. At first, our hero thought that this is the most powerful feature of his technique, but it was not all. The technique could provide him with the combat skill of an enemy, which he could immediately use, which he did not expect at all. Lu Yin squeezed his fists. He was overwhelmed by excitement. Even when he first began to study the technique of the star, he realized that its whole essence goes against the laws of the sky, but then he clearly underestimated it. In principle, with such opportunities, it should not exist at all. Probably, it contains a set of skills that imitate the essence of the universe, which is why it is so powerful. Xia Lo's eyes shine with curiosity, considering the young man who surprised everyone. Interesting little. Chapter 44. At the corner of Lars's mouth there was blood, and he hardly rose from the ground. However, now he did not care much about his condition due to the shock experienced. Some local guy actually used the beast claw. "Who the hell are you?" the man cried. Lu Yin landed in front of him. "He who has taken you away." After these words, the young man put his hand on his shoulder and squeezed his palm. With the characteristic sound, Lars paused. His shoulder was broken. "I'm sorry, it's for you to snap less," our hero explained, and threw the man towards a group of students who intended to send to prison for a while. Lard screamed abruptly. "You are a dead body. Mr. Lars is the son of Lord Zika. His father will not let you go, as well as the 12th Imperial Court of Diu." Lu Yin frowned, approached him and did the same thing as Lars. Inordi chicks. After dealing with them, the young man looked at Xia Lo, who all this time staring at him. "Don't worry, I'm not interested," the man smiled. Our hero nodded. "Thank you." Xia Lo took a step forward. "My name is Xia Lo, and you?" "Lu Yin." "Lu Yin," the man was surprised. There is not easy to meet someone with such a name among the starry sky. The young man sang his eyes, guessing what Xia Lo was leading to. On Earth, the surname Lu was common, but among the myriad stars, it was a single ancient group of people, and the name for them was a kind of brand confirming the person. In the universe, there was a strict test of belonging to the ancient names. No one knows what it was for and when it started, but this was one of the reasons why our hero came to Earth. He wanted to be recognized as his surname and personality. "The name of Xia is also quite rare," said Lu Yin, and headed to the four sages. On the face of the man played a slight smile. He was also one of the carriers of an ancient name. Outside the Earth in space quietly hovered a huge spacecraft, like a giant beast that was watching the planet. The moment Lars was captured, all the people on the spacecraft were amazed. In a huge observation hall there were dozens of people. They all looked at the light screen, through which the battle of our hero with a man was seen. Soon someone in a rage exclaimed, "How dare he harm Mr. Lars? He should be sentenced to death." "This guy's dead anyway. He killed Astra 3 months ago, then robbed and killed a few more students and even offended Grace. They are captured more than 20 students, if not execution, then I do not even know what will be done with him." What did this aborigine say? Shit, there's no pity the sound. The people were excited. Of course, many were infuriated by the behavior of Lu Yin. They believed that the test belonged only to students, but in fact it was not. It could also be attended by the indigenous inhabitants of the planet. Many elite masters of the Diwo Empire were once ordinary people from ordinary planets. The Empire allowed this, realizing how important it is to select the best talents. Whoever said, "But the young man was talented," but unfortunately, to offend Lars was not the best decision. because it is not known what his father will do. That www. Very easy steps were heard, but they thundered in the ears of each in the hall, which is why the noisy room was abruptly absorbed the silence. Everyone broke up and looked respectfully at the three men who arrived. The main among them was a middle-aged man with a serious face and brightly thistle blue, like the sea, eyes, dressed in battle armor. His name was Sin Maduo. He was a general of the Diu Empire and the leader of the test. To his right was a pale-faced guy. Although he looked weak, he was actually the deputy captain of the 9th Special Detachment of the Imperial Palace. His name was Tal On. To the left of General Madu was a gloomy man with a wrinkled face, but a slender figure of 2 meters tall and incredibly long hands, which could not be met with ordinary people. His name was Salsha. He was deputy captain of the 12th Special Detachment, as well as the responsible Lars for the duration of the tests. All three are the leaders of the trial. They were strong and able to travel around the starry sky alone. When they arrived, everyone was respectful on both sides of the hall. 3 men approached the big screen and began to look at the repeated battle. "Stop," said Shin Madu. The image immediately stopped. On the screen, the moment when Lu Yin used the heavenly beast claw. The general was very surprised. The guy is clearly not a student of the space hall, so he simulated a fighting skill, seeing him only a few times. This man is a genius. Salshu's view became even colder. Continue playing the record. The image soon stopped again. It was seen how our hero broke Lars' shoulder. A long-armed man laughed angrily and licked his lips. He is quite ruthless and brave. "I agree, but where does he come from?" asked Shin Madu. One of the people in the hall came forward and reported. "He is not on the list of subjects. Obviously, he's not a student, but he had the strength to kill Astra. Check the records for the last 10 years. You need to make sure that someone has secretly arrived on the planet," the general ordered. "General, I've been checking before, looking at all the records over the past 30 years. Sing Maduo frowned. "It seems that the Imperial Observation Station is time to abolish. This guy used the trembling palm and palm of the void, so he's not local, but he's pretty young. How did he end up on the planet?" It was quiet around. Everyone was looking at the screen. "Write everything this man has done and arrest him after the end of the trial," he gave Salsha's order in an angry voice. At the same moment, Tal Aoner objected. "To arrest? Why? We have to punish him for penetrating the planet and taking part in the test without permission." The guy grinned. "Although the Earth is under the supervision of the Empire, it is free. Anyone can come in and out. Besides, there is no confirmation that he arrived on the planet, and you can only blame the observation station for this." Salsha stared at the pale Aeon. "What do you mean by this? Do you want to prevent the 12th Detachment from completing the task?" "I've never heard that the 12th Detachment could interfere in the trial process," the guy replied in a disdainful tone. People around nervously stared at their argument. Both were deputy commanders of different units, so no one wanted to get around. General Madu waved his hand. "Enough! Salsh, I know you're ordered to defend Lars, but the test is a test, no matter how it ends." The man spread his hands. "Okay, you are the leader of the test. You have the right to make a decision. I just have to obey." Shin Madu's view became somewhat cold when he looked at Salsha, who clearly treated him with contempt. But at this point, there was a sound of light steps behind, which again attracted the attention of people in the hall. Everyone looked at the entrance, where the woman appeared. The first thing that caught the eye of those present was her white hair, falling to barefoot legs, which was partly hidden. The appearance of the woman was gentile and clean. She had slightly red pupils, and she wore a light dress, opening her crystal-clear skin on public display. However, people were more concerned not by her attractive appearance, but by a ring on her hand. Black-silver border with a seal of a sprayed sword, surrounded by 10 black shadows. This ring was a sign of the power of the Youth Council. The woman was named Mila. She was the curator of the trial on behalf of the Youth Council. Seeing her, 3 men began to behave humbly, especially Salsha, because at that moment the little red eyes of the beauty looked directly at him. She put pressure on the man with a powerful pressure, which almost forced him to get on his knees. I heard the edge of my ear that someone wants to intervene in the trial process. General Madhu, is it true? Mila asked, taking a look at the man. Salsha's heart shuddered, and he lowered his head. In the face of a woman and the power of the Youth Council of the Universe, even such as he, the deputy captain of the 12th Special Detachment, had to bow his head. Sini Madhu calmly replied, Miss Mila, thank you for your concern, but so far it hasn't happened. Chapter 45. She smiled. That's good. In fact, I shouldn't have been here, but since I announced the closure of the Diwa Empire Youth Council, I had to take responsibility for the trial. In the end, it is forbidden to hold such events without advice. I'm right, General Madhu, isn't it? The man nodded. Miss, your words are 100% true. The woman smiled and drew attention to the big screen. This young man is interesting. I hope you give him a good grade. After that, Mila turned around and left the hall, leaving behind a weak floral aroma. When she left, everyone in the room sighed deeply. The pressure coming from a woman was like grief. She was so terrifying because she was superior to all those present. However, she was just a student from the inner universe. Tuana solemnly said, Miss Mila is a deputy of the Youth Council of the Universe and a student of the 6th Star Nile, but she is better known as the demonic Ons of a red lotus. This is the first time I've seen her, and I didn't expect it to be so strong. Sin Madhu exhaled, believing that it was better not to discuss a woman, and again drew attention to the screen. This mysterious young man, in fact, was just rescued by Miss Mila. If he keeps trying in the same vein, then perhaps a woman will help him rise. Salshu's view was clouded. He was very frightened, but it was because of this that monstrous fury was boiling in his heart. Ao's Toon looked at him and smiled disdainfully. It looks like he's angry. What did he want after his words? And what can he do now for this young man when he liked Miss Mile? Regardless of his desires, he must understand what not to do. At this time on Earth, Zia Lo left without telling Lu Inyu and others. He just walked towards the landscapes of an unfamiliar planet. Our hero searched Lars and his companion. It is worth noting that the son of the deputy finance had a lot of stellar crystals, almost a dozen, and in addition, a bunch of other useful things. A man sitting on the ground stared at the young man angrily. You are the end of it. This planet is under the supervision of the Imperial Observation Station. My father will soon learn about what happened, and then you will be slammed. Lu Yin laughed weakly. I'm looking forward to this day. Lars' eyes ran around. He always considered the Aborigines backward, but faced with reality, he realized what despair meant. Listen, what kind of combat skill did you use at the very beginning of our battle? Asked the young man from the student. Lars proudly replied, Damn Aborigine, you don't even know what the heavenly beast is. Okay, so be it, enlightenment. In the space hall where I study, there is a heavenly steel. It shows a combat skill called the Heavenly Beast and all its 108 stages. I only own 5. Lu Yin was surprised. 108? Looks like you've got a pretty low talent if you've only got 5. I am the son of Zika. I am a genius. Even Gulbach with the rest did not master half of what I can do. Aborigine, such a higher skill is not able to master any ordinary person. And then what is it? Asked our hero, raising his right hand, over which the claw appeared. Immediately, the animal roar spread through the space, spreading with him powerful pressure. Zhang Dinshin and others, standing aside, felt the danger of this claw. Lars gritted his teeth, realizing that this stranger actually took possession of the heavenly beast claw, and then the 3rd stage. It is only unclear what will happen if he once again applies to it the full power of his claw in the 5th stage. Will the guy be able to simulate him? From this one thought, the man threw in tremble. If this happens, then such a person must be killed. With the help of Lu Yin, the capital got 20 hostages in the face of the arriving students. among whom was the son of an influential man of the Diu Empire. This information quickly shocked the local network. Grain looked at her personal terminal, counted something, and said, "In the second game, 62 students, of which 15 landed in Asia." Although there were fewer people in the second game than in the first, but it was worth considering the difference between them. Every student of the second party had much more powerful skills and strength. Against them, even as Zhang Dinshan, may no longer have any advantages. And all because the strength of many combat skills could not be determined by the importance of combat level. Somewhere in the northern part of Europe, where everything was covered with snow, several spacecraft fell directly to a small island. One of the ships that crashed the ground almost immediately opened the hatch, and the guy immediately came out from the inside. He took a deep breath and exhaled the white steam. Then the student looked around and groved. "Damn, I humiliated me to land in such an impermeable. Also say it's the coldest place on this planet. Here's a pancake." Then he opened the personal terminal, and his eyes immediately expanded from the shock. A few kilometers from him was a source of a powerful combat level. The guy immediately rushed to him and soon saw in the distance, sitting in the snow, figure that looked to the sky. The student approached the figure closer and asked, "Hey, where are we?" "I don't know." "Then why are you sitting? We need to search, we have a task." "I'm hiding." You have a combat level of 2,300. Wait, you don't have a terminal. Are you local?" The figure looked at the guy. "Can you do me a favor? Place one message on the local network." "What's up?" On the face of the figure, immediately there was a demonic smile. "Just right that you found a fugitive." The student was stunned and immediately struck, but the next moment was thrown back. The stranger, who had the power of 2,300, suddenly released the power of the merger. "Thank you," said the figure, obviously not wanting to continue the battle. A few minutes later, everyone on the local network received a message that the fugitive was hiding in the northern part of Europe and has the power of the merger sphere. At first, no one believed this message, because why would any of them reveal where the fugitive is? However, after a detailed description of the appearance of the offender and his strength appeared, everyone rushed to Europe. In Beijing, Lu Yin and others were puzzled. If some student found a fugitive, why did he talk about it? Grain explained. "First of all, not everyone is trying to carry out the task of the test. Secondly, any defeat can affect the final assessment. I think that student just can't beat the criminal, so I decided to tell you where he's in order to get a small number of points for the information provided." Our hero looked at Eid. "You fought with a fugitive, how strong is he?" Since Lu Yin grabbed Lars, the guy lost every incentive to resist and humbly replied, "Incredibly strong, although he is seriously injured and lost most of the warhead, but his fighting skills are still with him. When we attacked him in the Mediterranean, there were more than 10 of us, but in the end he managed to kill 5 and leave." One of the students wrote that he is in the field of the merger. "Is it true?" the girl asked. "It's possible, because he defeated us quite easily. If I had known about it earlier, I wouldn't have attacked him." Our hero still seemed strange. Someone who was able to escape so easily from custody should not have been found so easily. There was obviously something wrong here. "Someone is approaching the north of Europe," exclaimed Grain. Everyone immediately looked at their terminals. The map showed that 3 students, 2 of whom were from the first batch, and the third from the second, at the same time reached the place where the criminal had to be at the previously quoted coordinates. "Where's the fugitive?" cried the student, soaring in the sky. The other 2 shrugged their shoulders, when suddenly all 3 pulled to the ground at a fairly fast speed. When they stumbled, they were already on the ground, and a man approached them nearly. With each step of his aura increased in scope, causing fear among 3 students. In front of them was a man in the armor, who looked at them from above down with obvious contempt. His short black hair was mixed with white strands. He looked scary, which only increased the dark pressure coming from him. "Let me introduce myself. My name is Qing Yu. I am the one you call a fugitive, a criminal, a prisoner and all in this spirit, a man smiled weakly, and then released his star energy, constraining all three. Fours are not enough, Qing Yu muttered, looking into the distance. A few days later, the local network was shocked by the news that the fugitive had grabbed a group of students, and then his name was revealed, Qing Yu. Chapter 46. Many students, when they agreed to the test, only knew that they needed to find some fugitive, nothing more. And only now it became clear at least of the things that concealed the veil of secrets. 3 days later, in the northern part of Europe, people were shocked by the girl who appeared there. She was Ho Zio Lin, the heir of the Ho genus. She had long, fiery red hair and a beautiful appearance. Its origin was an order of magnitude higher than that of Lars, because the Ho family was one of the highest in the Diu Empire. When she appeared, more than a dozen students hiding around the place where the fugitive was left their hideouts. They were not shown earlier, because they were afraid of the forces of Qing Yu, but now everything was different, and all because the girl was a master of the sphere of the merger. Of course, do not forget that the strength of this sphere was sealed, but even so it surpassed all who were at the level of the Guardian. Seeing Ho Zio Lin, the fugitive stood up and looked ardently examined her from head to toe. "Oh, Tilda, what a beauty! I did not expect to see such a place so far from the inner universe, haha." The girl looked at him, and then at the 12 students who sat on the ground tied and embarrassed by what they were caught. "You're hurt and can't use the power of the merger. Looks like all you have left is just a lot of stellar energy. So give up, Qing Yu," said Zio Lin. There was a sneering smile on the man's face. "You are so arrogant and naughty, I like these most of all." After that, an iron rod appeared in his hands, which he threw towards the girl. Zio Lin frowned and prickly dodged, but the next moment the fugitive appeared behind her, grabbed an iron rod in the air and turned abruptly, attacking her with a krukabak. The beauty felt the danger. The flame immediately broke out of her body and turned into a great phoenix, which immediately broke down on the enemy, instantly melting all the snow around. Qing Yu hastily retreated with his uncomplicated weapons and exclaimed with surprise, "The fire is the gift of the heavens. Woman, you deserve to be mine." The eyes of Ho Zio Lin remained indifferent even after such cheeky words of a man. She slowly pointed to the fugitive with her jade finger and said, "The finger of the lightning phoenix." The students observing their battle were amazed by the figure displayed on the screens of their terminals. "She has 400 units of combat level." Qing Yu continued to smile carefree. Perhaps the usual masters of the merger this finger would stop, but unfortunately, you met me, Bai Yi Qing Yu. Agreeing, the man raised with his foot and suddenly broke out of the ground countless many iron rods, which broke the girl's combat skill. And then one of the rods plunged into her shoulder and nailed her to the ground. Flying a fiery phoenix in the sky, without the control of his mistress, crashed into the ground and disappeared, leaving behind a lake filled with hot water. Qing Yu rose into the sky, holding the iron rod in his hands, and looked around attentively. Students watching the fight immediately escaped. If even Ho Zio Lin was defeated, they have nothing to do here. Soon the girl pulled out of the shoulder of an iron rod, and all the wet rose from the ground, after which she slowly headed to the fugitive with a pale face. "Bai Yi, are you from this family?" The man went down to her and grabbed her thin chin with a slight smile. "I see, you're not completely ignorant when you know what my name is. You're right to be my wife, think about it. If you agree, I'll take you out of this poor place." Zio Lin immediately shrugged his hand and pressed his palm to her wounded shoulder. "The order for your capture comes from the inner universe. If you are actually from the Bai Yi family, then she no longer needs you." Qing Yu with anger grabbed the beauty by long red hair and looked her right in the eye. "Don't touch the print. Do you want to lose the chance to join the 10th star of the sky because of this?" The girl's heart shuddered, and the huge stellar energy inside her, which was outside the sphere of the Guardian, gradually began to subside. The man grinned again. "While sitting over there, it will soon be over." Having said this, he pushed her towards the associated disciples and tried to himself. I think 13 will be enough. Qing Yu was right. Ho Zio Lin was of great importance and weight in future negotiations. At this point, Sin Madu at the observation station almost went to grab the fugitive himself, but Mila stopped him. No one is allowed to intervene in the process of testing. This is a law issued by the Youth Council of the Universe. Men Shin, do you want to break this order? Asked the woman, looking at the man. Madu thawed with his hands with frightened. Miss Mila, please, sorry. Just Ho Zio Lin's daughter of Captain Ho Tsing Shan, if anything happens to her then. The woman shook her head. She can break the seal and stand up for herself, so do not make an extra noise. The man sighed and looked at Mila. For a while, both looked into each other's eyes, as if they were trying to tip to their side. However, in the end, Sin Madu surrendered. In the face of the Youth Council of the Universe, even Ho Tsing Shan meant nothing. There was a time when several empires rebelled against the council, but their end was sad. The Diu Empire clearly won't want to follow in their footsteps. The woman's look was headed to the screen. She looked at Qing Yu, whose combat skills seemed to her familiar. The news of the girl's capture quickly spread over the local network. Many students, who zealously rushed to the north of Europe, abruptly stopped. When Eid found out about it, he immediately blurted out, If Ho Zio Lin was captured, how do they want us to do the task? Lu Yin asked, How strong is it? In terms of combat power, it should be the strongest on this test, because she is in the fusion sphere, the guy replied. Our hero immediately was interested in this person. In addition, she also has a fiery gift of heaven, and her father, Ho Tsing Shan, is the captain of the 5th Special Detachment. Having such a father and mentor in one person, she quickly reached the top of power among the younger generation of the Diwa Empire. I didn't expect even her to be defeated. Although many were surprised by the defeat of the girl, Lu Yin was only slightly surprised that she had the gift of heaven, but no more. Now his attention was focused on students who apparently were approaching the capital. 6 students later arrived at the city. They were all from the second game. Although they were not representatives of the Space Hall, they were also considered an elite that came from powerful planets. This group was superior to Eid and the like, but they failed to escape, and they were all caught by our hero. Now he had as many as 28 hostages. At this time, 2 more people came to the capital, Grace and Balor, who all this time were hiding nearby. Zhang Dinshan was going to attack them, but Lu Yin stopped him and asked the arrivals, What have you forgotten here? The girl quickly ran up to the young man and, smilingly, replied, We want to join you. Lu Yin was surprised. What do you mean? We literally want to join you, said Grace, staring at his nose proudly, as if he had given them honors to join. But the young man immediately let her down from heaven to earth. Why do I take you from? The girl immediately got angry. Why do you get so hard to reach? I want to work with you. Why? Lu Yin asked unceremoniously. Grace was ready to tear his hair on her head. The power of Qing Yu at the fusion level, so even 2 Ho Zio Lin will not be able to defeat it. Since he left his stuff here, he'll definitely come back. Let's work together to deal with it. Our hero agreed with her words. The fugitive was pretty strong. When he comes back here, it will be pretty hard to deal with him. So the more people he has, the safer. Okay, I agree, but I warn you right away, if you try to throw something out, I'll tie you up. The girl snorted, and together with Balor went further along the street of the capital. She didn't really have any hidden plan, just Qing Yu was too strong for all of them. Only by joining forces will they be able to oppose something. Many students who were in the north of Europe have already united, and therefore she did not want to remain alone. It is better to work with local masters and earn at least some points than to be left with nothing. At this time, Zia Lo appeared again near the capital, who walked right among the horde of zombies. But what's strange, they didn't attack him and didn't notice him at all. For 3 days, he wandered around this area and seemed to look out for something. After a while, the man stopped inside. I smell them, they're everywhere, it's bad. It is not known when, but south of the capital there was a beauty with long green hair in a green dress. In fact, she was all dressed in green, Even jewelry on it was of this color. Chapter 47. By the night of this day, Eid was again thrown into prison, and the famous Lars was brought to Lu Inn. The identity of this man was not at all simple. Many students contacted our hero, offering to pay a ransom for it, but so far all the proposals have been rejected by the young man. Lars sat on the ground, and not far from him others rebuilt the city wall. "Grace, why are you here?" exclaimed the man, surprised that this girl was here. Grace smiled at him. "Sorry, but I'm caught too." Lars was furious because he saw perfectly that she was not a hostage, although, if you think about it. "So you're the one standing behind a group of locals. Then it is clear why they dared to behave with me so much. You don't have any audacity. Don't think your brother can protect you from my father." The girl blinked her innocent eyes. "Sneep Lars, don't offend me. I don't drive these people. If you don't believe me, ask others. He robbed me too." The man still did not believe this fox. He did not want to accept the fact that the Aborigines dared to hold him hostage. Of course, the strength of the locals suddenly turned out to be high, but without a certain origin, no matter how good the talent is, you will not go far with him. "Another student is approaching," exclaimed Grain. Our hero and everyone else looked into the distance. An unfamiliar figure quickly found herself over the capital and hovered in the sky, completely unaware of the people on Earth. Seeing the arriveur, Lars shouted loudly, "Great brother of Monod, I'm here." Grace frowned. "Why did he come here?" Lu and Yu was a stranger curious. "Do you know him?" The girl nodded. "He is an elite master of the Space Hall. He once competed with my brother, but ended up giving him back. However, it can still be considered a strong master of the merger." Hearing about the sphere of the merger, the heart of everyone sharply compressed. It was the second student in this area that he came to Earth in the second group. Initially, everyone thought that they would not soon meet with such an opponent, but everything turned out to be different. Mono looked down at the capital and saw Lars. His eyes immediately lit up with anticipation. If he saves a man, he will receive the favor of his father, and then in the future, having such connections, he will be able to achieve more. "Ninel people, I suggest you humbly let Lars go," a man shouted loudly, shaking the clouds looming over the capital with his voice, thereby terrifying the hearts of survivors. Lars was incredibly happy. Our hero was going to strike. He was not afraid that the master of the merger was in front of him, because he knew that the strength of this sphere was sealed by students. But at this point, Zhang Dinshan waved his hand in his direction. "Leave him on me." The boy was surprised by the man's decision. Since they dealt with the Eid group, the sage Klinku did not fight. Everyone else who tried to come here was won by him. Because of this, everyone almost forgot about Zhang Dinshan, and he was still the first among the sages, as well as the master of the facets. He must have finally recovered from that battle and now desperately wanted to fight. Bai Zhu looked at the man with alarm. Students had strange combat skills and exceeded their strength. If the usual students Zhang Dinshan could still win, now there are only the most dangerous. Lars looked with contempt on the Moon Inn and the wise Clink, believing that they would not succeed, and they will finally pay for all their actions. Our hero nodded. "Be careful." Zhang Dingan lifted his sword and soared into the sky towards an elite student. Grace laughed weakly, but Lars and others from the second game did not know that it was not Lu Yin originally dangerous for everyone, namely the first of the 7 sages, the Master Grane, guarding the capital as the apple of the eye. Mono looked with contempt for the swordswoe that he hovered in the air opposite him. "Dirty Aborigine, away from the road." With these words, the man waved his hand, immediately released into the Sage of Klinkov compressed stellar energy. Such a skillful control of energy was characteristic of all masters of the merger, as envious by every expert in the sphere of the guard. The look of Zhang Dinshan was firm. He lifted his sword and stripped them horizontally, cutting off the enemy's stellar energy in half, and then rushed straight to him. Mono, who initially did not care about the sage Klinka, changed dramatically in his face and put forward the palm of his hand. I wonders the Aborigines, it turns out, know something. You can be compared to an ordinary student of the Space Hall, although not, even more than the usual. Wait, are you Grandmere? Seeing the surprise in the eyes of the man, Zhang Dinqian hit him again, but this time the student blocked his blow. The wise man Klinka had enough strength to defeat someone's level of Eid, but against Mono, he had few advantages, even given the fact that the man did not have the opportunity to use the power of the merger. With the characteristic sound of the hand of the student turned into clutches, and then they also collided with a cold blade of the sword. The power of the impact was so strong that a crack was formed on the blade of Zhang Dinqian, and the residual energy hit his hand, tearing the sleeves to the shoulder. Initially, Mono planned to smash a long sword of the enemy with his attack, but he failed. At a critical moment, the sage Klinkov released part of the force that he kept in himself, thereby not only preserving his weapons, but also preventing a serious injury. Zhang Dinqian slept blood and receded. Standing in a special rack, he raised his blade high into the sky and issued a loud roar. His body became inexplicable to dissolve in an inexplicable way, until the place where he stood, only a shadow remained. Wandering step, Lu Yin was surprised that the man learned this skill. Lars, with a wide-ranging mouth, could not understand why the native had not yet been defeated by Mono. How did this swordsman even manage to block the heavenly beast of his elder fellow? Is it because he's a Grandi master? A high-lying student in the sky waved his hand again, lifting a powerful gust of wind, which, like sharp knives, began to tear everything around him. But the wise Klinka did not stop. He appeared behind his opponent and cut his sword. The blade swept through the figure of Mono. The pupils of Zhang Dinqian trembled. Right in front of him, the student scattered around the wind, but under the influence of instincts, he reflexively blocked the blow in the back. The serpent's sword scattered to pieces, and although he managed to stop the blow, the residual force fell on him and imprinted him into the ground. There was a cloth silence around. In the sky again appeared Mono with a gloomy face. Despite the fact that he defeated his opponent, he had to use almost all his trump cards. It was truly unbelievable. Everyone looked at the ground outside the city where Zhang Dinqian fell. He hasn't been seen yet because of the dust. Grace sighed. She expected the same and even to some extent hoped for such an outcome, because if the local master had defeated Mono, it would be a disgrace to all the students who arrived on Earth. "Now it's your turn," said the girl standing next to the young man. Lu Yin shook his head. "You write it down early. You want him to die. The Aborigines can't defeat Mono. Most likely only you can do it," Grace objected. The young man squinted. "I don't really like the word aborigine." The girl snorted and turned away. Zhou Shan and Wu Sheng watched with alarm the way their comrade fell. Baizu tightly squeezed his fists and involuntarily released the icy force. This made Lars pay attention back to her. He liked her at first sight and he had already planned to make her his maid. But what is it? This cold? It's an ice gift from heaven. What the hell is this planet like that? Here the master of the Grandi, the owner of the gift of heaven, and also in addition the inaccurate, who had the strength to defeat him. Meanwhile, the dust dissipated, and before everyone there was a sage Klinka with a broken sword in his hand. Mono immediately asked him, "Sword of a sword, what's your name?" "Zhang Dinqian." "Follow me. I will take you to the Space Hall. You deserve to become a student of my sect. What do you say?" "I'm not interested in it," the man replied indifferently and squeezed his broken blade. The student immediately laughed. "Do you want to continue the fight with this broken sword? I'll tell you right away, the gap between us is insurmountable to you. It's better to surrender." "Don't tell your gop until you jump over. Zhang Dinqian, catch a gift," shouted our hero and threw the man armor grace. After the young man added, "It is unfair that you are fighting with the opponent of the merger in the sphere, so you cannot hesitate to use external objects." The wise Klinkov agreed with this, wore the ring and his body immediately clothed in the armor of sparkling lightning. Chapter 48. Grace, of course, was furious from what he saw. "The bastard! Why are you just so scattered by my armor? You're shameless." Lu Yin waved his hand at her. "Don't grumble, I told you to bring her back." "No, he is sweaty and disgusting. Let him keep it, he will be a tomb." The young man ignored the girl. Looking at the electrified surface of the armor, Zhang Dinxian felt growing strength and remembered that a few days ago Lu Yin dealt with a group of students, being dressed in this armor. H. House of Gulbach. Ah, here his sister, ha ha ha, is so lucky. At the same time they will teach her lesson in retaliation for her brother's cheeky behavior. The sage Klinka cold snorted and waved a broken sword. Although his blade was broken, it did not affect the trumpeting blows. A cruel blow came to the protection of the student, which infuriated him. "I'm already tired of me." With a loud roar, Mono hit Zhang Dinxian with the most powerful celestial claw of the beast, which contained 7 stages. This should have been enough to kill the sage even with thunderstorms. In the face of a terrifying fighting skill, the man rebuked. In the same second, along the blade of its broken sword, a strange stream of gray air began to be collected, which distorted the space. Using this mysterious technique, Zhang Dinxian bravely faced a huge claw. BICH. A huge wave of air swept through the capital, turning the district. Along the outer steel city wall there was a slash line, going deep into the ground. The scary blood painted the deserted earth and the unrecognized wall. The thunderous armor scattered in tremors, and the man was thrown to the side, but our hero managed to catch him. Zhang Dinxian was seriously wounded, and there was only one name left of his blade. But even so, no one dared to doubt the man, because he herded Mono. High in the sky, the trembling student in shock looked at the sage Klinka. He was thrown back more than 100 meters back, and from his right hand's fingers dried blood, but he did not pay attention to it, but tried to understand how he was wounded. Even with the fact that the level of the merger was sealed, no one would believe that some native agent was able to block his heavenly bone of the 7th stage. Lu Yin, who caught the man, was also shocked. Zhang Dinxian was able to survive the attack and wounded the enemy. However, he was obviously lucky, because he had a thunderstorm armor on it. Lars was shocked at how crazy the local natives were. Bai Zhu hastily took the man from our hero to give him first aid. The young man himself soared into the sky and equaled the Mono. "Now I will be your opponent." The student looked at Lu Inya with an ice gaze and decided that this aborigine would wash away all the shame that he experienced on this planet. Outside the Earth, in the observation hall of a huge spacecraft, people looked at the screen carefully. Mono was known to everyone, as he was one of the few masters of the merger who took part in the test. It could also be considered the strongest among them. That's just a few minutes ago, before their eyes, he was wounded by a local master, inferior to him in strength. There was a loud noise. Everyone turned abruptly and saw General Sin, who ran into the hall, who looked excited. "Master Faisal? I didn't expect there to be such a person on this planet. It's a pity he lacks combat skills, otherwise he could fight with Mono longer. That's it, I want this man into my army and the point." Salsha immediately objected. "I am very sorry, General Madu. My 12th Special Detachment also wants him." The man immediately got angry. "Your unit is not sent to combat missions. This man obviously has a very high combat talent. He managed to simulate the wandering step, as well as connect the blade and the trembling palm. He is definitely the genius of his generation." "General Madu, I agree that such a genius needs to be determined somewhere, but it is best to put it in our 9th detachment. We are ready to allocate resources for him and quickly bring it to the sphere of the merger," said Tal Anna. The dispute between the 3 men quickly broke out and became very loud. Everyone looked enviously at a seriously wounded man on the other side of the screen. If he can survive the test, his future will be limitless. After all, the Grandi Masters were very important for the D Empire. In addition, that girl with an ice gift of heaven, most likely, will also fall under the wing of a strong organization. And also do not forget about the madman that grabbed Lars and other students, and he will be determined somewhere. While all three were arguing, Mila was looking at the screen, where the fight between Lu Yin and Mono began. As Zhang Dingshins hit a man, it angered him. Now he was like an enraged beast, ready to overturn all his power on the local people. Since our hero was right in front of him, he immediately used the heavenly claw of the 7th stage beast. Celestial claws covered a large space, and the higher the skill stage was, the more powerful and faster the attack was, but Lu Yin calmly avoided the blow. Mono looked at the young man surprisingly, realizing that it would be much more difficult to cope with him than with a swordsman. When the man again attacked Lu Yin with the heavenly claw, our hero with a fearless look involved the technique of the star and abruptly found himself near him. The strike was only 20 centimeters from the chest of the young man. He did this in order to feel the strength of the claw and copy it. After viewing the whole blow from the beginning of its formation to release, Lu Yin flew to the side and at the same time hit Mono. At first, the man saw that the enemy intended to use the palm of the void. Although it was clear that the skill was skillfully honed, he could not harm him. However, in just a moment after his whole body vegetated ice, the young man in front of him unexpectedly changed the skill and turned him into the heavenly beast. Babak. Mono, like a meteor, collapsed to the ground, forming a crater. People looked at it with frozen faces and could not say a word. The heart of Lars fell into the heels. He completely forgot that this aborigine could imitate the highest skill of the space hall. Bai Zhu and the rest believed that Lu Yin was getting stronger and stronger every day. It was as if it were not stopped. The student lying on the ground turned pale. He had an open, bleeding wound on his stomach. But now he did not care much. All his attention was riveted to the person in front of him. "How do you know the heavenly beast?" a hoarse voice asked the man. Our hero landed on the ground and stood next to him. "You learned." "Out of ease, no one can learn this skill so quickly. I spent 9 months before I mastered 7 styles. How you?" "I already told you how." "If you don't believe me, it's not my problem," said Lu Yin, and again attacked Mono with his own combat skill. The man roared and quickly bounced, evading the attack. It was obvious to him that he could not fight forehead with this abnormal, which means that it was necessary to look for other ways to win. Boom! The earth shuddered, and in the place where the Mono lay, a huge outprint of the claws appeared. Seeing this, a man who flew away to the side finally admitted that if he does not remove the seal from the sphere of the merger, he will never be able to defeat this guy. Not only was the master of the Grands, but he was not a local resident. Otherwise, how did he know the heavenly beast? Lu Yin looked at the student's evasion back and sighed quietly. The pressure coming from a man was inherent in the sphere of merger. Our hero understood that he had the opportunity to rent a seal, so he decided not to pursue him. Otherwise, for him, everything may not end in the best way. Today, he still did not stay empty-handed. He managed to get the celestial claw of the beast of the 7th stage, a fairly strong combat skill. "I wonder how powerful it will be if you learn all 108 stages," the young man thought, looking forward to it. Chapter 49. Lars' heart found no place for herself. Not even Mono was defeated. Therefore, no one can save him, which means that he will be at the very bottom according to the test results. Grain looked at the young man questioningly and remembered the day when she first saw him. Then she was much stronger than him, but now, who is he really? Maybe he's really a Yater from the academy from Tata, where the director is his grandfather. Mono was known among the participants in the test. When the news of his defeat spread over a local network, it shocked all the students. Of course, many at first did not believe it, but almost immediately Grace on his behalf confirmed the information. The 2 strongest masters of the Union, Ho Zio Lin and Mono, were defeated. This test became more and more difficult. Soon Qingyu caught several more students. Lu Yin, thousands of kilometers from him, counted his prisoners. Fugitives seized already 17 students. Bai Zhu looked at him suspiciously. "Why do you need to know this?" The young man grumbled. He has grasped my prey. People around lost the gift of speech. However, Lu Yin a little concerned about their reaction. This Qing Yu is not stupid. It acts almost as much as I do. But even with a bunch of hostages, he will not cease to be a criminal. And for Earthlings, every student is worth its weight in gold. Why do you care so much? Grace wondered. Our hero looked at her. So if he grabs one student more, then we will have one less hostage. The pupils of the girl expanded. Do you seriously want to use students as an exchange commodity in negotiations with the Empire? It's impossible. Nothing is impossible. All those who dared to participate in the trial are considered the best in their generations, and such people are certainly important for the Diu Empire. Grace laughed. Do you know the whole scale of the Empire? This planet is only one of many where the test takes place. Many students in other places meet their death, but even so it does not affect the Empire. Why did you decide that this is where the Da Empire would compromise with the Aborigines? A stupid dream and just. After listening to the girl, Bai Zhu and Zhou Shan considered her words logical. How could something mean a bunch of students for such a huge empire? Obviously, they did not have the opportunity to force its leaders to agree to the negotiations. But not a fact. Look at him, one he can help us get at least some promises, said Lu Yin, pointing to Lars. The man immediately got angry. Let me go. The young man looked at him with a grin. Deputy Minister of Finance of the Empire Diwu is a rather high status. I heard that your father is also connected to the 12th unit of the Imperial Court. For the sake of his son, such a father will be able to do a lot, right? Grace took a glimpse at Lars, agreeing with the statement of our hero. The man continued to look angrily at Lu Inya, cursing him to himself with different words. If it is used to threaten an entire empire, then eventually it will become a laughing stock of the entire younger generation. At this time, a new battle was brewing in the north of Europe. There were more than 20 students. They gathered for one purpose, to grab Qing Yu. The leader of this group was a guy named Yan Gang. He was not from the D Empire, but was a master from the planet Tempered Flame, which was located on the edge of the Blue Wave sector. The star of the healed flame in power was comparable to the whole empire of Diwu. Although it is only a planet, it was huge and fire rivers flowed on it. All the creatures living there were from a special race, which had resistance to fire and could use powerful fire techniques. Yan Gang, like Ho Zio Lin, was a representative of the merger. Of course, his strength was also sealed, but he was a few heads stronger than the girl. Qin Yu, let go Zio Lin go. The guy standing in the sky turned to the man by order of the tone. His body was dark red, and even in the north of Europe came from the burning air, melting snow around. The fugitive bluntly looked at him. There were 17 students behind him, among whom was a girl. Boy, you've brought so many people. Do you think you can do something? Asked with contemptuous Qing Yu. In fact, he used to be in the field of knowledge, and such students did not even dare to approach him. Yan Gang replied coldly. I warn you, she is the fiancée of the young patriarch Yan Feng. If you dare to touch it, you will experience the wrath of the planet Tempered Flame. A man grinned. Some savages on the border of the universe think that they can threaten me. What a recklessness. Okay, I'll give you a chance to take it, but you're gonna have to do my errand. Talk, the guy snorted. Get to the capital of China and take my things there. For them, I am ready to exchange this woman. Can you let her go now? I promise you to bring those things. Qing Yu laughed. Is I look like an idiot or did your brain burn out? Who will just release the hostage? Yan Gang was furious, why it became even hotter around him, but he did not do hasty actions. Okay, I will bring them, but you should not harm her. The fugitive shrugged his shoulders. It all depends on how long you will take my things. I can't guarantee how long I can hold out because she's so beautiful. A fiery guy threatened with a loud voice. If you dare touch it, we will break the seals and kill you. Will you be able to join the 10th Starry? Of course not. This academy does not need garbage that cannot fulfill the mission of the guard level. I wonder how you explain this to your young patriarch, eh? Qing Yu asked mockingly. Yan Gan was annoyed, but did not continue to argue with the man. Turning around, he gave the order to his people. Look at him, and I will go to this China. Mono has already lost there. Can you do it alone? One of the students asked. He was from the Ho family, and he cared little about Yan Gang. But now Ho Xiao Lin's position depended on him. The guy replied disparagingly, Don't compare me to this garbage. Having said this, he rushed into the distance, leaving behind a white lane of air. From north of Europe to the capital of China, using the speed of the guard, it will take 2 days. This is if nothing is delayed on the way, otherwise the road will become even longer. In a rather dark capital, little was illuminated. This was done specifically so as not to attract mutants. Lu Yin came to the underground part of the research center with the director of Lanium to see the fugitive. The first thing he saw was a hexagonal stone, the surface of which was very smooth, but in the middle it had a strange mark. Bai Zhu was standing next to the young man. The woman followed him on the heels and followed his every movement, and all because she categorically objected to our hero, touched the things of Qing Yu. Lu Yin surprisingly looked at the stone, located under the glass lid. It looks quite unusual. Director Lion asked, What do you think he is? The boy shrugged his shoulders. The old man exclaimed, We also find it difficult to answer this question. His age cannot be measured. Lu Yin was surprised by this, because, in theory, with modern technology of the Earth it was not difficult to do. The stone is too ancient and has undergone inconspicuous external molecular changes. It is because of this that we cannot recognize his age, no matter how hard it tries. Bai Zhu said, According to the information we received, this fugitive escaped from the inner universe and was persecuted from there directly to our planet. We think it's all because of this rock. What else did you find on Neptune besides him? The young man asked. The woman looked at the director of LAN and he immediately replied. Sword handle, a couple of dozen crystals, which, it turns out, are stellar, and a chip. It seems to help in improving, but is badly damaged and it will not be possible to use it. The hand of the sword was taken by Zhang Dinqian, and we used crystals to reach the sphere of the guard, explained Bai Zhu. Lu Yin looked at the stone. It turns out, part of the sword and this stone is the only thing that really is worth something for Qing Yu. We have already studied the handle. The material from which the blade was created is far superior to any metal on Earth. The young man asked, So you'll let me study the stone? The old man nodded, If you want. Chapter 50. Bai Zhu smiled a little but still agreed to give him this opportunity. After all, without it, the capital could not withstand the onslaught of external enemies, and the stone had no value for them because they still did not understand what it was. Director Lion and woman left almost immediately after, leaving the young man alone. Lu Yin slowly took out the stone and touched it with his hand. He was cold and smooth, but besides that, our hero did not feel anything else. Having twisted it in his hand for a while, the young man put the stone back and turned sharply. His gaze was chained to the left edge of the room where he threw himself with the wandering step. Almost immediately, the shadow jumped out of the dark corner and stared at Lu Yinya. Our hero could not see a stranger, but beat the beast in front of the sky claw. Seeing the attack, the mysterious shadow exclaimed with a ringing voice and hurriedly dodged the blow. Lu Yin did not use the power of the skill to the full, allowing the stranger to evade. However, in return, taking advantage of the moment, he grabbed his hand and pulled him closer to the light. Almost immediately, as soon as the lighting was spilled on the figure, the young man saw that there was a pretty beautiful girl in front of him, but cold in temperament. Who are you and what are you doing here? Our hero asked, guessing that this person was a student and not weak. However, she was not stronger than Mono. Her level was somewhere approximately on a par with Lars. My name is Jane Aoyun. I'm from the Aoyun family. You should have heard of her. The young man frowned. I did not hear and she is not interested in me. Now answer, what are you here for? The girl was annoyed by his words. How dare you say that? Lu Yinny bends upstarts from large families. If you don't want to answer, I'll make you. Having said this, he was going to twist the beauty and throw her in jail. Jane immediately guessed it. She knew that our hero could not be defeated by her, so she quickly squealed. Wait! I am from the Aeon family. My father is Sushan Anna, and the uncle of the deputy commander of the 9th Special Detachment of the Imperial Court. Just try to do something for me. You will come to an end. Lu Yin still twisted her, but she did not particularly resist, only angrily drilled it with her eyes. I warn you again, my family is not like Lars, in our power to influence the decisions of the entire Da Empire. The look of our hero froze sharply. He immediately threw the girl aside and rushed to the stone. At the same time, a figure appeared near the stone that she tried to steal it, but was blocked by him in a timely manner. The young man grabbed the man by the hand and took aback. Is it a woman again? The second beauty was dressed in all green, like an elf, living in a dense forest. Feeling a strong grip of the guy, the green-haired beauty turned around and hit him with a free hand. Lu Yin tried to twist it and suppress her with his strength, but he was surprised to find that she was still a strong nut. Being in a stalemate, he had to let a stranger go, avoiding her attack. He then counterattacked with the celestial claw of the beast of the 3rd stage. Such a blow could easily crush Eid and his kind, but was useless in the face of this girl. She broke the attack with her fist and pointed his hand into our chest with his hero. The young man was shocked by her strength and hastily activated the star technique to escape the blow. He managed to avoid her fist, but he did not reduce caution. The girl in the green was astonished. Did you avoid my blow? Lu Yin frowned, guessing that this stranger was not inferior to Mono. Just her fist contained the power of the heavenly claw of the 7th stage, but why was her attack like a normal strike? Why such a natural, terrifying power? Why was the purpose of these girls a stone? As soon as the young man was going to say something, another figure appeared from the darkness. All three could hide their stellar energy by avoiding detection through a personal terminal, as they were incredibly strong masters. The third arrival made Lu Yinna get a little confused, because it was Xia Lo, the one who caused him a sense of fear at their first meeting. As a result, 4 people suddenly gathered in a small underground room. Jane Aeon was surprised, because she had not previously felt the presence of these two. The beauty in the green also took aback, looking at the man. When he showed up here, and why didn't she notice him? Do you all need this stone? Asked our hero. The girls were silent, Xia Lo said. Lu Yin, and you know what kind of stone it is? No. Then let me tell you. This stone is the legacy of one of the strongest clans in the universe. According to rumors, there is some kind of combat skill inside him. Earlier, Qing Yui was going to be imprisoned for stealing this stone. He was already in custody when he miraculously managed to escape. Obviously, you don't know how to access the contents of the stone, but I have a method. If I agree, we can study it together. A stranger in green puzzled looked at a man. Do you know how to get a skill from there? I know something. That great clan did not send his men to take the stone, because they are sure that no one else but them would be able to open it. That is why, when Qing Yu escaped into the blue wave sector, many wanted to get this object. However, the damn fugitive was lucky. On this planet began the planetary evolution, and because of the Youth Council, none of the great masters dared to interfere in the process of testing. Beauty in green looked at our hero. What do you say? The young man looked at them three. Jane Aeon, he was not afraid, but what about this pair? He wasn't sure he could beat them, so he gave up. Well, let's examine him together, but you can't take him out of here. Xia Lo smiled. This is not necessary, in principle. My method is quite simple. All you have to do is drip your blood on the stone, and then rely on fate whether it will be possible to get a legacy or not. Lu Yin nodded and immediately contacted Bai Zhu and Zhang Dinshan. Soon they came here with Zhou Chang and Wu Sheng. 4 sages looked at 3 students, 2 of whom were no weaker than Mono. Relax, I'm not going to fight. I just want to try the legacy of this stone. Let's not waste time and start already. said Zia low, and the first came to the stone. Then the man dried up a drop of blood on him. Suddenly the stone absorbed the blood and soared into the air. Unexplainedly, strange pressure and cold began to emanate from it. Zia Lo immediately sat down on the ground and thought as if he had received something from a mysterious object. The stone almost immediately fell back to its place, and the second decided to test her luck, the girl in green. The same thing happened to her as a man. The stone had 6 sides, so everyone occupied places in a circle. Our hero was still afraid of a stranger in green and Zia Lo, but he did not want to lose the opportunity to get a legacy. The young man dried up with blood on the stone, and as soon as it entered the object, a picture of a fist appeared in his mind, piercing the sky and space. Hakatilde. Shen was vomited in blood. He failed because he could not withstand the power of the illusion that appeared in his mind. After that, Zhou Shan tried, but he failed. 2 failed sages launched a kind of chain reaction. Bai Zhu, Jane Anna, Zhang Dinxian, all after another failed. The fist before the eyes of Lu Yin continued to make his way forward. The young man watched the starry sky and the vast darkness. He seemed to see a long river of time, the birth of life and death. This fist contained all things, and it was not stopped. Subconsciously, our hero used the Zvezda technique and strained, trying to slow down the speed of the fist. With great difficulty, but gradually he managed to see the blow much more clearly. Although the fist punched everything in his path, he had nowhere to hide from the eyes of the young man. "Stop! Why am I afraid of him?" The pupils of Lu Yin turned sharply, and he appeared before the slowed-down fist. In the row of the 3 planets, circling around it, the 4th celestial body began to draw, and when it was formed finally, the entire space around it flashed with white light. The light quickly faded. The young man opened his eyes and realized that it was in some ancient long corridor with an unpleasant bloody smell. The entire corridor was dark red, and on its walls there were incomprehensible frescoes. There was silence around, but our hero seemed to have heard many sounds inherent in the bloody battle.